Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the DN WhatIf, with another fanfiction. This is the movie of what if Deku became the greatest villain of all time. All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A flash of light appears in each different location, gathering people as they appear in a room. The people in the room are students of Class 1A and 1B, May, the staff of the UA, the Big Three, the Pussycats, the League of Villains, some pro-heroes, Shinso, Eri, Kota, and Inko. What the fuck? Where am I? What's going on? What happened? Where are we? The heroes and villains notice each other's presence, and they immediately get up to their feet as Izuku, Shino, and Mirio quickly stand in front of the people they care about. Where have you taken us? Aizawa demanded. Us? You heroes are the ones taking us, Tamura shouted. You're the villains here, so you must have kidnapped us, Minta shouted. What do you say, you midget? Dabai growled. This must have been your doing. All for one, All Might exclaimed. And what would I do? All for one said in a mocking tone. However, a black portal appears in the room as a lone, black-robed figure enters the room, causing everyone to be on edge. Greetings, everyone. I see that you are all getting to know each other, he said. Like hell we are, Katsuki shouted as he used his quirk to imitate him. But his eyes wide when his power is not working. What the hell? Don't even bother. I removed your quirk when I brought everyone into this room, he stated, causing everyone to be shocked. What kind of quirk do you have? Izuku asked in fear that this man could remove quirks. I don't have an quirk. I'm quirkless. This causes everyone to be shocked. That fucking bullshit, Katsuki shouted. I don't care if you believe me or not. Also, watch your language, boy. We got kids here, he scolded as red glowing eyes appeared. Excuse me, Inko called, causing him to look at her and make his glowing eyes disappear. Yes, Midoriya-san. I don't mean to be rude, but who are you? My name is Exile, one of the observers, Exile replied, causing everyone to be confused. Observers? Are you some government agents? Midnight asked. No, we observers have a higher status than your government, for we are given a job to observe the multiverse in our own respectful area, Exile stated, causing everyone to be shocked. This man observes the multiverse. So why are we here? Ochako asked. The reason I brought everyone here is to watch a different reality of one person, Exile replied, causing everyone to be eager to watch a different version of themselves. I bet it's going to be me. No, it's me. Fuck off. It's going to be me. Exile raises his hand, causing everyone to be silent. The one we are going to watch is Midoriya Izuku. This shocked everyone in the room, but none more than Izuku and Inko. Me, Izuku shouted, pointing at himself. My son, Inko shouted, looking at her son. Yes, we are going to watch a different reality of Izuku. One that I'm very fond of, Exile said. That all fine and all, but why did you bring them here? Aizawa asked as the heroes were looking at the League of Villains. To show them a different reality of themselves will be an interest to them. Plus, I bet all for one would be quite interested in the world I'm showing you, Exile said as he summoned seats, a snack bar, a pop machine, and an alcohol bar for the adult. Now, I must warn you, the world that we are going to will question how you view the world. Everyone nodded as they took their seats, grabbed some snacks, and watched as the screen started to turn on. Musutafu City was quiet. It had all been but deserted, save for one walking through the streets. A boy dressed in black, his face obscured by a black metallic mask. Hey, who's that guy? Denki asked as everyone looked at the guy in confusion. I don't know. Maybe he is a new hero, Momo suggested. Or a new villain, Dabai said, causing some of the villains to nod their heads. The boy walked slowly through the streets. He was in no rush to arrive on time. Then again, no one in his position would be. It was a matter of life and death, in every sense of the phrase. As he walked, he couldn't help but admire the Hero Commission's work. True to her word, the president had ensured this area would be evacuated so there would be no unnecessary casualties. So he is a new hero, Ochako said with a smile as everyone on the hero side was happy to see a new hero while the villain side was getting annoyed seeing some new stuck-up hero. I can't believe you are making us watch some new hero, Tamura growled, looking at Exile. Oh, trust me. His origin story might interest you, Tamura, Exile said with a small smile on his face. He didn't know how she did it, nor did he particularly care. The fewer distractions, the better. He had arrived at his destination. Making his way up the stairs, the boy felt a strong wave of nostalgia wash over him. All Might and Izuku have a strange sense of déjà vu. Something about that rooftop feels familiar to them. I wonder why it is so nostalgia for him, Momo questioned. It had been over a year since he was here last. And in that time so much had changed. Or rather, he had changed. Changed? What changed? Denki wondered. How should we know? Gyro stated, causing Denki to rub the back of his head nervously. His experiences had molded him into something else entirely. He was stronger than he used to be and more knowledgeable. Growing up, he tended to see the world in black and white like many children did. However, now that he was grown up, he realized it was far more gray. What does he mean by that? Nyanjiki questioned. What does he mean, far more gray? Juzo asked as some of the audience knew what he meant. April, 1 year ago. Can someone without a quirk become a hero? Asked Izuku Midoriya. Izuku and All Might are shocked as they now remember why that rooftop was so familiar to them. Everyone is confused about this as to why Izuku is asking that question. The only one that wasn't confusing was All for One, as he knew what his quirk was as he let out a smile. Hey Midoriya, why did you ask him that? Denki asked. Well, you see, Izuku tried to come up with an answer. It's because he's originally quirkless, Exile replied, causing everyone to be shocked and the 2-1 for All to look at him. Hey, might as well tell them. Currently, he was speaking to All Might, his idol and the #1 hero in Japan, on the rooftop of a building after being rescued from dying at the hands of a deadly sludge villain. Izuku was asking this question because unlike most of the world population he had been born quirkless. Although it was quite rare today, it did happen. Quirkless people were often subjected to prejudice and bullying from society as they were deemed weak, worthless and easy targets for villains because they could not fight back. In relation to being a hero, there had never been a quirkless one before, so Izuku was wondering if it was possible. I don't think it's possible, kid, replied All Might in flat tone. Izuku's blood froze. This shocked everyone's heroes as they never thought All Might would say that to Izuku. Recovery Girl smacks him behind the head with her cane needles, causing him to shake in fear. You idiot. You know you're not supposed to tell him that. Recovery Girl scolds. I'm sorry, All Might said, raising his hands up in defense. You would be careful about what you said. All Might, Nezu said, disappointed in his choice of words. Pros put their lives on the line each day, so I can't honestly say that being a hero without a quirk is possible. Izuku felt a sudden pain in his chest upon hearing this. I see, he said while trying not to show the pain he was going through. Deku Kanachako muttered as she and Tenya looked at their best friend in concern, seeing the painful look on his face. Inko also looked at her son in concern as he was being told off by his idol that he couldn't be a hero. If you care about saving people, then become a cop. Sure, it's a job that's ridiculed for being on the receiving end for captured villains, but no less admirable. All Might said before turning to leave. It's not wrong to dream. Just make sure it's achievable. He finished before leaving down the stairs. When he was gone, Izuku collapsed and started crying hysterically. No one believed in him. No one believed he could become a hero, not even his own mother. His classmates, especially Kaken, his childhood friend and primary bully who often assaulted Izuku to boost his ego. He even gave him the nickname Deku. Dude, Kirishima said as they looked at Izuku, who was crying on screen. That just harsh, Gyro said as she looked at Izuku. That too much, All Might, Kendo said, glaring at him while giving Izuku her sympathy. Hell, even Monoma is giving him his sympathy. Memories of all the torment he'd endured suddenly came flooding back. You quirkless piece of shit. As if someone like you could ever become a hero. You're completely useless, Deku. Why does he even try? A quirkless person can never hope to do anything meaningful in this world. Now everyone is in shock as he didn't know that he was tormented before coming to UA. All Might felt incredibly guilty as he stared at the ground as he didn't know that his student was suffering. If my other self have known about this, he would have said something differently, All Might thought to himself. One particular memory came back to him, one from earlier that day. Kaken had just destroyed his notebook on quirk analysis where described the quirks of other heroes. As he was leaving, he, with a smug smile, told Izuku, you know there is one way for you to get a quirk. Just take a dive off the roof and pray you'll be reborn with useful one. Bro, what the fuck? Kirishima shouted as everyone looked at Katsuki. That gone too far, Mina shouted, raising her fist in the air. I'll kill you, Toga shouted as she was about to jump at the explosion spiky-haired boy. But her comrade stopped her before she could get a chance. Coming back to reality, Izuku felt truly broken. He no longer wanted to be a part of this world. He didn't want to exist at all. He just wanted his pain to end. It was then he realized that no one would actually care if he died. Well, except his mother, who loved him unconditionally. It was with that he decided to take Kaken's advice. Everyone is in complete shock. None more than All Might, Izuku, Katsuki, and Inko as they are going to watch him commit suicide. No, don't do it, Deku-kun. Achako shouted in fear of her friend and crush. Please think about this, Midoriya-kun. Tenya shouted, waving his arms around. Don't throw your life away. Momo cried. Kauta and Eri froze in complete shock and fear as they were going to see their savior and hero going to kill himself. Damn it, Deku, I didn't really mean it. Katsuki shouted as he went to watch his childhood friend and rival going to kill himself just cause of the damn advice he gave him. Midoriya Shonen, please think about what you are doing. All Might shouted, now feeling more guilty than before. Don't do this, Inko cried. I'll wait until tonight, Izuku thought. Before I do this, I'd like to say goodbye to her. Please don't do it, Inko pleaded as she didn't want her son to commit suicide. Izuku took out his burnt notebook and threw it off the roof. he wouldn't be needing it anymore. Izuku took a quick route home to avoid Kaken and his friends. He heard some sort of commotion going on in the city but paid no attention to it as it wasn't his problem. He arrived home where he was greeted by his mother and Ko. They sat down and had dinner where they had their conversations about school and how the day had been. Inko noticed that Izuku had some new bruises and burns but didn't say anything. She knew exactly who was responsible. She was going to call her friend Mitsuki and the school later and finally sort this out. This has gone on long enough, she thought furiously. Mom, I'm going for a walk, Izuku said suddenly. I've got my keys so you can go to bed. Inko was surprised by this as it was 10:30 but didn't say anything as it would have been a good opportunity to make those phone calls. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted, however, by Izuku hugging her tightly. Thanks, Mom, for everything, really. I really love you for it, Izuku told her. Izuku and Ko whimpered as tears started to come out of her eyes, placing her hands over her mouth. She was going to watch him commit suicide as she could do nothing about it. Inko was taken slightly back by this but simply smiled and replied, I love you too, sweetie. It was then that Izuku left, trying not to let her see his face. While she found his behavior suspicious, she said nothing and reached for the phone. Izuku arrived at the building where he'd spoken to All Might. It was a vacant building, so he didn't have any trouble getting in. As he stood on the edge of the roof, he saw his life flash before him. It was mainly of him being bullied by everyone. No one had ever once defended him, not even the teachers who just watched him get trampled on like it was nothing. He had been tortured and broken. And for what? Wanting to save people for that reason alone, not fame or fortune. And now Kaken was moving on to be a hero at UA where he'd probably get everything he wanted. Everything Izuku wanted? How was that fair? It didn't matter anymore, nor did he care. No, please don't do it, Ochako whimpered, placing her hands over her mouth as they were going to watch him jump off the roof. Don't do it, Shoto whispered. I'm sorry, Mom, but I can't take it anymore. Thanks for everything. I love you, he whispered with tears streaming down his face. It was then that he jumped. However, instead of hitting the ground, Izuku fell into a dark mist and lost consciousness. Everyone is in complete silence as they just watch him commit suicide. However, what got everyone's attention was a black mist at the end. Kurogiri, did you just save the brat? Tamura asked. I think I did, Kurogiri said as he was praying that he just saved the boy in time. I'll give you time to adjust yourselves. In a meanwhile, Exile appears in front of Katsuki and grabs him by the collar, lifting up in the air and giving him a cold glare with his dark blue, glowing eyes, causing him to shiver. I would like to have a few words with this fucking bastard. Exile laughed, taking Katsuki with him as everyone looked toward Izuku, who was frozen stiff as they gave him their sympathy. Tamura, for the first time, felt sorry for the poor boy. Meanwhile, All Might had his head down in shame as he just saw his successor throw himself off the roof. What have I done? All Might muttered. Deku-kun, are you all right? Ochako asked, looking at him in concern. He has been quiet for quite some time after watching his alternate self jump off the roof. I don't know, Izuku said as he doesn't know what to do. He just watches himself committed suicide after he left his mother. Honestly, it scares him. Don't worry, Midoriya-kun. Everyone will be okay. Tenya said through a bit shook. What happens? While Class 1 and his mother are trying to comfort Izuku as much as possible, Class 1B are discussing among themselves as they just saw one of Class 1 a student jump. Man, I never thought that he was being tormented before. Yosu muttered. I know what you mean. I never thought a kind-hearted boy would be bullied, Setsuna said, looking at Izuku. Still, that Bakugo guy picking on a guy who is quirkless. How unmanly, Tetsutesu shouted. Strangely enough, Monoma hasn't even gone to Class 1 to pick on him. Oi, Monoma, are you all right? Itsuki asked in concern as Monoma wasn't he usually self after he watches that scene. I'm fine. You don't have to worry, Monoma replied, but he knows that he couldn't lie to her. Monoma, Itsuki said, causing him to let out a sigh. I saw a little bit of myself in him, Monoma said, causing everyone to look at him. What do you mean? Kosai asked. Maybe later, Monoma said as he got a feeling that his alternate self shows up. With the pro heroes, I should have been more careful. I should be thinking more about what I have said. All Might said, feeling the guilt that his alternate self has caused to Izuku. Though there are some pro heroes are just feeling guilty as he is. Kamui, Death Arms, and Mount Lady remembers how they scolded Izuku for his reckless behavior and praised Katsuki. They are wondering if he would have committed suicide after that. Something like that send a shiver down their spine. Calm down, All Might. It's not yourself that it happens, Present Mike said. But it is. If I have to know about young Midoriya's past, then maybe I have said something different, All Might stated. Still, I can't believe that Bakugo will busy someone, Midnight said. I should have expelled him or at least discipline him. Aizawa growled as he just one of his students committed suicide. I'm sorry, but he can't expel him. Not for what did before he was a UA student, Nezu stated. With the League of Villains, Sensei, did your alternate self order Kurogiri to save him? Tamura wondering. It could be. Remember when the boy throws away his notebook? It might contain the information on both heroes and villains. All for One stated. What should we do? Kurogiri asked. For now, we just watch. We don't know what Devil is planning, but he said that it will question on our view. All for One replied. With Devil and Katsuki. While everyone is discussing what happened, Devil punched Katsuki in the face, sending him to the wall. You really think that he wouldn't do it? Devil stated, glaring at him. I didn't mean it. Katsuki receives a kick to the head, sending him down on the floor. You really are an idiot. Devil grab him by the collar and smash him to the wall. Listen up, you son of a bitch. I'm going to say this once and only once. Every choice that we make have some consequences, whether they are good or bad. Some are good, some are bad. No matter what, we must be prepared for the consequences of our action. That's why punks like you really piss me off. Now I don't care if you shout, curse, or whatever, but get all violent and I will show you why I am calling Devil, he said, giving him a warning. They then teleport back to the room, causing everyone to look at him. I see that you all getting adjusted. Now if there anything you like to say before we continue. We're fine, Nezu said. Very well then, Devil said as everyone takes their seats, causing the screen to turn on. Izuku opened his eyes. He was lying on a couch but made no attempt to move or examine his surroundings. Oh, thank God he alive, Ochako said, breathing a sigh of relief. But where is here? Denki asked. I see you're awake. Good, came a voice to Izuku's left. All Might and Gran Torino growl as they know who that voice belongs to. He sat up and turned to see who it was talking. While doing so, he saw that he was in some sort of bar. There were two people there. One was behind the counter wearing a classic bartender suit and whose head and hands looked like a black mist. The other was a man with messy gray hair, dark trousers, and top and, disturbingly, a disembodied hand covering his face. Everyone now knows where he is. Izuku is in one of the League of Villains' hideout. The heroes are worried about Izuku while the villains are interested on what's going on. What do they want with him? Ochako asked. I don't know, Tenya replied. Is this heaven or hell? Izuku asked lazily. I honestly couldn't care less at this point. Well man, talk about being emo, Denki said, getting a slap behind the head by Gyro. He almost dies and you making a joke. Gyro reminded. Sorry, Denki apologize. The other displayed no reaction to this statement. You're not dead if that's what you think. Kurogiri here saved you before that happened. Oh, name's Tamura Shigaraki by the way, but just call me Shigaraki, replied the man with the hand on his face. I don't care about your names. Why did you bother saving me? Asked Izuku in a depressed voice. The heroes flinch as they heard a depression tone in his voice, and Ko is crying seeing the state that her son in. Katsuki just lowers his head as he hated himself for bullying him. All Might felt shame after the advice that his alternate self gives him. I asked Kurogiri to bring you here, said a deep voice. Izuku turned slightly to see a TV with a man broadcasting himself on it. From what Izuku could see, he had no face, no eyes, ears, or even nose, just a mouth. The heroes shivered to see All for One face as look like that he is beyond human. All for One growl as he remembers the fight he has with infuriating All Might. Hello Izuku, the man greeted politely. My name is All for One. This is the League of Villains. Izuku was confused. The League of Villains? He asked. Izuku was fully aware these were criminals, dangerous people he should be afraid of, but for some reason, he got the feeling they weren't here to hurt him. Curious, he started to speak. Why does he think that? Moinda asked. Let's just say that All for One have eyes for potential. Devil stated to look at All for One. Wait, you were looking for me. What would you want with someone like me? He asked, still confused. All for One held up a burnt notebook and said, Tamura here found this while he was out and brought it to me. I must admit me and my associates were impressed by these notes of yours. You've got quite a talent. Izuku was caught off guard by this statement. Someone was actually praising him. They actually believed that he had talent. It's not only him, but so did everyone else, as someone who is quirkless is being praised. However, this got them curious as what kind of note did he write about them. It's also because of this that we would like you to work for us, All for One continued. Personally, I would like to make use of your abilities to further the status of our organization. With what you are capable of, Hold on a minute, Izuku interrupted. Do you even believe what you're saying? That brat Tamura growl. Well, can't exactly blame him. After all the shit he went through, Dabai said as he remembers his past because of a certain man. Regardless of what he had heard, Izuku felt it was too good to be true. The mere idea of someone needing him or even thinking he was an individual worth having seemed absurd. The two at the bar were taken back by this. All for One didn't react. What could you want with a quirkless reject like me? Izuku asked. There are plenty of people out there with powerful quirks you could ask. So why me? Everyone flinched, seeing how he's seeing himself as a worthless piece of trash in the society that they have sworn to protect. You not or reject Deku-kun, Ochako said with a smile. She's right. Don't belittle of yourself. Tenya agreed to wave his arms. Thank Izuku said in the emotionless state, causing them to flinch. Katsuki growl, hating himself even more. Damn it, young Midoriya. All Might thought, looking at his student. Is that what going all in your head? Inko asked to look at her son. No matter what anyone said, quirkless people were and would be looked down on by those with quirks. Someone who saw them as equals and disregarded society's view of them didn't exist. Not as far as Izuku knew. Is that how our societies truly are? President Mike asked. If I'm going to be honest with you. Yes, it is. Devil replied. Look at them. While you heroes acting high and mighty, standing with your head up so high, you didn't even notice what goes on below. All for one must have been able to tell what Izuku was thinking. I'm guessing you've had a rough life in today's society, he questioned. Izuku said nothing. Suicide rates for quirkless people are rather high, All for One continued, though they don't occur without reason. It takes a lot for them to reach that point. Young man, if you are willing, would you mind telling us how you reached that point? For that statement is true. They all heard about suicide rates of the quirkless people, some even young as 4 years old. The heroes lower their head in shame on how a hypocrite they really are. We should have done more, Midnight said, feeling shame that gathers. We should, Power Loader said, feeling the same thing. Izuku contemplated this for a moment. However, he realized he couldn't hold it in anymore. Well, Izuku started, and he told them how he'd been bullied for years, how he desired to become a hero for a pure good reason, his encounter with All Might, what Kaken said to do, basically how his entire world just shattered. All for One seemed rather annoyed when All Might was mentioned but said nothing. When Izuku finished speaking, All for One spoke again. Midoriya, I understand what you're going through, I really do. However, I meant what I said about you. The fact that you are quirkless is irrelevant. What I was impressed with was your intelligence and observational skills, not a quirk, which is why I will ask again. Will you join us? If you do, we will give the chance to be something this false society never did. He finished. Now everyone is surprised by this. All for One didn't care that this Izuku is quirkless or not. As long that did something that impresses him, he will give the chance to join him. Something that society will never do at all. Just then, Izuku felt something in his heart he hadn't truly felt in a while. Hope. He felt hope. He felt a desire to live again. Tamura stares at Izuku as he understands what he's going through. The despair that he went through for so long after he kills his father by accident. That is when he meant All for One, who gives him hope and the desire to live once again. All right, I accept, he said simply. But I have a few conditions. This has gotten everyone's attention, including All for One, as he is wondering what kind of conditions it is. And what would those be? All for One asked. 1. I will have free reign over what I do. 2. I would like to be provided with a living space as I have no desire to return home, he said, thinking of his mother. And finally, regardless of what happens in the league or whatever situation we are in, I will not have to kill anyone. That is one line I will not cross. The heroes smile as they know that Izuku is still a kind-hearted boy, even when he is going to be a villain. Tamura growled in annoyance. There is no problem with any of those terms. All for One replied with a positive tone. Kurogiri, give him one. The vacant apartments close to here. Don't worry about rent, I own the building. All for One said. Kurogiri nodded in agreement. Not to kill the mood, but Tamura started. Since you're a villain now, you'll need a code name. Izuku thought about this for a moment and one came to mind. One he had held like a scar his back his whole life. Call me Deku, he said in a serious voice. Damn, even as a villain you still choose that name, Denki said. Still, I wonder what's going to happen to him now he is a villain, Momo said. Meanwhile, at an unknown location. Are you sure about this? All for One asked a woman with green hair, eyes and green clothes from neck to foot. I personally see nothing wrong with letting a quirkless child like him join us, but Atrocity is quite against this. He may actually step in and kill the boy himself. Atrocity? Gyro asked. That was on everyone's mind. Now the heroes are worried about Izuku as he was a target for this Atrocity. Sensei, do you know Atrocity? Tamura asked, looking at All for One. No, I never even meant or heard of Atrocity. So it's possible that he might be from that world. All for One replied. But who is that woman with you? Kurogiri asked, as they never seen her before. All for One, however, wasn't intimidated by this. Worry not, Viper, I will deal with him if the need arises. You forget, my dear, he isn't nearly as powerful as me, he replied calmly. Well, we now know who she is, Dabai said. I suppose, she murmured. Well, anyway, good night. And just like that, her image disappeared from the screen. Viper, the League's chief scientist. Her quirk was her name, which basically allowed her to do anything a snake could and granted her immunity from all poison. Atrocity was the League's other leader. He was cruel, sadistic, merciless, and evil right down to the bone. His quirk was power stockpile. Much like All Might's quirk One for All, however, like with him not nearly as powerful. He also possessed a strong version of society's view on quirkless people. He actually saw them as sacrificial lambs for experimentation and others practicing their quirks on. Hearing that Atrocity's quirk that was the same as All Might made them shiver. However, it was All Might's quirk that gotten them attention. What's One for All? Mina asked. I tell you later, All Might said as he got a gut feeling that they will know sooner or later. Let's see how far you will go, Izuku. Midoriya thought All for One. Can you survive our world? The screen turns off as Devil got up on his feet. You can do whatever you want as long you guys don't fight, Devil stated. We understand, Devil-san, Nezu said. Devil nodded as he looks at the heroes in training. He knows that this is wrong, but it needs to be done. They need to know that more to be a heroes and villains. How are you feeling? Hiroshima asked. I don't know, Izuku replied, being confused on all this. His other is working for All for One, All Might's swore enemy, and yet when his other self felt hope, he is confused about all this. Don't worry, Deku-kun. We're here for you, Ochako said, giving him a smile. Thanks, Izuku said with a strained smile. Still, I wonder what they are going to do with you, Tenya said, making everyone wonder as well. Then Devil reappears in the room, causing everyone to look at him. Is everyone ready? Devil asked, causing them to nod. Everyone returned to their seat as the screen turns on. Izuku woke up. He examined the clock next to his bed and realized that it was 10 a.m. Normally he would have woken up earlier than that, but frankly, it had been the best he'd slept in so long. For once he wasn't going to have to go through the usual routine of being pushed around at school. He was safe from all of that. For once he truly felt relaxed. Well, maybe not entirely. Mom has probably noticed I'm missing by now, Izuku thought. Izuku lowers his head at the thought of his mother. He can't imagine the amount of stress that he is putting on his alternate mother. Izuku felt someone grabbing his hand as he turns to see it was Ochako, who is trying to ease his worry. It was very rare that Izuku missed breakfast with his mother. She may have thought he'd left early for school, which was natural. However, she would definitely know by the end of the day when he didn't return home. Izuku had been hasty about the decision to join the league. However, he hadn't just joined just because of All for One's kind words. There were a variety of reasons. His mother was one. Izuku wasn't proud of leaving her. Quite the opposite, in fact. He loved his mother deeply because she had always been there for him when he was suffering. However, he knew that if he had stayed with her, she would have been in great danger. He had never been great at lying to her, so it was highly possible she would have become suspicious of his actions sooner or later. When that did happen, well, Izuku had a good idea of what would be done to silence her. Furthermore, he couldn't stand lying to her, so this would hurt her less if she ever found out about his predicament. To summarize it, Inko would be safer if he wasn't around. Inko was silently crying. Her son is trying to keep her safe by staying away from her. It's really breaking her heart that Izuku has to stay as far away from her as possible. All for One was another reason. Despite his generous words, Izuku wasn't stupid. He wasn't normally the type to judge by appearances. However, he got the strange sense that All for One wasn't the type to take no for an answer. He must have had some other plan to make Izuku join if he'd said no. So Izuku was just being cautious. Smart boy, All for One said. At least he not trusting you completely. All Might stated. The conditions Izuku had demanded also bettered his position. It was because of them that he had full control over what he did and was able to live away from his mother. Also, the last condition he had set meant that he would never have to cross that line, ever. An image of Kaken flashed in his mind. No, not even him, Izuku thought. Despite everything Kaken had done, Izuku did not want him dead. Though that didn't mean he didn't hate him, because he truly did. It was the first time he had realized it. At the bar, since the fridge in his apartment wasn't full, Izuku went to the bar to see about breakfast. Upon entering, he was suddenly flipped forward and landed on his back. Izuku moaned in pain. He was then hauled up by someone and placed in a chokehold position. If you even try to move, I'll snap your neck, said a soft, cold voice. It belonged to a female. What the hell? Kirishima shouted. Who is she? Mina asked. Someone new. Kurogiri asked. Alright, you little shit. Why don't you tell me how you got in here and who you work for? If you answer honestly, I'll make your death quick and painless. Don't, and it'll be the opposite, she snarled while tightening her grip. I think you killing him right now, Denki said. How come she did not realize it? Midnight asked. Izuku tried to speak, but he couldn't. He was still struggling to breathe. It was at that moment when Kurogiri entered the bar and witnessed what was happening. Razor, let that boy go. He's a new recruit, one chosen by Sensei himself, Kurogiri informed the woman. So that her name, Tenya said. It sound more like a villain name than an actual name. Ochako said. Seem like they know her, Tetsutestu said. After a few seconds of reluctance, Razor finally released Izuku. Gasping for air, Izuku lay silently on the ground. Slowly, he got back on his feet and turned to face his assailant. From what he could see, Razor was a young woman with short silver hair and eyes. Her entire outfit consisted of dark leather clothes and black high heels. As he examined her, Razor glared at him with murderous intent. Damn, she hot-minded said, drooling only to get stabby a throwing knife to the head. I forgot to mention. You can't die while you in this room, but you can still feel pain, Devil said with a smile. Good to know, Denki said, feeling scared by Devil's smile. Even though they don't see it. Why wasn't I told about this, Kurogiri? She questioned while still glaring at Izuku. He only became a member last night, the other villain replied. And besides, you've been away for the past couple of days without any ways for us to contact you. Razor said nothing more and simply sat down. Why would she do that? Dabai asked. Maybe she didn't trust them. Shoto replied unsurely. Isn't she a member of the League of Villains? Shino asked. Shortly after the commotion, Kirigiri sorted out breakfast for Izuku and informed him that his fridge would be filled later, something which Izuku was grateful for. Seem like Kirigiri is the only member that is normal, Shoji said. Thank you very much, Kirigiri said. You're welcome. When he had finished eating, Kirigiri ordered Izuku to follow him. Izuku had been more than happy to get away from Razor, who scared him. Kirigiri led Izuku to a dark room with various monitors. It was then that All for One appeared on one of them. Good morning, Izuku. I hope there are no issues with your apartment, as it was the best we could do on short notice, he greeted. I had no issues at all, Izuku replied. Thank you for your concern. However, I'm guessing you didn't call me here for that. Right you are, Izuku. I called you here because we'd like to discuss what you will be doing for the League, All for One told him. Izuku shifted slightly in response. Tasks? When All for One said this, Izuku realized that he must be doing more than quirk analysis. Wait, what? Denki said. I thought he wants him to analyze people's quirk. Mina said. Maybe there's more to this, Izuku, than our own, Momo suggested. What did you think? You'd just be writing down notes for Sensei, you little twerp, snickered Tamura. Izuku jumped when he heard his voice. Tamura was leaning against the wall next to him. Izuku hadn't noticed him. Oh man, that was funny. Tamura laughed. Tamura, Kirigiri scolded. Tamura enough, said Kirigiri sternly. He only arrived last night. And Sensei didn't exactly explain things properly to Deku last night. Sensei, do they mean All for One? Thought Izuku. I was wondering, why are you guy calling him Sensei? Mina asked. All for One is like a teacher to us, so that is why we call him Sensei. Tamura replied. Tamura glared at Kirigiri. Enough, both of you. I'd like to speak alone, so would you both leave? All for One said in a commanding tone. Tamura looked surprised at this. Kirigiri, however, simply bowed and then proceeded to drag Tamura out of the room. Seeing Tamura in the hall, Razor proceeded to leave as she hated that man. At the bar, why is so interested in that quirkless brat? What could he possibly do that's useful for us? Tamura raged. Gee, what gotten you in a bad mood? Gyro asked. Yeah, you jealous that he got your sensei attention? Denki mocked, causing Tamura to growl. Kirigiri stared at him. He was well aware that Tamura had been against this from the beginning. Tamura had only been polite last night because Sensei had ordered him to be. He had also told them to remain silent during the ordeal, as he believed it would be easier for him to convince Deku to join. Why did he even try convincing him to join when he could have easily forced him? He has quirk or two for that sort of job, Tamura continued. Upon hearing this, an image of a red-haired girl smiling flashed in Kirigiri's mind. Listen here, Tamura, Kirigiri yelled. Deku was not welcomed into the League because he was quirkless. Sensei was impressed by his intelligence and thought he could be of use to us. Quirks aren't everything in this world. Just because someone doesn't possess one does not mean that they are worthless. They are capable of many things. So listen here, you spoiled brat. Don't you dare look down on someone for being quirkless, cause last time I checked your quirk isn't overly useful either. Do I make myself clear? The League of Villains is surprised by this, as he never seems Kirigiri mad before. Even Kirigiri was shocked about this as well. Just what caused him to act out like that? Tamura was shocked at his outburst. He couldn't ever remember Kirigiri yelling or even being angry. I'm going to get some more drinks, declared Kirigiri and left the bar. Kirigiri then headed to the storeroom. As he reached for a crate of drinks, the soft voice of the girl he'd thought about before entered his mind. Hey Kuro, she said sweetly, who's her new friend? Kirigiri froze. Kuro, Toga asked. Did he know her? Present Mike asked. But who is she? Dabai asked. After a minute, however, he replied. His name is Deku, he told her sadly. And he's a lot like you, Laura. He turned to face the girl, but no one was there. No one ever was. Kirigiri felt tears coming but held them back. I miss you, Laura, he whispered. I miss you so much. Oi, Kirigiri, did you know someone named Laura? Tamura asked. I don't know anyone by the name of Laura, but it seems like my alternate self does, Kirigiri stated as he is seeing his alternate self cry. Something really bad must have happened to her. Back at the communications room, after Kirigiri and Tamura left, All for One started speaking with Izuku. What I would like you to do for the League is to take notes on quirks for both heroes and villains. From what I saw from your notebook, you analyzed and noted both the strengths and weaknesses. You even came up with several ways to improve them, he informed Izuku. I would like you to do the same with our group, particularly ideas on how to improve our quirks. In relation to other heroes, I want you to investigate their weaknesses and assist in coming up with ways to defeat them easier. Of course you would have him do that, All Might said, looking at All for One. He has a talent for that, All for One said. I kinda doubt that. Izuku would still write down how to improve their quirks. Inko said, old habit die hard. Devil quotes. Izuku pondered over this for a moment. He would basically be trying to take down the very people who protected society. Innocent people would most likely be hurt with this decision. He thought of his mother as one of those people and shuddered at the thought. No, Izuku thought. There's no point dwelling on this. I already said yes to joining, meaning there's no going back now. All for One interrupted Izuku's thoughts. There's something else I would like you to do. Tamura wasn't joking about that, he said in a more serious tone. He held up a document to Izuku. Izuku jumped to his feet in surprise. It was his school file. How the hell did you get that? Izuku asked. He practically yelled it. Maybe at that girl Viper, Shoto said. Possibly. I mean, she is League of Villains chief science. Hacking is no problem for her. Mei said. An associate of mine got it for me. Your school doesn't have the best security. He chuckled. She said it was almost too easy. Izuku stared at him blankly. That aside, from what I read, your grades for most subjects are average, he continued. Where the hell is he going with this? Izuku thought. All for One had already asked him to be a part of the league because of his observational skills. He couldn't understand why he'd look into his school life. Most of your grades were average. However, you received top marks in your science subjects, biology and chemistry, he continued. It's because of this that I would like you to work with someone from our science branch. It is with this person that I would like you to develop certain drugs that can enhance other abilities. Everyone is surprised that Izuku will be placed in the League of Villains science branch to make a drug that helps them increase their abilities. Wow, I didn't think they will place Izuku in the science branch, Denki said. I thought they going to make him fight as a villain, Gyro said. Brute strength doesn't always win, Aizawa said. Izuku finally understood. However, something was bothering him. If you don't mind me asking, Izuku said nervously. Why are you being so open about everything with me? I literally just joined and it seems strange you would trust me with this kind of information. Even last night you were very clear about your intentions. Yeah, why is he doing it? Mina asked. I guess is to earn his trust. All Might said, glaring at All for One. Well, how else am I supposed to earn your trust? He asked simply. It's better for you to find out now than later. Izuku wanted to believe him. However, some part of him doubted that All for One was telling the whole truth. Unfortunately, Izuku didn't have enough information to act, so he would just play along for now. Okay, I'll do it, Izuku said with a serious expression. When do I start? All for One simply smiled in response. At an unknown location. Should you really have told him all of that? Viper asked All for One with a worried tone. I only told him the necessary information. What he needed to hear, All for One responded calmly. Viper sighed and looked at him again. You haven't told him about any of our plans, have you? She asked more seriously. Especially not about those things. No dear, I'm not that stupid, he replied simply. That I can agree on. All Might growled. Though he was impressed with Izuku, All for One wasn't about to just go and trust him with all the league's secrets. He didn't completely trust the boy yet. Does he know who he's working with? Asked Viper. No, I just told him that he would be collaborating with one of our scientists via voice chat on his computer. He won't even see your face, he responded. He doesn't even know what I truly want to use his science skills for. So Midoriya-kun is working with her, Tenya said. That nice, Ochako said, feeling glad that he is under a responsible woman, even though she is a villain. At the mention of this, Viper was relieved. Viper was about to leave when she remembered that she had one more question. If you don't mind me asking, she said hesitantly. Go on, All for One told her. Why did you reveal yourself to him so quickly? She asked. Even by your standards, that isn't normal. You always hide in the shadows. It's incredibly rare for you to interact with other members of the league. I was wondering that too, Sensei. Why did you reveal yourself? Tamura asked as the League of Villains looked at All for One. I think my other will explain it. All for One said wanted to know the reason as well. All for One considered this for a moment. The reason I revealed myself was because Izuku was someone who caught my interest. Like Tamura and Kurogiri, something which you know is very rare, he explained. Viper didn't say any more. She was satisfied with what she had heard and decided to leave. After Viper was gone, All for One thought a bit more about Izuku. He hadn't told him everything, but he had told him enough. What Izuku didn't know wouldn't hurt him, at least not yet. He had plans for the boy. While dwelling on it, All for One starting laughing. All Might, I promise we will meet again soon, and then you will suffer for what you took from me, he vowed. The screen turns off as Devil up and stretches a bit. I think we can take a break for now. Talk among yourselves if you want, Devil said. Thank you very much, Nezu said. Whatever, Devil shrugged as he leaves the room. So what do you think that Midoriya going to make? They asked with excitement in her voice. I don't know. The League of Villains had him making some kind of drug that will help them on the field. Mina said. Hey, Deku-kun, are you really that good in science class? Ochako asked. Well, I'm really good at it before I started training before entering to UA. Izuku replied as Devil appeared in the room. Everyone ready? Devil asked, causing everyone to nod. They take their seats as the screen turn on. So what do you think? Asked Izuku. If this works, the enhancement drug should be more stable and even last longer. Let us hope that you are correct, replied S1. Considering how the last test went, Izuku said nothing at this. He had seen the state of the unlucky individual who had sampled the drug. The enhancement drug Izuku created hadn't been completely successful so far. The drug itself, when injected into a quirked individual, gave the user a boost in quirk efficiency and power, as well as an increase in that user's physical abilities such as speed, strength, endurance, and stamina. The heroes shiver at the thought of the drug that increases the physical and combative abilities of the villains, making them even more dangerous than before. The League of Villains is impressed by this and wondering if they started developing a drug like that when they return. Man, that dangerous, Denki muttered in fear. Having a drug that increases your abilities is something to be feared. Power Loader said, there got to be a side effect, right? Minda asked, shaking. However, it also provided a boost in aggression and a big decrease in intelligence. Furthermore, it only lasted for a few minutes. When it wore off, the user was left in a weakened state and unable to use their quirk for at least 6 hours. Well, they're the answered. Present Mike said. Still, the fact that Midoriya is making these drugs makes him a valuable asset to the League of Villains, Aizawa stated. Midoriya abilities are something to be feared after all. He able to think things that no one thought of, and his skill of taking notes is something not to overlook. Devil said. Izuku had made several attempts to improve it, but with little success. So far he had managed to increase the allotted time for usage to 12 minutes as well as reduce the effects on the mind slightly. Izuku was hoping for a bigger improvement this time but kept his fingers crossed. Deku, said S1. You don't need to worry that much. These things take time. For most scientists, it takes years to properly create compounds like these, so take your time. Spoken like a true scientist, Mei said, nodding her head. It's good to know that she isn't like you. Power Loader said. Izuku looked up at the screen. You shouldn't give me this much credit, Izuku told the screen. My idea came from the formulas, from the theories you came up with. All I did was take inspiration from them and make my own. Even as a villain, you are as modest as ever, Midoriya-kun, Tenya said. Thanks, Izuku said. Regardless of what, you have made progress, and for that we are grateful. I'll message you the results later. Goodbye. S1 finished and the screen blinked out. Izuku sighed. It had been 3 months since he joined the League. In that time he had carried out his duties with quirk analysis rather well. Some days he would go out to different cities and watch either fight between heroes and villains or heroes saving people from accidents and record their quirks. It's good to see the brat is taking notes of them, Tamura said. I wonder what he writes about in his note, Kurogiri asked curiously. Other days he worked in his lab working on mixtures and formulas he developed. He had mostly adapted to his new life rather well. Damn, they gave him his own personal lab, Tetsutestu said. Hey, sensei, Mei called, getting his attention. I know what you're thinking and the answer is no, Power Loader said, causing her to sigh. With members such as Kurogiri and Tamura, he was on reasonably good terms with. Sensei and S1 he worked well with. Razor on the other hand, well, she hated him. Why? Even he didn't know. Wait, Razor hates you. What did you do? Mina asked. I don't know. Whatever my other self did is not good, Izuku said. Still, she must have a reason for it, Momo said. Speaking of which, it was time for training with her. Sensei hadn't planned on using Izuku in the field of battle. However, the decision to learn self-defense had been brought on after a few incidents, most of which occurred when Izuku was out doing his job. Incidents. What's an incident? All Might asked, fearing for his pupil. The first was when he was studying a fight between Endeavor and shapeshifting villain. He almost got caught in the man's fire when the villain dodged. The second was when another villain took him hostage. Fortunately, the media wasn't present and no one there knew him, so he was able to stay hidden when freed. Other incidents involved being attacked by thugs and Kurogiri coming to save him. In the end, Sensei ordered that he be taught self-defense, by Razor specifically, as it was her specialty. What? Everyone shouted. The only one that didn't shout was the people that know the man. He could really hurt Deku-kun by doing that. Achako cried in worry. That how he is. That asshole didn't care about anyone other than his popular appearance. Dabai growled, causing Shoto to look at him. How did he know that? Shoto thought to look at Dabai. Still, it's good to know that All For One is having young Midoriya to be trained in self-defense. All Might said, looking at his arch-enemy. I wonder how Razor will train the boy. All For One said. In a training room next to the bar, Razor spin-kicked Izuku hard in the face and he fell to the mat in agony. Seriously, is this the best you can do, you shitty brat? Razor complained. Because if it is, then you may as well just quit while you still have the chance. This isn't a place for little boys like you. Hell, even that bastard Tamura is able to put up more of a fight. Wow, a bit rude much, Denki asked. Be glad that she isn't here to hear that, or else you get your ass kicked, Devil said, causing him to nod in fear. Izuku glared at her. I swear she's just like Kaken, Izuku thought. Noticing this, Razor kicked him again. Well, you sure are a glutton for pain, she stated. Unfortunately, I'm feeling tired at the moment to take a break, you little shit. Razor then left. Izuku just lay on the floor. He had been trying to work with Razor for 2 weeks now, but every time he had met with her she swore at him, insulted him and attacked him. It seemed like she really did hate him, but Izuku couldn't understand why he couldn't remember ever doing anything to her. At the bar. So why do you hate Deku so much exactly? Kurogiri asked. That what we've been wondering. Suyu asked. For a minute she said nothing. Finally, she took a deep breath and said, I don't hate him exactly. It's just, well, it's complicated. Kurogiri frowned. This isn't like you, he told her. And it wasn't. Razor had always hated other members for various reasons. There was hardly a person she didn't hate. Kurogiri and Sensei being exceptions. Why didn't she hate you? Tamura asked, looking at Kurogiri. I don't know. I want to know the reason myself. Kurogiri said. Is it maybe because of Laura that your other self know? Dabai asked. Maybe. Kurogiri muttered, wondering about Laura. Would it be because he is quirkless? Kurogiri asked. It was the most likely reason. Razor turned away. No, I could care less about that. I've never been biased about that sort of thing, Razor admitted. In my view, whether someone has a quirk or not is irrelevant. On the battlefield, we are all equal. Good to know that she doesn't discriminate. Quirkless, Midnight said. But that not it, then what is? Present Mike asked. Kurogiri was confused. Then what is it? He asked. I've seen how you treat him. You are harder on him than any other member I've seen you with. Razor sighed. Not seeing a reason to keep it from him, she explained why she treated Deku the way she did. Kurogiri remained silent during the entire confession. Whatever he had expected, it wasn't this. It was very rare for Razor to show concern for anyone. Then you should tell him this yourself, Kurogiri explained. Razor stared at him. If you ever hope to work with him properly, then you should both have an understanding of each other, he explained. Out all the member that in the League of Villains, Kurogiri is the most understanding guy there. Shoji said. Still, it good to know that he cares about my son, Inko said. Razor growled in annoyance. She knew he was right, and she hated it. She got up and headed back to the room. I'd better do this before I change my mind, she thought. However, she stopped before exiting. She turned to face Kurogiri with a solemn expression. Mind if I ask you something, Kurogiri? She asked. Curious, he nodded in response. The reason you've been so good to Deku, would it be because of Laura? She asked. Kurogiri didn't move, he just stared at her. The silence was enough of an answer for Razor. She then turned to leave. Everyone is getting curious about Laura, more so than Kurogiri. Is she like Izuku? Did something happen to her before his other self turned into a villain? So many questions in his mind are yet so little to answer. All they know is that Laura is just like Izuku. What happens to Laura? Toru asked. Yeah, it seems like Kurogiri know her or something, Testu said. One of the things about her and Kurogiri's relationship. They both knew heavily personal things about each other, and they neither judged each other by them or went around telling other members. At the training room, Razor walked in to see Izuku still lying on the floor. Thought he really is pathetic, she thought. Geez, that pretty harsh, Siro said, rubbing his head. Still, this is a good time to know what her reason for hate Midoriya-kun, Tenya said. Hearing someone entering, Izuku sat up to see Razor leaning against the wall staring at him. He groaned in annoyance. He hadn't recovered from her last assault. Listen up, you little shit, Razor growled. We need to talk. Razor moved to sit down in front of Izuku. I was told that, she started but then stopped. When it came to expressing her feelings, she wasn't very good at it. Izuku just stared at her. Like Bakugo here, Denki said, causing everyone to nod and Katsuki to glare at him. What the fuck you say, son of a bitch? Do you want to die? Katsuki shouted, getting ignored. Noticing this, she collected her thoughts. Just be honest with him. Tell him what you think, she thought. Staring into Izuku's eyes, she took a deep breath and said, I want to tell you, to explain to you, she corrected, why I treat you the way I do. Izuku was quite surprised. Razor wasn't acting like herself. The reason I do is that I heard about your past from Kurogiri, she said. Honestly, I thought it was pathetic, and I mean you. Is she explaining him or insulting him? I can't tell, Mina said, confused. That's just her way of explaining a thing. Devil said. Now Izuku was just confused. You're not the only one, Denki said. We are getting confused as well, Setsuna said. Don't get me wrong, I understand that you had it very rough, but at the same, it's your own fault since you let it happen, Razor explained. This made Izuku even more confused. What do you? He started but was cut off by Razor. Deku, during the time you were bullied, did ever once stand up for yourself or even try to fight back? She asked him. This gotten everyone attention, more so than Izuku, as they listened to what Razor have to say. Izuku considered this for a moment and said, not really, no. Then how about this? Did you ever report what was going on or even go to someone for help? She asked. Like your mother. Izuku looked at the floor and said nothing. Razor put her hand to her head and sighed. So basically, if I'm understanding this right, you allowed yourself to suffer, to be kicked around like a punching bag so much that when your idol said you couldn't be a hero, you tried to throw yourself off the roof, she stated. Izuku still said nothing. Izuku was shocked about this and smacked himself in the head. I'm such an idiot, Izuku muttered, feeling stupid on what he did to himself. He let others torment him in the past and he just walks it off like it was nothing. He didn't want to tell his mother as he doesn't want to worry her. Now hearing those words from Razor make him realize how stupid it was. Having said her piece, Razor got up and headed toward the door. Wait, Izuku said. Go home for today and think about what I've told you, Razor ordered. She then turned and faced him with a sincere look. Izuku, I will train you, but I want something in return, she said. The next time you face the one who hurt you, the one who drove you to suicide, stand your ground. Fight. Let him know that you won't allow him to hurt you anymore. You have to. People like him break people like you on a daily basis, and he will continue to break you unless you take a stand and fight back. Izuku could do nothing but stare at her. Razor turned to exit and said, not taking any action is basically the same as inviting him to hurt you, because he knows you won't fight back. She then left. She's right, Izuku. People that saw this take advantage of it, Devil said, causing Izuku to lower his head. At Izuku's apartment, Izuku collapsed onto his bed. He lay there for over an hour thinking about what Razor said. As he took it all into consideration, he realized that she was right. Over the years, whenever Kakin or someone else had bullied him, he had never fought back. He always let them beat him down. It was also true that he had never told someone about what he was going through, not even his mother. He always told her he had fallen over, though it didn't look like she believed him. God, I'm an idiot, he said to himself, and he meant it. When his life was going to hell, what did he do? Nothing. He allowed himself to be pushed around. Well, not anymore. That right, Midoriya? No one pushes you around, Kirishima shouted. You do realize that he is a villain, right? Sadu said. Oh yeah, Kirishima said, rubbing his head. But still, it's good that Midoriya-kun is standing up for himself, Tenya said. Razor was right, he needed to change. He couldn't afford to be weak. Not anymore. That person he used to be needed to die. If he was going to survive being in the league, he needed to be stronger. He had to be stronger. As he thought about all of this, he got up from the bed and took scissors. He headed to the bathroom and stood in front of the mirror. This will be my starting point, he declared. At the training room the next day, Razor walked in and saw Izuku waiting for her. He was all geared up for training. His hair had been cut short as well. But that wasn't what caught Razor's attention. What caught her attention was the look in his eyes, one she knew all too well. It was the look of a warrior, a look of determination. Izuku approached her and bowed. I'm ready, he said, and willing. Razor gave a look of admiration. Good, she replied. Let's get started, you shitty brat. The screen turned off as Devil turned his head toward Izuku. So Izuku, since Razor have given your other self her advice, do you think it time to take her advice as well? Devil asked, causing Izuku to be silenced. All his life he just let others push him around and let them get away with it. Now hearing Razor and Devil words really a thing of his action in the past. They are right. They just let them get away from it knowing that he won't fight back. No, I won't, Izuku said, looking at him with pure determination. I won't let someone push me around. Not anymore. Devil smiled, seeing Izuku is now standing up for himself after hearing Razor and his advice for him. Good. About damn time you start standing up for yourself, Devil said, after he saw how his other taken Razor's advice. He decided to do the same and take confidence in himself, causing his classmates and his mother to let out a smile. Devil returned, causing everyone to look at him. This one going to be different. We are watching the other person perspective what going on for the past 10 months, Devil said as everyone takes their seats. The scene turn on and everyone is surprised to see Inko on the screen. Inko Midoriya. Inko was sitting on the couch watching TV. As per orders of her boss and many urgings of her friend Mitsuki Bakugo, Inko was having a day off to rest. The reason? Well, it was because she had been out late so many nights looking for her son. She had been at it since his disappearance 10 months ago. Izuku baby, please come home. I miss you, she sobbed. Izuku felt his heart got stabbed when he saw his mother crying. It makes him incredibly guilty at the state his mother is in. He felt a hand on her shoulder as he turned around to see Tenya giving him a caring smile on his face. Don't worry, Midoriya-kun. Your mother going to be all right, Tenya said. Thank Ada-kun, Izuku said. Inko spent most of her days crying. Each night she looked for him by going around the city and asking random people if they had seen him, to which she always received a no. Other than that, she made a visit to the police station at least once a week to see if they had made any progress, but the answer was always the same. Another action she took was placing posters around the city with Mitsuki's help. However, no matter what she did, he was never found. It's all my fault, she whispered. I should have done something sooner. No, it's not your fault, it's mine, Izuku mutters as he lowers his head. He remembers how stupid it was to keep it all to himself. It's not your fault, Deku-kun, Ochako said, comforting him. Her son was in pain and she did nothing. Every day he would come with bruises and burn marks which he tried to hide. Inko, however, had a sharp eye and could see them from edges of his sleeves. Other times she could tell from the way he walked that he was actually limping. Izuku usually gave the excuse I fell over, but Inko knew he was lying. Well, now we know where Midoriya gets his observation from. Present Mike said. She is his mother after all. Midnight said. The only reason she didn't interfere before was that she knew it would upset him. Also, since it was Izuku, he was likely to deny it. She tried talking with Mitsuki about it, who in turn was furious with Katsuki, but nothing she did seemed to get through to him. The last time she was with Izuku was the last straw. She decided to visit the school the next day to inform the principal of her son's situation. She made another phone call to Mitsuki about Katsuki. I can come in with you tomorrow if you'd like, she told her. Honestly, we should have done this in the beginning. His behavior, well, it's gone on long enough. Damn, it seems like Bakugo's mom have enough with his attitude, Denki said. I wonder what she looks like. Toru wonder. Probably a female version of Bakugo, Mina said. Meanwhile, Mitsuki let out a large sneeze as a tick mark appears on her head. Who the hell is talking about me? Mitsuki screams, causing Masaru to sigh. Back with the group. You have no idea, All Might said, remembering his meeting with Bakugo's parents. It seemed Mitsuki had finally reached her limit with Katsuki. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The next day when she got up, she noticed he wasn't home, so she assumed he'd gone to school early. It was when she arrived at the school with Mitsuki that the trouble started. According to the principal and the teacher, Izuku hadn't shown up that day. It was then Inko got worried. As she wondered where he could be, she recalled her last conversation with him. Thanks, Mom, for everything, really. I really love you for it, he had told her while hugging her. No, she thought, horrified. He wouldn't. Don't worry, Midoriya-san. Young Midoriya isn't dead. All Might said. She can't hear you, Aizawa stated. Also different Midoriya. She called the police afterward and they started searching for her son but found nothing. Shortly afterward, Inko began her current routine of looking. Please don't let it have been that, she silently prayed. Anything but that. Inko had an idea of what Izuku meant when he said those things to her, but she didn't want to believe it. Whatever her son had been going through, he had clearly reached his limit. Your body hasn't been found, so I know you're still out there, Inko said to herself. Regardless of the situation or the progress, she wasn't going to give up. Izuku, despite what you've done, I still love you. No matter what happens, I will find you. I will bring you home, she swore. A true mother to the end, Devil said with a smile. Yeah, Shoto said as he and Dabai remember their mother as she cares for them no matter what. Achako Uraraka. Well, this is it, Uraraka thought. She stared at the large building in front of her. UA High School, the best school in Japan, if not the world, where someone could become a hero. Though it did offer other opportunities in other departments. Uraraka herself was aiming for the hero course. Hey at Achako, Mina said, point on the screen. Why are we seeing her? Sito asked. It were Deku-kun and I first meet. Achako replied, look sad. Now that he is a villain, how am I going to meet him? Mom, Dad, I will become a hero, she promised herself. And when I do, I'll earn enough money so that you never have to work again. Wait, so the only reason you become a hero is because of money? Suyu asked. Yes, but it's not what you think, Achako stated as she explained why she doing it. I see, but if you want to help them, why not work with them? Momo asked. That's what I sang for years, but they don't want me to help them. They want me to focus on my dream of becoming a hero since it will make them happy. So I decided to become a hero to make enough money for my parents to live an easy life, Achako said, causing everyone to look at her. Mount Lady looks at her since what she doing is similar to what she does. She needs money to become popular where Achako needs popularity to need money. Well, any good parents want their children to achieve their dream. So what you doing to a good thing for them? Devil said. Thank you, Devil-kun, Achako said, causing him to nod. Still, I wonder it going to be different since Midoriya-kun isn't there, Tenya said. Wait, if Midoriya is with the League of Villains, then what will happen to Kota? Mandalay shouted, causing everyone that went to the camp to be shocked and Kota's to shiver in fear. Don't worry about it. You will all figure it out later. I promise, Devil said, calming them down slightly. While walking to the entrance, she saw a girl running straight past her. However, one of the laces on her shoes was open, so she tripped. Before she could fall, however, Uraraka used her quirk to make the girl float. Easy there, Uraraka told the girl. It would be bad if you injured yourself before the exam, you know. Uraraka deactivated her quirk and the girl landed softly on her feet. The girl then turned to face her. From Uraraka's perspective, she was rather pretty. She had long blonde hair and grass-green eyes. Her figure was rather thin and she was roughly the same height as Uraraka. Damn, she hot, Minta said. I agree, Denki said as the two of them get a stab in the heads by throwing knives. Still can't die, remember, Devil said, letting out a dark smile. Thank you, the girl replied with a Russian accent. She then raised her eyes slightly. And you are? She asked politely. I'm Achako Uraraka, she replied cheerfully. What's your name? Elena Belekov, she stated simply. Are you here for the entrance exam? Uraraka nodded in response. I see. What course are you applying for? Elena asked. The Hero one. You, Uraraka replied. General education, she admitted. My quirk isn't exactly useful in the field of heroics. Wait, what? The students shouted in surprise. Even some of the staff were surprised by this, as not everyone wants to be in general education. Good. She actually know you don't need to be in a hero course to become a hero, Devil said, causing everyone to look at him. What do you mean? President Mike asked. What I mean is that there are many ways to become a hero. Take, for example, the cops. Sure, they are unappreciated by the populate in your world, but without them or their information gathering, the heroes will be running blind like a headless chicken. Or the support company, who provide heroes with the necessary equipment to help them combat heroes or help them rescue operation, Devil said as he looks at them. So without them, the heroes have a harder time saving people from villains or any other disasters. This caused the younger heroes to look at him in complete shock. They have never thought of it that way, as the pro heroes did most of the work. But to the pro heroes, they know that he is right. Without them, they will have a harder time as heroes. All for one look at Devil in complete interest as he sees things different than what most people see. Uraraka was surprised at her answer. Usually, general education was where the applicants who didn't get the hero course ended up. It was rare for someone to actually apply for it. What's your quirk? Ochako asked curiously. Empathy, and to a certain extent telepathy. When I touch someone, I sense what they are feeling. When I do, I can look at the memory associated with that emotion. If someone feels a certain emotion very strongly, like despair or love, I can see all memories that are associated with that emotion. However, if the emotion is too powerful, it will overwhelm me and I will lose consciousness, she explained. A very powerful abilities to have, Devil said, causing everyone to look at him. What makes you think that? Denki asked, causing Devil to sigh. If you have figured it out already, then they can see the person's memory she touches. For example, what if she sees use on the person who wants to become a hero? Alina will see if this person wants to become a true hero for a selfless reason or a person who want to become a hero just for greed and power. Devil said. There's no way a person will become that. All Might shouted. Is it? Take Endeavor for example. Sure, the changes in your world, but remembers what he was in the past. We heard that Endeavor almost burned Izuku to a crisp during his mission. How can you be so sure if not anyone is going to be like him or in fact be similar to him? Devil asked, causing him to be silent. That's what I thought. Now back on what I'm saying. She can also able to see the villain's memory on why they become a villain because of evil intentions or they are suffering from the society that you tried to protect. The hero couldn't come up with the answer as they started to see what he getting. Furthermore, it will be also useful to take the track down, see the memory of any corrupted heroes and cops that are corrupted by greed. If she know how to use her abilities to the fullest potential, she will make a great hero. The rest is silence on this one. For Devil to explain on how to use Alina's empathy to her fullest potential is quite shocking to them. They did not know how powerful it truly is until now. Uraraka was amazed at what she'd just heard. Though, she was right. It wasn't a quirk for the hero course. My quirk will be useful in the field of psychology, she stated. When I'm done with this school, I'm going to move on to college and work to get a degree in psychology. She then turned and started walking. Hey wait, Uraraka called out while running after her. You were wondering why I didn't ask about your quirk, right? Alina mentioned. Uraraka nodded in agreement. Well, since you just used it on me, it's obvious that it's an anti-gravity quirk. Also, I don't mean to be rude, but we've got an exam to do, so can we maybe resume this conversation later? She asked. Everyone was stunned and some of them have their mouth open as Alina figured Achako's quirk is just by a single use. Uraraka shut up at this and continued walking. She's rather observant, she mentally noted. I'll say, Achako agrees with her other self. She may be observant as Deku-kun. I agree with Uraraka, Tenya said with his glass almost falling off. I wonder how Izuku would react to her, Inko said as Devil let out a smile. Oh, they have no idea. Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo was excited, something that was rather rare. The test laid out before him to get into UA was a combat course, something he specialized. All he had to do was destroy whatever robots that got in his way and earn as many points as possible. Easy, he thought, like taking candy from a fucking baby. Everyone stares at Katsuki blankly as some of them blink a few times. Are you sure you want to become a hero? Shoto asked. What the fuck you say? Katsuki shouted. I have to agree with him. You're more suited to become a villain. Dabai said. Huh, this was a ticket into UA, his first step to becoming a hero greater than All Might. Say that reminds me, Midoriya, you wanted to go to UA too, right? The words he'd heard 10 months ago echoed in his head. A boy he bullied also came into his mind. The fuck, he thought annoyed. Why the fuck am I thinking about that quirkless piece of shit now, even when he's gone? You still an asshole, Gyro said. What the fuck you say? Katsuki shouted. In truth, he had avoided thinking about Deku ever since his disappearance. The day after All Might saved him from a sludge villain that captured him, Deku disappeared. At first, he thought Deku was avoiding him out of fear. He thought maybe that shitty nerd finally gave up on trying to become a hero. A quirkless bastard like him had no right to be one in the first place. However, that wasn't the case. Later that day, the police came to the class and questioned everyone on Deku's disappearance. They asked questions about what he had been doing that day and his regular school life. Most denied any knowledge as they were not friends with Deku. When it came to his turn, he told the police that quirkless piece of shit isn't my problem. Don't say he's my friend because he isn't. He's just an obstacle in the way. Now if that's all, can I go back to class? I've got things I need to fucking do. The police were shocked at Bakugo's attitude but relented since they couldn't get any useful information out of him. That fucking nerd isn't my problem. He can go and die for all I care, he thought. Arrogant and ignorant. The two things I hate about. Devil sigh as he remembers of a certain someone that he hates in his entire being. You sound like you annoyed. Suyu said. I am. What happened to Deku wasn't his problem. It wasn't as though he had done anything wrong. Nobody at school ever spoke against him for the way he treated Deku. Even the teachers were okay with it. In fact, a few days after his disappearance, everyone seemed to have forgotten about Deku. No one ever spoke of him or even mentioned his name. Wow, even the kids' school are an asshole, Dabai said. All the kids over are an asshole. Even the teachers. Devil said. Applicants, please make your way to your selected field, announced President Mike. Bakugo snapped back to reality. Shit, he growled. Even when he's not around, he's still a pain in my ass. Well, fuck him. Just focus on the exam, you idiot. Bakugo arrived at the entrance of his selected field. As the doors opened, he immediately started running. Time to kick some ass, he said, grinning. All Might watched with the other teachers as the applicants made their way through the exam. Since he wasn't an official teacher at UA yet, he wasn't a judge. He was there for another reason. He was examining possible successors to his quirk, One for All. Since he was only able to take part in hero action for 3 hours a day, finding a successor to being the symbol of peace was crucial. Though there were other students to look at. There it is again. What is One for All? Denki asked. More importantly, why is he looking for a successor? Mina asked as everyone who want it gets nervous. All for One let out a smile as it started to get too good. From the waypoints are gathering, it looks as though we'll have an interesting bunch this year, Principal Nezu stated. He was an animal with a quirk that made him highly intelligent. The teachers nodded in agreement. With their quirks, it looks as though they'll become fine heroes, All Might said. Can someone without a quirk become a hero? I don't think it's possible, kid. All Might gasped, but no one seemed to notice. They were all preoccupied with the exam. Why am I thinking about that now? He wondered. Maybe cause the guilt you've been having, Devil said, causing All Might to look down. Ever since his encounter with that boy, All Might had been recalling that memory every now and then. He mainly focused on his job as a hero and his registration as a teacher at UA, so he hadn't thought about it that much. In all honesty, he wasn't proud of what he'd done. He had destroyed another person's dream after all. Although, he hadn't done it without reason. Personally, All Might had nothing against quirkless people. However, he did believe that if they went up against someone with a quirk, they were disadvantaged. He should know better than anyone. After all, he used to be quirkless. Wait, what? Everyone shouted as they look at All Might in shock, as he was once quirkless. That right, he was quirkless, Devil said, glaring at All Might. The another thing I hate is a hypocrite. You should be ashamed of yourself. All Might lowered his head. Leave All Might alone. He didn't do anything wrong, Izuku said. Is it? He was once quirkless. Who told you that he couldn't be a hero? Devil said, causing Izuku to lower his head. Maybe, but All Might is his reason for it, Izuku said, glaring at him, causing Devil to sneer. No matter what, he's still a hypocrite, Devil said. When he tried to fight someone with a quirk, he got his ass handed to him. The reason he had said those things to that boy was because he believed he would be safer, that he would be less likely to die. It wasn't out of prejudice. Aside from that, even if he applied for a hero school, there was a high chance he'd be rejected. There were very few hero schools that allowed quirkless people to apply, and even then hardly anyone ever got in, so there was really no point. To his own knowledge, All Might had never even heard of a quirkless hero before. Maybe because people rely too much on quirks, Devil said, causing them to look at him. What do you mean? Hiroshima asked. Think about it. People think that quirks are the awesome things in life that makes them feel special. People always base on quirks whether they are heroes. Villains are completely useless. Devil said everyone to be silent, and he's right. People always judge people based on their quirks rather than the individual. There is a difference between strength and power, and rely on power so much only make you weak. They were silent about this as they focused their attention onto the screen. Only 5 minutes left, Nezu announced. All Might snapped back to reality and looked at the exam. Focus, he thought. You'll be teaching these kids this year, so pay attention. Which you suck at, Devil said, causing All Might to go in depression. Do you always have to belittle me? All Might asked. Yes, because of it's true, Devil replied. He got you there. All for one laugh, causing All Might to go in a corner. Later that day at the Nezu's office, All Might sat alone in front of the principal, Quite a selective bunch we've got this year, Nezu said with enthusiasm. Anyone catch your eye, All Might, and possible successors? All Might nodded his head and said it's too soon to be sure. But I can see there are a bunch of gifted youngsters, so maybe in due time. Nezu seemed happy at this statement. Now on a side note, what were you gasping at during the exam? Nezu asked. It wasn't one of the children. You were lost in your own thoughts till I brought you back. All Might froze at this statement. He noticed, All Might thought. He mentally cursed himself. No shit, he notices. He's quirks is high spec after all. Devil said. Yeah, especially when he enters villain mode, Tenya said, causing everyone that saw him shiver. The principal is merciless when come to test. Denki said to remember the test he and Mina that they take against him. If something on your mind you should tell someone. Don't hold it all in, Nezu told him with concern. All Might contemplated this for a moment. After a minute's silence, All Might took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Nezu was a friend, so there was no problem telling him. Well, it happened about 10 months ago, he started explaining. And so All Might told Nezu all about his encounter with the quirkless boy and everything that had transpired between them. He even told him about how the boy saw him in his weakened state, though he didn't know about his powers. Nezu just listened silently, never making a move to interrupt him. When he'd finished speaking, Nezu said, I see. All Might was surprised at his calm demeanor. Don't you think it was wrong for me to say that? To ruin that boy's dream? He asked, confused. Before anyone could say a word, Devil raises his hand to stop. Let the little creature say his words, Devil said, looking at Nezu. I'm sure you are quite an interest in what your other have to say. Indeed I am. Nezu said, wanted to know the answer of his other self. Nezu stared at him with an unreadable expression. Why would I say that? He asked. You were just speaking your opinion, as well as from personal experience. I don't think I can begrudge you for that. All Might was relieved that Nezu was so understanding. However, All Might had another question. Principal, what is your view on what the boy asked me? All Might asked. Nezu got up from his seat and gazed out the window. Honestly, he said, I see no reason why it can't happen. Wait, what? This got everyone to look at Nezu in surprise. Seemed like he know that quirks isn't everything. Devil said with a smile. All Might remained silent. I can understand why you would think the way you do about them. When facing against a villain or trying to save someone from an accident, quirkless people would be at a disadvantage. However, quirks aren't everything. They don't define someone as a hero or a villain. Their actions and capabilities do. Take Aizawa for example. His quirk may be useful for stop other quirks, but that's all it's good for. Most of the time when fighting against villains he would need to rely on hand-to-hand combat, Nezu explained. Do you really thought of that? Snipe asked. Indeed I am. Like my other self, and Devil-san said. Quirks aren't everyone, as they don't define someone as a hero or villain. Only their actions and capabilities what define them. Nezu stated. Your principle is correct. All for one agree to cause everyone to look at him in shock. A villain agrees with a hero is something unheard of. Even in the League of League, we recruit villains to our cause based on their capabilities rather than quirks. All Might stared at the floor. He had never thought of it that way before. Now a quirkless person, he continued. They could be a hero through excessive training in martial arts and reliance on gadgets and weapons. With these, it would be quite possible for them to be on equal par with other heroes and villains. All Might considered this for a moment. When he says it like that, it does sound possible, he thought. I never thought of it that way. All Might thought as he started to rethink about quirkless become a hero. Here at UA, we believe that anyone can become a hero, even someone quirkless. It's why we allow them to apply, he continued. Although I must admit we've never actually had a quirkless student before, in any department. All Might could tell from the way Nezu was speaking that he was slightly disappointed at that last statement. I'm still hoping for that even today, Nezu said with a sigh. Don't worry, sooner or later you will get someone, Devil said. Thank you very much, Devil-san. Anyway, enough of what I think. Nezu said, changing the subject. You may want to leave, All Might. I have a lot of paperwork to attend to and you have to get some rest. You're going to have a busy few days with all the holographic recording you're going to do. He was referring, of course, to the messages he would be sending to the students who successfully passed the exam. All Might sighed, knowing that he was right. It was going to be a long couple of days. With that, he got up and proceeded to leave the room while waving goodbye to Nezu. As he walked towards the exit, All Might thought very hard about what Nezu had told him. He wanted to believe that it was possible, he really did. However, he still had his doubts. Whenever he tried being a hero while he was quirkless, he accomplished very little. It was only after he had received his quirk one for all that he was able to actually do something meaningful. As he came to the exit, he halted. With the thought of quirkless people being heroes, the image of that boy came into his head again. Wonder what he's doing now, he said softly. The screen turned off as Devil looked at All Might. Now you start to see why quirks isn't everything. Like Nezu said, quirks doesn't define anyone as a hero or villain. only their actions and capabilities. Devil said as All Might think about it. You're right, maybe I'm thinking about on quirks too much rather than a person's abilities. All Might said, getting up. I should think about the person's action and abilities rather than quirks. For that what defines a hero and villain. Seem like you started to see now. All Might, Nezu said with a smile. Yes, I am, All Might said with a smile. Still, I wonder what going on with Midoriya-kun. Tenya wonder. Probably doing Razor's hellish training. Tamura said as they still don't know about Razor. We will see it later. However, All Might, you got some explaining to do. Devil said, pointing at everyone. Oh right, All Might said. All Might and the rest who knew about One for All told them everything about its origin and how he meets Izuku and make him as his successor. And the next symbol of peace. Needless to say, everyone is quite shocked about this. So let's get this straight. Not only that Midoriya and you used to be quirkless and have One for All, but the quirk that All for One give to him merge with his quirk. Denki shouted, causing All Might to nod. Yes, One for All was passed down through generation by previous users. This is why we kept One for All a secret, has caused some problem. All Might stated. A portal opens up as Devil walking in, looking tired as he drops on the chair, letting out a groan as everyone look at him. Are you all right? Enko asked in concern. I'm fine. Just dealing with some pest problem and my lack of sleep due to my insomnia. Devil replied tiredly. Flashback. You damn bugs. Stop getting into my house. Devil shouted, killing any bugs he sees in the middle of the night. Flashback end. Anyway, is everyone ready? Devil asked, causing them to nod. Good. Now if you excuse me, I'm going to catch some Z. With that, Devil falls asleep as the screen turn on. Izuku just barely dodged Razors as her foot brushed by his hair. When she landed, she spun her other leg at him, but Izuku moved forward and caught it firmly in his arm. He then pulled her back in an effort to trip her, but Razor jumped and performed a flip kick which hit Izuku square in the chest. He flew back onto the mat. The heroes flinch as they saw Izuku getting destroyed by Razor, while the villains are interested to see how much he have improved. Man, she not holding her punches, Kirishima said. She's brutal, Denki said with fear in his eyes. Not bad, you little shit. You're improving. However, you need to work on your reaction speed, Razor explained coldly. A second is all it takes and then you're dead. Izuku glared at her and stood back up. Again, he demanded. You shouldn't push yourself, Deku-kun, Ochako said in concern. She's right. You need to take better care of yourself. Tenya said. Thank guys, but I won't be able to improve if I push myself, and I think my other self feel the same way, Izuku said, looking at his other self. Razor was amused by this. Well, would you look at that, demanding something from me. It seems you've got a pair of balls after all, she said. Did you grow them while I was training you? I'll leave that to your imagination, Izuku said. He was very annoyed. He had been training with Razor for months now and he still hadn't managed to hit her. To make matters worse, she insulted him at every opportunity by saying things such as, God, you're so weak. Try harder, you little shit. I swear even Tamura could kick your ass if he wanted to. Too scared to stand up. When will you grow a pair of balls? It went on and on. She was literally like Kaken, only she wanted him to improve. She does like Bakugo. The only difference is that she wants him to improve rather than look down on him like Bakugo. Tsuyu said. Katsuki was about to get up and curse at her when Aizawa glared at him, causing him to sit back down. Damn toad, Katsuki muttered. Can we just get back to training? He asked impatiently. Razor grinned at Izuku. As much as I would love to kick the shit out of you again, I can't, she explained disappointedly. Sensei called us for a meeting, so we have to suspend training for the rest of today. Already? Denki asked. What could be that important? Itsuki asked. Izuku was very annoyed at this. Don't give me that face, she snapped. There's nothing we can do about it. She turned and headed towards the exit. Now hurry up, you little shit, or else that whiny little bitch Tamura will never let us hear the end of it, she said with disgust. With that, Izuku promptly followed. Why, that bitch Tamura growled as she was insulting him. Calm down, Shigaraki. She is from a different universe than us, so you can't do anything about it, Kurogiri said, causing Tamura to mutter like an angered child. At the bar, Izuku gathered with Kurogiri, Razor, and Tamura. They turned to the monitor where Sensei appeared. Good afternoon, everyone, he announced. I trust you know why I've gathered you all here. No clue, Izuku and Razor replied in unison. And they meant it. The two had been absorbed in his work and training the past weeks that they hadn't been paying attention to anything that happened and are out of the league. Tamura snickered while Kurogiri tilted his head to the side. Izuku, are you working yourself too hard? Inko asked in concern. Mom, I'm fine, Izuku said. I hope you're not planning to become a workaholic. All Might said. It seems neither of you have been watching the news, Sensei realized. Just tell us already, Razor snapped angrily. Sensei sighed and took a deep breath. Geez, seem like Razor is impatient. Present Mike. Well, her personality is similar to Bakugo, Midnight said. All Might has taken up a teaching position at UA. He informed. Razor didn't react. Izuku, however, shifted slightly. That's right, the entrance exam was just a few days ago, he thought. That means Kaken is now a student there. I'm surprised you still calling him despite what he did you, Ajiro said. Well, I look up to him when we were kids, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. But I wonder what my other self think of him now he is a villain. Despite his hatred toward Bakugo, he knew well enough that he was skilled enough to get in, both in quirk and intelligence. That means he's going to be taught by All Might, Izuku realized. Despite having become a villain and given up on being a hero, he couldn't help but feel jealous. The hero he and Kaken idolized, the one who had rejected him, was now training the very person who had made his life hell to be a pro-hero. Another good thing gets handed to Kaken. How the fuck is that fair? He wondered angrily. He's a total dick yet he still gets everything. Whoa, calm down dude, Denki said. I mean, he kinda deserves it, Tetsu said, rubbing the back of his head. I agree, Nita said. In Izuku's mind it just wasn't fair how everything went Bakugo's way, yet he did nothing wrong and still got screwed over. Razor interrupted his thoughts. And why is this important? She asked, uninterested. What gotten her in a bad mood? Dabai asked. Well, this is the way she acts after all, Spinner stated. Razor, please listen to everything Sensei says before judging, Kurogiri told her politely. Razor rolled her eyes and said go on. Tamura glared at her and started to say something when Sensei interrupted him. It is important, Razor, because All Might is one of our primary targets for elimination, Sensei explained with a bit more fury. He is the biggest threat to our organization, to our plans. Therefore killing him is one of our top priorities. Izuku was surprised. He had never seen Sensei angry before. He usually acted calm and hardly ever raised his voice. Then he suddenly remembered. 10 months ago when he first met Sensei, he had told him about why he tried to kill himself. Even about his encounter with All Might. Back then he'd had a negative reaction also. But that time and this time it was clear that they were both related to All Might. Did something happen between them? Izuku thought. He could tell that Sensei actually hated the #1 hero. It was the same way he felt about Kaken. That an understatement. All for one muttered. For once I agree, All Might said. Your organization, your plans, not mine, Razor pointed out. Do I need to remind you of my place here? Hey, this gotten everyone confuses as they thought she was a member of the League of Villains. The only that know what going is Devil, who is currently asleep. I thought she is one of their members, Kirishima said in a confused tone. I thought so too, Mina said. It seems like there's more to her than we thought. Nezu said. No, Razor, you don't. However, until that time comes you will do and listen as I tell you, Sensei replied with authority. With that she nodded in understanding. Izuku was confused. What was Razor talking about? Wasn't she a member of the League? I'm starting to understand now. All for one said, getting everyone attention. What do you mean, Sensei? Tamura asked. She's a mercenary, which mean that my alternate self must have hired her to work with us. All for one replied. I've been working with her months now and I still don't know anything about her, he thought sadly. Despite training with her, Izuku knew very little about her. He didn't even know what her quirk was. He had tried asking her about some of these things, but she refused to answer. Razor made it clear that this was just training. There was no need for them to get personal with each other. Sensei, can you just ignore this bitch and get to the good stuff already? Tamura asked rudely. However, Izuku could tell that there was a bit of excitement in his voice. That's right, other me, Tamura said. Shigaraki, don't be rude. Kurogiri scolded. What? She deserves it, Tamura said. Sensei sighed again. Earlier today I sent Tamura and a few of his friends to UA to do a little investigating, Sensei explained. Yahai destroyed the gate and let the press in. While the heroes were dealing with them I got a hold of a juicy piece of info, he boasted with pride. From the other's point of view Tamura seemed very childish. Okay, that seems childish, Gyro said. Hey, Tamura shouted. Shigaraki, please behave. Kurogiri said. That he did, Sensei told them. And what he learned was that tomorrow Class 1A will be conducting their rescue training in the unforeseen simulation joint. From the list Tamura acquired it seems All Might along with Eraserhead and 13 will be there. Izuku recognized the names. Eraserhead was a hero who could stop any quirk just by looking at them. Aside from that, Izuku had seen videos of him that showed he was highly proficient in hand-to-hand combat. 13 was a hero in a space suit that possessed a quirk known as Black Hole, which sucked any object into it and reduced it to dust. This was mainly used for rescue. Get to the point already, Razor said, irritated. Tomorrow we shall be launching an attack on UA, more specifically the area with All Might and the students, where we will kill the symbol of peace, Sensei said all in one go. So this was taken place before our attack at USJ, Kurogiri said. Indeed, however I am more interested in Midoriya if he is planning to join in the attack or not, All for one said. Izuku was surprised at this. Kill All Might. He didn't think it was possible. He had watched nearly every video and read every report about him. He knew more than anyone that he was impossible to beat. How exactly do you plan to do that? Izuku asked nervously. Everyone turned to look at him. Is there a problem, Deku? Kurogiri asked. Tamura was more hostile. What are you scared that your idol will die? Did you forget what group you're part of now? He growled. Villains fight against heroes all the time. They try to catch us, we try to kill them. What did you think we'd be doing? He's not a wrong kid, Dabai said, causing the hero side to look at him. Once you become a villain, you have to kill, even at more than you are forced to do it. But killing is wrong, Ochako shouted. She right, we will never kill anyone. Tenya shouted. That's not manly, Kirishima shouted, causing the villains to roll their eyes. Call it what you may, but you need to kill to survive this cruel world, Dabai said. Izuku flinched. Though he and Tamura got along most of the time, he could still be really hostile from time to time. I don't mean anything like that, he said quickly. I'm just curious. This is All Might we're talking about. Defeating him is practically impossible, killing him even more so. There was silence. Sensei laughed. You are mostly right, Deku. However, you are also wrong. It isn't impossible to do those things. There has simply never been anyone who could match All Might, until now, he explained. Izuku was baffled. Do they have someone as strong as All Might? He wondered. They must be talking about Namu, Izuku said as the hero in training shivered, remembering how dangerous these Namu are. It didn't seem likely. If they did, wouldn't they have used them already? Then a thought struck him. Until now. Are you talking about my enhancement drug? He asked. Sensei nodded in confirmation. Izuku had spent several months working on the drug, as well as other things such as a regeneration drug and an intelligence drug. So far he had increased the time limit to 30 minutes and decreased the after effects to 4.5 hours. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Damn, with Midoriya enhancement drug, it will make that thing unbeatable, Zero said in slight fear. Do you think he will win? Denki asked in fear. It seems like the symbol of peace is going to die in this world, Tamura said with a creepy smile. What are you talking about? All Might never lose to this thing, Minta shouted, causing the hero in training to agree. Oh, how can you be so sure? Tamura said, scaring the pervert grape man, causing him to laugh. Shigaraki, please behave, Kirigiri scolded. When you add the drug to the mix, it does seem possible, he thought. Please continue, Sensei. He asked. Tomorrow Tamura and Kirigiri will lead a group of villains to the joint and kill All Might. Razor, your job is to guard the place where they are kept, he explained. Razor nodded in understanding. Tamura was excited while Kirigiri remained silent. Izuku found Razor's behavior strange. She was usually the type to want to fight someone, yet here she was just accepting guard duty without any argument. He was also slightly curious as to what they were, but said nothing. Deku, you will remain here and continue your work, Sensei informed him. Normally Izuku wouldn't raise any opposition, however he was curious about something. Sensei, do you have a list of the students attending that class? Izuku asked. Cause if you do, may I see it? Sensei stared at Izuku. Yes, there is, but why? He asked. Do you think that boy who wronged you will be there? Izuku nodded in confirmation. Despite his position in the league, Izuku wanted to go with them tomorrow and see if Kaken was there. There are several reasons for this, of course. Several reasons, Ochako said in a confused tone. I'm guessing that my other self wants to know more about Razor, Izuku said, as he is also want to know more about Razor as well. Flashback 4 months ago. Izuku landed flat on his back after Razor flipped him. He moaned in pain. Seriously, is this the best you can do, little shit? She sneered. Cause if it is, you will die the second you get dragged into a fight. Izuku glared at her. I swear this is all she ever does. Insult me, he thought. Razor just stood there waiting for him to get up. Out of pure curiosity, Izuku started. This hellish training you're giving me, did you go through it yourself to be the way you are now? Razor stared at him coldly. We've already had this discussion. This is training, nothing more. You and I are not friends, Deku. So stop trying to get to know me better, she replied icily. Come on, get a little harsh, Mina said. But she got a point. She isn't his friend, so there is no point in trying to get to know her. Dabai said. She meant what she was saying. There was absolutely no reason for him to know about her past or her personal life. Though that wasn't to say that she hated Izuku. She didn't. Surprisingly enough, he had moved into her list of people she could actually stand. Though that was mainly through her teaching him how to fight. She was actually amazed at how quick Izuku was learning. She even admitted to Kirigiri that she had underestimated his observational skills, something she did very rarely. You shouldn't underestimate him on that, Katsuki surprisingly said, causing everyone to look at him. Deku is a pro when he comes to that sort thing. Underestimated his observation is probably your biggest mistake. Thanks, Kaken, Izuku said with a smile. He is really glad that he and Katsuki started to become friends again. I've known you for a few months now, but I still know nothing about you. I don't even know what your quirk is. I tried asking Kirigiri and Sensei, but they told me to ask you, he explained. Razor rolled her eyes in annoyance. Look, you little bastard, she growled murderously. There is nothing you need to know about me. There is nothing you will ever need to know about me, so give it a rest. Izuku felt intimidated by this but decided not to back down. Isn't there anything I can do to change your mind? He asked seriously. Razor groaned in annoyance. He really isn't gonna let this go, is he? She thought. What would change my mind? Razor didn't have any real reason to tell Izuku about her life. There wasn't much to tell, and most of it wasn't pleasant. However, no one had ever pushed to know as much as Izuku. Razor didn't feel like just telling him though. She believed he should earn the right first. But how? Then a thought came to her mind, making her smile sadistically. I'm not liking where this is going, Denki said in fear. Yeah, just what she planning to do with him, Mineta said in fear as well. Okay, there is one thing you can do, she informed him. You can show me the results of your training. Izuku looked slightly confused at this. He knew what she wanted him to do, but he couldn't figure out how to do it. I want you to fight someone, of course. However, it's who I want you to fight, she explained. The one I want you to fight is that bastard. You know, the one who turned you into the weak little shit you are now. Izuku froze. Fight Kaken? She wants me to fight Kaken, he thought. What? They are quite shocked as Razor asked Izuku to beat Katsuki. Granted, their Izuku have one for all when All Might give it to him. But this Izuku doesn't. She is crazy. How did she expect this Midoriya could beat Bakugo? Denki shouted in shock. Midoriya able to beat Bakugo with one for all. But this one doesn't, Mineta shouted. You shouldn't worry, Aizawa said, causing them to look at him. From the way Razor is training him, she is pushing him to his absolute limit, and the way she teaches him how to fight. It's dangerous. What do you mean, Shouta? Present Mike asked. Her fighting style focuses on adapting the situation they are in and ruthless efficiency. Having Midoriya learning it is quite dangerous for everyone combatants, Aizawa replied, causing them to shiver in fear. He had trained well enough that he could hold his own against most quirked individuals, but Kaken, he was on another level. He just wasn't sure. As if noticing the uncertainty in his eyes, Razor spoke up. Don't get the wrong idea. This is also for your sake, she told him. This confused Izuku. For his sake? What does she mean? Denki asked. I think I know, Izuku said, remembering his fight with Katsuki. After their fight in their mock battle, he has become confident with himself, now seeing his alternate self doing the same thing but in a different situation. He was your primary tormentor, right? She asked. Izuku nodded in confirmation. Then facing him should be good for you. If you defeat him, then you will have overcome him. He will no longer be someone you should fear, she said. If you can do that, then I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Izuku said nothing. He was still trying to process what Razor said. Alright, that's all for today, she said before turning to leave. Flashback end. Wanting to know more about Razor was one of his reasons for going. Another was that he wanted to face Bakugo. He needed to know if he could actually defeat him. He also had a third reason. It was revenge. Over the course of his time with the League, mostly with Razor, Izuku had actually built up a desire to get back at his former bully. He had started to want to give Bakugo a taste of his own medicine, repay him for all the years of torment he gave him. This was the perfect opportunity to do it. Finally, the brat gets his revenge, Tamura said. Indeed, and I might say it will be interesting to see. All for One said. I don't know if he will be there or not, but I would like to know. Facing him is something I need to do. If he isn't on the list, I'll stay here. If he is, I would like to go with Tamura and Kurogiri if that's all right, he told Sensei. Sensei stared at him for a moment before ordering Kurogiri to show him the list. The Shadow Man used his quirk to send it to Izuku. Izuku read through it quickly until he came across Bakugo's name. He's there, Izuku said. So can I go? All for One remained silent for a minute. I suppose, he said simply. However, you will need a costume, or at least a mask to disguise yourself. No one knows about your association with us. If your identity gets compromised, then it will be impossible for to walk around freely like normal. Izuku nodded in understanding. Sir, shouldn't you discuss this with them first? Kurogiri asked. Yeah, if Atrocity finds out he'll flip, Tamura added. Izuku had an idea of what they were talking about. He knew fully well that All for One wasn't the only leader in the League. However, up until now he hadn't received any information about them. Sensei apparently didn't think it was necessary. Interesting, seemed their league is quite different from our. All for One said. Still, I can't believe this Atrocity is one of the leaders, Kurogiri said. I wonder who he is. Tamura asked, curious about this Atrocity character. Don't worry about it. If Deku wishes to go, let him, but be sure to bring him back, Sensei said. You will all leave tomorrow at 10 AM sharp, so I suggest you get some rest. With that, the meeting ended. Izuku's apartment. Izuku lay on his bed. He was exhausted from the day. Razor had guessed why he was going and told Kurogiri to give her the details on his fight with Bakugo. Her only words of advice to him were give him hell, though that was all he needed. He got up and went to the bathroom where he gazed at his reflection in the mirror. His appearance had changed slightly in recent months. In addition to cutting his hair short, he had also dyed it black to make himself less recognizable. His body was more muscular and had quite a bit of scars, courtesy of Razor. He also wore darker clothes as well. Throughout his life with the League, he had done many things. He had analyzed quirks and marked out weaknesses in ways they could be greatly improved. He had developed many types of enhancement drugs and toxins with S1. Izuku had also been working on a secret formula by himself. This was something none of the League knew about. They were willing to keep many things from him, so he didn't see why he couldn't keep one secret from them. They may not have fully trusted him, but he didn't fully trust them either. All right, time for bed, he said to himself. As he lay in bed, Izuku made a silent promise to himself. I will see you tomorrow, Kaken. And when I do, I will break you the same way you broke me. That's a promise. Izuku then drifted into a deep sleep. The screen turned off as everyone are eager to see what happened at USJ and the fight between the alternate Izuku and Katsuki. So who would you think will win? Denki asked. We can't say for certain. We just need to see what happened. Tenya said, getting curious. I just hope my son will be all right, Inko said. Ma'am, I'm sure your son will be all right, Dabai said, surprised the other. A large snore cut them off as they look at Devil, who is still sleeping. I'm surprised he able to sleep through this, Gyro said. He did say he has insomnia. Recovery girl reminded. For now, we just let him rest, Nezu said. Everyone is discussing how the fight going to end between the alternate versions of Izuku and Katsuki. Most believe Katsuki will win due to his powerful quirk. Others believe Izuku will win due to Razor's brutal training. Others become neutral as they wanted to see how the fight will end. All in all, these have gotten people to discuss this. So who is going to win? Mina asked everyone. I think it, Bakugo. He have a powerful quirk and one of the strongest students in our class, Kaminari said. But that Bakugo causes Midoriya to commit suicide. I think it Midoriya going to win. Toru shouted. Yeah, but Bakugo have a powerful quirk while Izuku doesn't have any, Minda said. I say that Midoriya-kun going to win. Tenya shouted, raising his arm. That right, Deku-kun going to win. Ochako shouted. With Class 1B, do you think Bakugo going to win? Nairanjiki asked. Are you kidding me? Bakugo is an asshole. I think Midoriya going to kick his ass. Tetsutestu shouted. How can you be sure? Bakugo is quite powerful after all. Toguru stated. Calm down. It wouldn't be right to judge the outcome. Ibara said. She right. We should just watch and see the outcome of the fight. Itsuka said. With the hero. This should be interesting, Nezu said. Two of our alternate versions of our students fighting each other. Snipe stated. So who is thinking one of them is going to win? Present Mike asked. We all thought about that. But the problem is, can some quirkless person beat someone with a powerful quirk? Mount Lady said, causing the heroes to go silence. They still have the trouble of believing that quirkless people can handle someone with powerful quirks. I told you not to worry. Midoriya training with Razor will give him the edge. Aizawa stated. Yeah, but I think it best to see how it would go. All Might said, cutting off lunch rush, causing everyone to look at him. It best to see how it played out. But the League of Villains seemed like the brat finally get his revenge, Dabai said. It's about time. I wanted to see how it will turn out. Tamura said. It would be interesting to see what happened. Spinner said. I know that Izuku-kun will this fight. Toga said. A portal appears, catching everyone's attention as they see a man walk out, wearing the same robe as he looks around. It's a pleasure of meeting you. Who are you? Are you one of the observers? Aizawa asked. Correct. My name is Roxas Itsuka, the one who approves Devil's permission of having you watch this world that I'm currently looking. Roxas said, shocking everyone as they never expect to meet someone like him. Excuse me, Roxas-san. Do you mind telling us why you are here? Nezu asked. I'm here to check up on Devil May Cry 407, Roxas answered. Wait, Devil May Cry 407? Isn't his name Devil? Denki asked. Well, Devil May Cry 407 shorted his name to Devil just to make it easier for everyone. After all, is his codename. Roxas replied. Codename? Yes, us observers have our unique set of a codename, each that hold meaning into it, Roxas said as he walking over to Devil and shake him. Wake up. Devil let out a groan as everyone seeing Devil waking up. He stretches his arms up, poking a few bones in his body. He looks to see Roxas in the room with them. Hey, Roxas, didn't expect you to show up. Devil said. I'm just checking to see if you are all right. You don't need to worry about me. After all, we have been busy in our lives. Indeed, well, I'm glad you are okay. Take care of yourself, Roxas. You too, Roxas said as he leave the room. Devil looked toward them as he knew they are discussing the upcoming fight between Izuku and Katsuki. So did you guys enjoy it? Devil asked. Yes, it was interesting to see about the League before their attack on USJ, Nezu said. And now you all are discussing the fight, or rather revenge, between Izuku and Katsuki. Devil asked. That is correct. All for one said. Well, I about to start it. So sit down, grab something and just watch. Devil said as they returned their seats with snacks as the TV turned on. Izuku woke up early that morning. He quickly got dressed into his villain outfit, which consisted of a black hoodie vest, black pants, black metal arm and shin guards, and a black metallic mask which covered his entire head. He also wore combat boots and a belt with various tools such as a taser, a grappling hook, and several small projectile blades. The outfit he had mostly forged himself with the exception of the helmet. He had a feeling he would one day be out fighting with the League, but he wanted to make sure his identity wouldn't be compromised. Still, he was ready to face Bakugo. The screen shows Izuku's villain outfit, which causes them to approve of his costume. "Damn Midoriya," Kirishima said. "You look badass," Denki said. "You look so cool, Deku-kun." Ochako said. "Thank," Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. "I'm surprised Kurogiri have a helmet for me. Kurogiri is a nice guy if you get to know him. After all, he is a calm level of the group and cares for everyone in the League." Devil said. "I'm pleased that you are given the helmet to him, Kurogiri." All for one said. "Thank you, Sensei," Kurogiri said. At the bar, Izuku met up with Tamura and Kurogiri, where he also met their large entourage. Izuku didn't know what to think of the group. He hadn't seen them in action yet, but at the same time they just looked like a bunch of regular thugs. What caught his attention was the bird-like creature who looked as tall and muscular as All Might. This must be the guy, he thought. Izuku didn't have much time to think, however, as Kurogiri's quirk completely absorbed him and everything around him. Unforeseen simulation joined. They arrived at an area that had various buildings with different natural disasters going on for each one, as they were supposed to. The group of villains looked up to see the students and teachers at the entrance, who had also noticed them. Strangely enough, All Might wasn't there. Izuku didn't care though. That wasn't why he was here. He started to scan the students' faces until he came across a familiar one. Wearing gauntlets and an outfit that matched his personality was Bakugo, giving his usual glare. The moment he saw him, Izuku felt a sudden flood of anger. He wanted to fight him. He wanted to hurt him. However, to do that he would need to get him alone first. "Kurogiri, could you warp me and you know who to an area where we won't be disturbed?" he asked politely. "Oh boy, the match between Midoriya and Bakugo is coming up," Denki said. "I wonder who's going to win?" Mount Lady asked. "You just have to wait and see," Devil said, drinking a mellow yellow. "Of course, I'll also send the students to other zones where they won't be able to interfere," he replied. "Here comes Eraserhead," Tamura butted in. The former pro-hero attacked the group and was starting to fight off the thugs like they were nothing. It seemed like they were amateurs after all. The students and 13 were running toward the exit. Devil let out a whistle as he smiles under his hood. "Glad to know there's someone isn't relying on quirks," Devil said. "Quirks doesn't make individuals dangerous. It's what they are capable of what makes them dangerous," Aizawa stated. "Agree, no matter powerful an opponent is, the person's skill able to turn a tide of the battle," Nezu said. "Kurogiri," Tamura started. "I understand," he replied. "While I'm at it, I'll send you Deku to a place for your battle. Expect that boy to be there in a few minutes." Izuku nodded. Kurogiri's power took hold again and Izuku was in a ruined city area. It was desolate and he was on flat ground. Perfect, he thought. This would be the perfect place to fight Bakugo without interference. After waiting for 2 minutes, Kurogiri's mist appeared again, bringing an angry Bakugo with it. At first, Bakugo didn't notice Izuku. He just swore about Kurogiri. "That fucking bastard. Those fucking villains, I'll fucking kill them," he shouted. "Bullheaded and an arrogant prick as usual," Devil said with distaste. "Is there someone we need to know about?" All Might asked. "This guy is completely different from the Bakugo than you know. He is more arrogant and his reason for bullying and hating Izuku is completely different," Devil said, causing everyone to be confused. "What do you mean?" Izuku asked. "How this Kachin is different from the Kachin that he knew. You just have to wait and see, Izuku," Devil said. Swearing and death threats, Izuku thought. Nice to see that he hasn't changed a bit. Bakugo examined the area around him when he noticed Izuku. "You one of them?" he asked in a murderous tone. He didn't pay attention to his classmates. Not that he needed to, they were all beneath him. Izuku took up a fighting stance as an answer. Bakugo smiled sadistically and punched his right fist into his left hand while causing an explosion as form of intimidation. Everyone is on the edge of their seats. The battle that they are waiting for. Who will come on top in this fight? Will it be the quirkless villain Midoriya Izuku or will it be the arrogant hero Bakugo Katsuki? Be careful, Deku-kun. Ochako thought to pray for her crush. Good luck, Midoriya-kun. Tenya thought. I hope my other self know what he is doing. Midoriya thought. You can do it, young Midoriya. All Might thought. This will be fun, he snarled. Izuku felt slightly nervous about fighting Bakugo. Give him hell. Razor's words echoed in his mind and he was calm again. He stared at Bakugo. That's right, I've trained for this, he thought. I'm not the same weak individual that you used to beat to a pulp. I'm Deku, the villain that will defeat you. With that he charged at Bakugo. Go get him, Midoriya. Kirishima cheered. Kick his ass. Testu shouted. You can do it, Deku-kun. Ochako cheered. Seeing his enemy move, Bakugo started to swing his right arm. However, Izuku was prepared for this and much faster too. As soon as Bakugo swung his arm, Izuku grabbed it, turned, and flipped him onto his back. Whoa! The audience shouted as they saw Izuku manage to get Bakugo on his back. Way to go, Midoriya! Kirishima shouted. You got him where you want to. Testu shouted. When you get someone on their back, get on top of them and punch them as hard as you can and as many times as you can. Izuku started doing just that. While doing so, every memory of Bakugo bullying came back to him, which made his punches more vicious. This is strangely satisfying, he thought. Am I the only one who worried about this? Denki asked. That just you, Devil said. But his behavior is rather unsettling, Momo said, given the fact he got a shitty life and that he is a villain and understandable, Dabai said. Knowing he'd be knocked out soon, Bakugo caused an explosion to phase Izuku and then another one to get him off. Bakugo stood up. His mouth was bleeding from the punches. This made him pissed as hell. He screamed out in anger and unleashed a flurry of expulsions on his opponent. Izuku flipped from place to place, dodging them with relative ease. This is the guy I was scared of, he thought. He's not that scary. Anyone who just shows their power around is nothing more than a weakling. All bark, no bite, Devil said. What the hell did you say? Katsuki said. Exactly, Devil said, dismissing Katsuki. He couldn't believe how well he was holding his own against Bakugo. Months of training were paying off. It seemed that all Bakugo had to rely on was his quirk. He had no training whatsoever in hand-to-hand fighting. So much for having a powerful quirk, Izuku thought. Izuku was actually surprised at the damage he'd done to Bakugo. He was a lot stronger than he thought. Compared to Razor, he was nothing. Razor is a mercenary and his teacher, so it's not that surprising. Present Mike said. After the training we saw when she is teaching Midoriya, Razor isn't someone who should be taken lightly. Aizawa said. It's come to show how dangerous she is. Midnight said. Indeed, however, I am interested to know where she learns it and where she comes from, Nezu said, sipping his tea. Seeing that he wasn't doing much at long distance, Bakugo rushed towards his enemy, swinging his right again. Seriously, does he think that will actually work this time? Izuku thought. However, he was wrong. Bakugo used his quirk to launch himself over Izuku. Seemed like he let his guard down. Aizawa sighed in disappointment. I wonder how Razor will react. Cementos wonder, as any normal teacher would. Disappoint, Devil answered. Got you now, he shouted while successfully hitting Izuku with a lot of explosions. Izuku lay on the ground with his clothes slightly torn and a crack in his mask. How'd you like that? Bakugo sneered. He assumed he'd won. He couldn't have been more wrong. A few seconds later, Izuku stood up, not showing any sign of feeling injured, something which shocked Bakugo. No fucking way, he spluttered. Bakugo's attacks may have been painful, but they didn't matter that much to Izuku. He was used to this sort of pain. Well, actually, he was used to much worse. Razor didn't play around. Bakugo moved to attack again, but Izuku came in very quickly and kneed him in the stomach. Bakugo flinched with pain. Izuku didn't stop, however. He grabbed Bakugo by the shoulder and started to repeatedly punch him in the stomach. Bakugo vomited slightly from this. Izuku then grabbed him by the shoulders and headbutted him so hard that part of his mask broke off, showing his right eye. He had broken Bakugo's nose also, as blood flowed from it. Izuku then let go of Bakugo, leaned back, and side-kicked him up into the air. Bakugo tried to retaliate, but Izuku was quickly behind him and grabbed him by the collar. He then ran and threw Bakugo into one of the ruined buildings, where crashed through the wall. When Izuku saw no movement, he assumed he was unconscious. Everyone, and I mean everyone, was in a complete shock. They never expected a quirkless person beat someone with a powerful quirk. This screen shattered their belief that quirkless being couldn't defeat someone with a quirk. However, none was more shocked than Izuku, Katsuki, and All Might, who have their eyes wide open and their jaw drop. Bakugo was defeated, Kirishima muttered. By someone who is quirkless, Denki said. I don't believe it, Minta said. Way ago, Deku-kun, Achako shouted, hugging him. Well done, Midoriya-kun, Tenya said, waving his arm up. Good job, Midoriya, Mina shouted. No fucking way, Katsuki shouted in his head. My other self defeat Kacchan without one for all. Izuku thought in complete shock. Young Midoriya able to defeat young Bakugo. All Might thought as his view changed completely. I did it, Razor. I won, he thought as he turned to leave. Izuku was hit by another explosion on the back, though this time he managed to remain standing. Hey, came a hoarse voice. This fight isn't over, you bastard. So don't turn your fucking back on me. Izuku turned to see Bakugo standing, blood running down from his forehead and 1 or 2 bruises on his arms. He looked rather pitiful. He looked like the state he'd put Izuku in for years. Strangely enough, it made Izuku happy to see him this way. I should have expected him to not go down without a fight, he thought. Bakugo stared at his opponent's eye for a moment. There's something familiar about it. Don't think about it. Just finish him off, he thought. For the first time in his life, he was hurt all over. He was used to dealing pain, not receiving it. The whole sensation was strange. He needed to finish it quickly. He held up his arm and reached for his gauntlet's trigger. They stored up his sweat, which was nitroglycerin, which allowed him to create explosions. With the amount stored up in them both, it would be like firing a rocket launcher. What? Inko shouted as her fear for her alternate son about to grow. You shouldn't worry, Devil said, causing her to look at him. If I know one thing, is that someone with a strong will is too stubborn to die. Izuku didn't know why, but something told him to get as far away from Bakugo as possible. If he was reaching for his gauntlets, then they clearly weren't just for show. He started running, and as he did, Bakugo shouted, "Die!" Suddenly there was a huge explosion that came at him very fast. Izuku instantly pulled out his grappling hook and shot it towards the nearest building on his left. The explosion came at him too fast, however. While he managed to avoid death, part of his legs had been burned. Izuku examined the damage Bakugo had done. It was very wide scale. What the fuck is wrong with him? He could have killed me or one of his allies in that, Izuku thought, alarmed. This is the first time I heard him cuss before, Denki said. Same, Kirishima agrees. You gotta swear sometimes, Devil said. Huh, how'd you like that? Bakugo yelled triumphantly. Clearly he had thought he had won. Okay, I've had enough of this, he said to himself. He walked toward Bakugo, who couldn't believe his eyes. Why won't you just stay the fuck down? He screamed as he prepared to attack him again with his other gauntlet. Izuku was prepared this time though. He threw one of his blades at one of Bakugo's hands, causing him to howl in pain. When you're in pain, put all your power into that point of pain and deliver the final blow. Izuku ignored the pain in his legs and charged at Bakugo. Bakugo tried to defend himself with his quirk, but Izuku leaped up, spun, and delivered a kick to Bakugo's face with full force. Bakugo fell back and his face landed hard onto the ground. He didn't get up. Izuku checked his face. He was unconscious. I won, he declared before walking off. Good job, Midoriya. Devil compliment. It was my other self, Izuku stated. I know, but Razor have a heyday with you, Devil said, causing Izuku to shiver. Shirajiri, I'm finished over here, Izuku told him over the communicator in his mask. That's good to hear. I had a camera or two around your area, so your battle has been recorded for Razor to see, Kirajiri told him. All Might's here, by the way, and the pros will be here soon also. I suggest you make your way back to us at the center. I will, Izuku replied. As he walked, he could really feel the pain in his legs. Bakugo did a better job than he thought. I'm almost there now, he said to himself as trudged along. Suddenly he heard a scream. He turned to see a girl in pink being held to the ground by one of the thugs. She looked terrified. Uraraka. Her classmates shouted in worry and concern. Ochako was in shock as she started to breathe heavy, seeing her other self about to get raped by a villain. Tenya and Izuku quickly sent to her side, comforting her. The pro heroes, on the other hand, are quite furious seeing a villain about to rape a girl. That bastard, Midnight said. People like him are scum, Mount Lady said. Surprising, even the League of Villain is discussed about this. Sure, they may be villains, but there are some lines that not might to be cross. I'm going to kill him, Toga shouted. I burn them if I come across people like him, Dabai growled. Now then, the thug declared. Let's have some fun, shall we? Izuku had a very good idea of what he was about to do and headed towards them. He may have been a villain now, he may be a colder and serious person, he may be willing for heroes to die, but rape, that was a different story. Despite his time with the League, Izuku still possessed a certain degree of morality. The girl looked terrified when he saw another villain appear. The thug turned to Izuku and said, What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy? Izuku, annoyed with his tone, tased in the neck, knocking him out cold. The girl was stunned at what just happened. The audience let out a sigh of relief seeing Izuku save Ochako from a fate worse than death. The heroes let out a smile that even though Izuku a villain, he's still a good person. Way to go, Midoriya, Kirishima shouted, giving him a thumb up. Way to save Uraraka from that rapist. Toru shouted. You're a true man, Midoriya. Testu shouted, giving him a pat on the back. Thank you, Izuku said, feeling glad that his other self saves her. Deku-kun, Ochako called, getting Izuku attention. She surprises him as Ochako gives him a tight hug. Thank you. I smell a harem coming on, Devil said, causing everyone to look at him. What? Nothing, they said as they look at the screen. Noticing her expression, Izuku said, if you don't want that sort of thing to happen to you, then I suggest you run. At first she didn't move, she was still shocked. Izuku glared at her and yelled now. With that she scrambled away while still looking at Izuku. He then turned and proceeded to where his allies were. He arrived just in time to see All Might blast that bird-like creature out of the building. There were a bunch of unconscious thugs. Tamura was also there with Kirajiri looking very pissed off. Are you guys alright? Izuku asked them. Namu got beat, Tamura raged. So that's what that thing was, Izuku realized. He made his way to them. He also looked at All Might. It was strange. His childhood idol was now his enemy and a kill target for his new group. Oh shit, I forgot that Midoriya is a villain and All Might ruin his dream. Denki said. You don't need to remind me. All Might said this is one of his greatest regrets even if he is from another world. All Might was staring at the new arrival. Great, just what I need, and I've already gone past my limit, he thought. He inspected him further. There were burn marks over him and he was slightly limping. He's injured, he realized. Those marks, did Bakugo do that to him? He knew the boy well enough to know what kind of damage he could deal. I take it you finally defeated that explosion user, Kirajiri said. They are talking about Bakugo, he thought. Yeah, I beat him, the new villain said with pride. I beat him to a bloody pulp. Look like he's proud of his work, Dabai said with a smirk. Razor trained him rather well if he able to take him down, Spinner said. All Might tensed slightly in anger of this. You, he said in a furious tone. The villain turned to look at him. Relax, he isn't dead, just unconscious, the villain told him. All Might was both slightly relieved and surprised at this. What the hell, Deku, yelled Tamura. Why didn't you finish him off? Did he forget Midoriya's conditions when joining the league? Denki asked. Knowing him, he did. Kurogiri sighed. You know very well that I don't kill, he retorted. That was one of the conditions I set when I joined this group, remember? Now All Might was definitely surprised. Deku, he wasn't a killer yet, he joined this band of villains with some conditions. Just who was he? Izuku noticed that All Might was steaming. He's reached his limit, he realized. I'm surprised Midoriya haven't told them, Zero said. Either they know or that All for One is waiting for Midoriya to tell them, Takoyami said. Izuku remembered that from their last encounter All Might had told him that he can only use his power up to 3 hours a day. When he steamed he reached his limit and reverted to his real form, something no one else knew about. Izuku didn't know why, but something told him to keep his mouth shut at that moment. He was in possession of a very valuable piece of information. If he blurted this out now, All Might would most definitely know who he was. Not only that, but they were at a disadvantage with so little forces and the pros on their way. Tamura, Kurogiri, let's withdraw for now, he told them. We're at a serious disadvantage with him here and the pros on their way. Also, our ace was just blasted out of here and our forces are down. The two just stared at him. He's right, Tamura. The situation isn't in our favor, Kurogiri stated. Tamura scratched his neck in frustration. Okay, fine, he relented. He turned to face the symbol of peace and said, All Might beware, because your days as the symbol of peace are numbered. All Might grunted in response. We'll see about that. For some reason, though, he was still staring at Deku. Did he recognize Midoriya already? Sato shouted. No, he probably just thinking that he sees him somewhere. Devil stated. From the sound of his voice, he seems to be in his teens. Also that eye, why does it seem familiar? All Might pondered. This boy probably wasn't that much older than his students. It made him sad to think that someone this young had become a villain. His thoughts were interrupted, however, at the one called Kurogiri using his quirk. Kurogiri's mist then surrounded them and they disappeared from the area. During the transport, however, Izuku lost consciousness. Midoriya, his classmate shouted in concern. Don't worry, he isn't dead, Aizawa said, getting a sigh of relief from his students. At his apartment, Izuku woke up surprised to see that he was in his apartment. He moved his legs slightly, but he felt no pain in them. He inspected his body. There were no signs that he'd ever been injured. It wasn't a dream if that's what you're thinking, came a voice he knew all too well. Izuku looked to his right to see Sensei sitting at the table drinking what could have been tea or coffee. Hello, Deku, he greeted the boy. It's good to see that you're awake. Oh no, is he in trouble? Koji asked. I hope not, Gyro said. Sensei, you're here, Izuku replied, stunned. He had spoken with the man before but had never met him in person. Why are you here? Izuku asked before he could stop himself. Was he in trouble? Once again, Sensei seemed to know what he was thinking. You're not in any trouble. I came today to sort out a few issues with the league and just thought I'd check up on you. You came back with a few burn injuries and have been out for nearly 2 days now. We had to use that regeneration drug of yours though, he explained. Deku-kun create a regeneration drug, Achako said in surprise. Having something like that on the hero side would be most helpful, Recovery Girl said. Still, just how different from the Midoriya we know? Denki asked. You found out soon, Devil said, knowing that the hero and villain are planning to make a regeneration drug. Thank you, Izuku replied. However, I'm guessing you didn't come to just check up on me. He knew Sensei well enough to know that he wouldn't come here in person unless it was very important. Sensei grinned. Observant as ever, I see, he said. You're right, I came here to discuss something with you. Something that happened during the assault on UA. And I'm not talking about your fight. That was impressive. How did he know that? Mizo asked in shock. He probably hacks the camera to see Midoriya fight and how the assault will go out. Power Loader answered. Another to upgrade our security, Nezu said, sipping his tea. Izuku sat up straight and faced him. It's about your decision to retreat. There were cameras around the area, so I saw the entire ordeal. While your reasoning was logical, and the pros did show up shortly after you'd left, there was something else that made me curious, he informed Izuku. Why didn't you tell the others that All Might had reached his limit? Izuku was definitely surprised now. He knows, Denki shouted. Well, he is All Might's archenemy, Tsuya said. If he knows about that, then he must have a history with All Might, he realized. He took a deep breath. He needed to be careful about his answer. It's because I knew it that I didn't tell them, Izuku explained. Oh, Sensei responded, amused. Let me point out something. I told you about my first encounter with All Might. During that encounter I learned about his little weakness. However, I also learned something else. He told me that not a lot of people know about this. Therefore, since I am one of these people, blurting it out would have led to my identity being exposed, he explained. Besides, you clearly know about it too, yet you didn't tell the others, so you're in the same boat. How you know it? From what I've seen of you, every time All Might has been mentioned you got angry, meaning you've some sort of history with him. So tell me, am I wrong? There was silence. I think got yourself in trouble, Midoriya, Sato said. I hope Deku-kun won't get punished, Ochako said in concern. I think you went a little bit too far, Midoriya-kun, Tenya said, worry for his friend. Maybe I went a little too far, he thought nervously. However, Sensei started laughing. Izuku was now confused. It appears I underestimated you, Deku. You are correct with that assumption, he told the boy. Your answer for not telling the others is also acceptable. The hero let out a sigh of relief knowing Izuku won't get punished. I'm glad he agrees with you, Midoriya, Mina said. But to hear Sensei for underestimating him is quite rare, Kurogiri said. Midoriya-kun is rather observing and his answer is rather reasonable, Tenya said. He wasn't joking either. If Deku had figured all that out from observing, then he was a lot smarter than he originally thought. I passed with All Might. Well, to explain I would have to tell you about my origins, something which I have no intention of doing, Sensei told Izuku. However, if you know about his weakness, then I can tell you about his quirk. Izuku shifted slightly in response. No one knew the exact details of All Might's quirk. People just assumed it was strength enhancement. All Might's quirk is known as One for All, one passed on for generations. The screen ending as everyone now saw that the villain Izuku have won. Man, that fight was intense, Denki said. I know. Way more intense than the battle trials, Gyro said. Still, I can't believe a quirkless can defeat someone with a power quirk. Minta mutters in fear. It just to show you that quirk isn't everything, Devil said, getting up, stretching his body. Well, I think it's about time to take a break now, would it? I believe so, Nezu said, getting off his seat. Thank you for showing us something interesting, Devil said. No problem. Anyway, I'm off to train. Feel free to chat among yourselves or something, Devil said, leaving them. I must say that was a spectacular battle, Nezu said. I agree, the way Midoriya fight like that and saving that girl, Midnight said, placing her hand on her cheeks. It's turning me on. This caused the rest of the hero to sweat drop. They need to keep an eye on her so she won't take Midoriya. Still, I never imaging to see a villain saving someone, 13 said. Like Devil said, it may question how we view the world. All Might said, with the League of Villain. That was an interesting battle. All for One said. Indeed, Sensei. I never imagine a quirkless defeat someone with a quirk, Kurogiri said. I wonder about their reaction, Dabai said, getting everyone's attention. This is different from the attack of the USJ back in our world. You are correct. It would be wonderful to see their reaction, All for One said. But didn't we see the other people's perspective? Spinner said. I would be nice to see their reaction, especially about Izuku-kun. Toga gush. For now, we just have to wait and see what kind of future that world will show us, All for One said. Everyone is talking among themselves as they just witness a quirkless person defeat someone with powerful quirks. They never thought it was possible, but after the fight, they saw change their mind completely. Many people that believe with quirks, or at least powerful ones, could never be defeated. They still processing this, while other individuals, such as Nezu, Aizawa, and All for One, are impressed by this. This shows that quirks isn't everything. Man, I still can't believe Bakugo lost to a quirkless, Denki said. I know what you mean. I never thought it was possible for a quirkless to defeat someone with a powerful quirk, Zero said. I know what you mean. That fight was pretty intense, Toru said, causing the rest of class wanted to nod. But still, I'm glad that Midoriya is willing to save people, Nina said, as they remember that Ochako almost got raped. I guess even as a hero or a villain, Midoriya still have a kind heart, Sato said. Class 1B. That fight was pretty intense, Setsuna said. I know. The way Midoriya beat Bakugo without a quirks is still surprising, Yosu said. Still, it's nice to see Bakugo get his ass kicked by a quirkless, Tagaru laughed. But it's nice to see Midoriya save Uraraka from that villain, Ibara said. If I ever meet someone like him, I'll punch them in the face, Tetsu said, cracking his knuckles. Well, he is a gentleman, unlike a certain pervert, Kendo muttered as the rest of the girls stare at Minta in disdain. Pro heroes. I never thought I would see a quirkless defeat someone with a quirk, Ectoplasm said. I know what you mean. It's still shocking even now, Present Mike said, still a shock. Guess Nezu is right about quirkless match those with quirk, Power Loader said. What do you think, All Might? Kamui Wood said, looking at the former #1 hero. But he didn't hear him. All Might is in deep thought. During his time when he was training with his master, Nana, he thought it was impossible for a quirkless to defeat someone with a powerful quirk. But after hearing what the alternate Nezu said about quirkless matching those with quirks, he thought it might be possible since Aizawa have been using his skills in hand-to-hand combat to take down the villain. But after seeing the villain Izuku defeat Katsuki without a quirk or all for one, he is now convinced that it is possible for a quirkless to become a hero. Maybe I was wrong about quirkless can't become a hero. Maybe what Nezu and Devil said was right. All Might thought. All Might. Snipe called, snapping out of All Might's thought. Yes, is there something wrong? You have been quiet after the video, Snipe said as the rest of the heroes look at him in concern. It just, perhaps what Devil and Nezu about quirkless match those with quirks were true. All Might said, with the League of Villain. That world have become quite an interest the more time we watch. All for One said, indeed, Sensei. That Midoriya sure have become a great asset to the League. Kurogiri said, indeed he is. Have what I have know about his quirks analyst. I would have him join us as soon as possible. All for One said. A portal opens up as Devil walks out of it. So you all ready for the next scene? Devil asked. Indeed we are, Devil-san. Are we going to watch the aftermath of the USJ incident? Nezu asked. Yes, we are. Take a seat and let's enjoy the show, Devil said as they went to their seats, causing the screen to turn on. It had been a few days since the attack on UA and some of the students were still recovering from the experience. Despite this, however, they were all excited for upcoming sports festival where they would get their chance to show off their quirks to the pros in an effort to be scouted by them. Although, there were some people still not at ease, namely 2 students and the UA staff. Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo was less than enthusiastic about the upcoming sports festival. He was still furious about his battle with dark-dressed villain. Looked like he's mad that he got his ass kicked by Midoriya. Tetsutestu laughed. Serve him right, Dabai said with a smile. How the fuck could I have lost? I'm supposed to be the best and the strongest, but I still lost, he raged. More like weakest, Devil said, causing Katsuki to glare at him. What did you say, bastard? Katsuki shouted. That just proves my point. They say, the weaker the dog is, the louder they bark. A perfect example for you, Devil said, causing Katsuki to growl but know that he's right. Damn it, Katsuki shouted in his head. As much as he hated to admit it, he had lost the fight, and it really pissed him off. When he woke up in the recovery girl's office, he was covered in bandages. It was later that he was informed of the injuries he sustained. There were even x-rays to prove it. That bastard had done more than mess up his face. Those shots to his stomach, they had broken 2 of his ribs as well. It was all too humiliating for him. Sure, his injuries had healed, but his pride had been damaged in a way that would never heal. Not unless he got payback on that bastard who beat him. Damn, being beaten like that. It reminds of how I used to kick the crap out of Deku, he thought. He froze once he did though. Deku, he said to himself. He remembered the villain's eyes. They were green, they were the same as Deku's. Then, does that mean the one I fought was Deku? He thought, horrified. Did Bakugo realize he was fighting Midoriya? Denki asked, worry for his friend. Knowing him, he thinks that the person he fights isn't Midoriya. Hitoshi said. True, Bakugo can be a real jerk. Mina agreed. He thought about it a little more and then smirked. No fucking way. That couldn't have been Deku. He's a useless, quirkless piece of shit who can't do anything right. He could never beat me, he realized. That villain must have had an endurance or strengthening quirk of some sort to be able to take that sort of damage from me. He knew Deku well enough to know he wasn't a fighter, he wasn't anything. A quirkless reject like Deku would never able to put him in the state he was. I'm just stressed out, he decided. I should just prepare for the sports festival. It's there that I'll be able to prove to everyone at this school, no, the world, that I'm the best. I seriously doubt it, Devil said. Knowing this, he will just look down on others, Dabai said. How did he get into UA? Anyway, Spinner asked. Ochako Uraraka. Uraraka wasn't overly enthusiastic about the sports festival. She was excited and wanted to prove herself to the pros so she'd be one step closer to realizing her dream, of course. However, she still couldn't get that villain dressed in black she'd met a few days ago. During the assault, she had been captured by one of those villains. What he was going to do to her, she had an idea of what it was and she really didn't want to think about it. She had screamed for help but none of her classmates or teachers were around. That's when he came along, the villain in black. At first she thought he was there to help the other one. However, she was not prepared for what happened next. Rather than help his ally, he tased him unconscious and told her to run. The entire event had been shocking for her. She had been saved by a villain. She still couldn't believe it. The only person she'd really told about it was Alina. Alina, that girl that we saw a few episodes ago. Gyro asked. I'm surprised Uraraka make a friend from a different course, Tenya said. I guess with Deku-kun isn't there. We're not a friend, Ochako said. While is glad that her other self is making a friend. She couldn't feel like without her best friends and her crush. Don't worry, you get your Deku-kun sooner or later, Devil said with a hidden smile. Why did he save me? She wondered. He's a villain, so shouldn't he be a bad person who enjoys hurting others? She is thinking about Midoriya saving her from being raped. Momo said to remember the incident. Who wouldn't? I mean, she about lost her virginity if Midoriya hasn't saved her. Kirishima said. If I meet someone like that, I'll punch him in the face. Tetsu shouted. Her thoughts were interrupted, however, when she bumped into a large figure. It her most famous teacher, All Might. It looked as though he was dressed for some sort of meeting as he had a suit on. Watch where you're going, young Uraraka. You might get hurt otherwise, he told her. Sorry, sir. She apologized quickly before trying to move on. He stopped her before she could, however. Hey, is there something bothering you? He asked politely. You've been spaced out since the incident. At least that's what I've noticed from class. Oh shit. Denki shouted as he got stabbed by a knife. Language. We got a kid here. Devil said. I wonder how Uraraka will respond to it. Momo said worry for her classmate. She have to. Uraraka can't hide it forever. Aizawa said. Uraraka said nothing. If something's troubling, don't hesitate to come to one of us for help. It's what we're here for, he assured her. Uraraka wasn't sure what to do. Then a thought came to her. All Might was there most of the time before the pros arrived. Maybe he saw him. All Might, during the assault a few days ago, did you see a villain dressed in black, wearing a broken helmet and looked as though he had been burned by something? She asked nervously. All Might's eyes widened in recognition. Yes, actually. His name was Deku, I think. He was one of the few villains that escaped, he told her. Uraraka didn't know why, but she was relieved at that information. She is relieved that a villain got away. Anjiro said, confused. He did save her from being raped, Siro said. I would be glad too if someone that saves me escapes, Toru said. Why, did something happen? He asked, noticing her expression. She hesitated for a moment before speaking up again. It's like this, and she explained what had happened to her. I see, he said, surprised. Well, I'm very relieved that you weren't harmed in any sort of way. So am I, she replied. But that's not what's troubling me. What I'm bothered about is why I was saved by him. By a villain. I just can't understand why he'd do it. The heroes in training were silent as they have no idea what to say about this. From what they learn from their society, the hero is the good guy and the villain are the bad guy. But when they saw that world Izuku saving Ochako from being raped despite the fact he is a villain. But that is only because that Izuku still have his moral while the other villain doesn't. I wonder how All Might will respond. See, you wondered. I'm like to know as well, Nezu said, sipping his tea. All Might said nothing. I don't understand it either, but perhaps it was because he wasn't a completely bad person, he told her. She stared at him. You really think so? She said. All Might nodded. Villains vary in personality. Some are pure evil, some aren't, he explained. He's right, Nezu said, causing everyone to look at him. Villains come in different forms. Some are evil, some are not. Some are a force to become villain while others are not. But in the end, we must not forget that they are living beings just like us. They deserve a second chance to redeem the crime they have a common. He's right. It is our job as a hero to give them another chance in life. All Might said with his usual smile. I might agree with you with some of that statement, Nezu, but sometimes people don't deserve redemption. Devil thought to know some sick people in the world. Uraraka considered what he had just said and decided to accept it. Thanks, All Might, she said cheerfully. No problem. When in need, come to us for help. It's what we're here for, he replied. I'd better get going then. I need to prepare for the sports festival, she told him. Good luck, he said to her as she turned and headed back to class. The staff room. Principal Nezu had called a meeting of some of the teachers at UA. In attendance were himself, All Might, Midnight, Blood King, and Snipe. Naomasa Tsukachi, a detective from the police force, was there as well, giving a report on the League of Villains. He revealed that there wasn't any information on the villains that escaped. The teachers also discussed Shigaraki Tamura's character as well as the Namu creature. Despite these discussions, All Might was still curious about something. Naomasa, are you sure you don't have any information on the villain Deku? All Might asked his friend. No, the detective replied. There's no records on him. No previous appearances, no known crimes. It seems like this was his debut. Is something on your mind, All Might? Nezu asked. All Might stared at the desk. It's just that Deku, he was different from all the other villains, he explained. Is All Might going to tell them about Midoriya rescuing Uraraka? Siro asked. You have to. After all, the police need all the information on him. Shoto said. In what way? Midnight asked curiously. Everyone else there was now curious also. It's strange, but despite being a villain, he didn't seem like one, he told them. He doesn't, Ochako muttered as she is worried about that version of her crush. He'll be fine, Uraraka, Tenya said as he and Izuku comforting their friend. I'm sure my other self will be okay, Izuku said with a smile, telling her that his other self is okay. You're right, Deku-kun, Ochako said with a smile. Now everyone was confused. It's like this. He fought against and beat Bakugo to a pulp but didn't kill him, more like he refused to. He stated he didn't kill, and that was one of the conditions he made when he joined their group. More than that, he seemed like the reasonable member of the league since he pushed for them to retreat when the odds were seriously stacked against them, he told them. No one said anything. But that's not all, he continued. I just learned that from a student named Uraraka that one of the villains tried to rape her. When that happened, Deku intervened and saved her. He told her to run also. The teachers and detective were stunned at what they had just learned. The idea of a villain saving one of their students seemed absurd, yet it had happened. I guess it is kinda surprising to hear a villain rescuing someone, Denki said. We'll be surprised too if we hear something like that, Zero said. Still, it will be interesting to hear that something happens in our world, Momo said. You're right, that doesn't seem like a villain, Blood King stated. He still attacked one of the students though, so he's still our enemy, Snipe piped in. All Might, do you have any more information you could give us? Iyamasa asked. The symbol of peace thought hard about his answer. His mask was slightly broken so I could see that he had a green eye. Also from the sound his voice he seemed around the same age as most of the students, All Might explained. Someone that young becoming a villain, that is sad to hear, Nezu said. Although, from your description it would seem that he hasn't been a villain for too long. If given the right push he could become a hero. Though that depends on him really. Everyone stared at Nezu. A villain turning into a hero was something that very rarely happened. Also, he was saying the exact same thing about Shigaraki a minute ago but realized the naivety of it. But this boy, he seemed to think it was possible. Is it really that real for a villain to turn into a hero? Kirishima asked. We never have any cases of the villain turn into a hero. But I wish it's possible, Nezu said. Somehow I doubt it, Devil muttered. Well, thanks for that, Naomasa said. With very little information we need all the help we can get. We don't even know what his quirk is, though that boy Bakugo thinks it was some sort of strengthening or endurance quirk, though there's no proof of that. He could be quirkless, you know, Nezu told him. Everyone stared at him. I'll make a note of that, the detective replied uncertainly. The idea of a quirkless person being able to do this sort of thing seemed absurd. All Might remembered what Nezu had told a few weeks ago about how quirkless people could be on par with those with quirks. No, consider it a possibility. He told Naomasa, quirks aren't everything in this world. Most were surprised at his statement. Nezu, on the other hand, was happy that All Might was taking what he'd told him to heart. It's good to see All Might change his view, Nezu said, happy, drinking his tea. Quirks aren't everything. It's your abilities that matter, Aizawa said. Naomasa took note of that and left. The next thing the teachers did was discuss the upcoming sports festival. Shortly afterward, the meeting ended. Later that day, All Might walked to the staff room finished for the day. He was planning on watching the sports festival closely to look for a potential successor. The meeting from today was still in his mind. A quirkless person, could they really have done that? He wondered. Since his conversation with Nezu, he started to consider it more but still found it hard to believe. He had to consider it a possibility though. Can someone without a quirk become a hero? I don't think it's possible, kid. All Might stopped. That again, he thought. He started to reflect his action. Recovery Girl said. Maybe he will save Midoriya from the league, Denki said. But they save his life. I doubt Midoriya would just leave them like that. Momo said. Whatever the case, we'll just have to wait and see. Shoto said. Ever since he talked to Nezu, he had started thinking more about that boy. He could still remember his voice, how he'd admired him, his face when All Might had told him that he couldn't become a hero. He could have sworn tears were about to erupt from those green eyes of his. Green eyes, All Might realized suddenly. He remembered that Deku had possessed similar eyes. And his voice. All Might thought very hard about his and the boys. They're the same, he thought, horrified. It looks he finally realizes it. All for one said, smiling, seeing his archenemy face. I wonder what he will do, knowing the fact that he caused Midoriya to become a villain. He could be quirkless, you know. Nezu's words echoed in his ears. No, don't tell me. That boy couldn't be. He said without realizing it. That boy was Deku. He didn't want to believe it. Don't tell me I pushed him to that point, he thought. Indeed you did, All Might. And from the last episode, my other self must have explained about One for All and your origin to Midoriya. I wonder how he will feel about his former idol being quirkless. All for One mocked, causing All Might to glow at him. Oh, don't look at me like that. After all, it is your other self that caused him to become a villain. That is true, but I'm sure my other self will save young Midoriya from you. All Might said. We shall see. All for One said. What am I going to do? He wondered. If he's Deku, then that means I'll have to. He knew he'd have to stop him. He thought about it a bit more. That boy had idolized heroes. He was a good person. Deku had saved Uraraka and refused to kill. He hasn't been a villain for too long. Those facts made it seem more realistic. And he was quirkless also. As he pondered over his options, he decided to keep this to himself. Until I have more evidence I can't act, he thought. He would have to find that boy first. But how? He didn't even know his name, though he did know what he looked like. The government has a list of people who are quirkless. Maybe I could get Naomasa to show me it, he said to himself. He needed to find out the truth. If that boy had become a villain, maybe there was still a way to save him. The scene ends as Devil gets up as he stretches his body. I will be away for quite some time. You guys can discuss what happens next. Devil leave the room as they are discussing what the next episode going to show and what All Might will do about Izuku. So what is the next episode going to bring? Zero asked. Probably Midoriya being mad at All Might. I would be too if my idol is a former quirkless. Denki said. I would be best if we wait and see, Shoto suggests. I agree with Todoroki. We must wait and see what the next event is, Tenya said. But I want to know how All Might going to save Midoriya-chan. See, you wonder. He will probably look at whatever information they have on Midoriya. After all, he won't be able to save him if he doesn't know what he have gone through. Toyokami said. That is true. I wonder is that world Deku-kun's past will be different. Achako wonder. I am curious about it myself, Izuku said. So what you think we going to see next? Denki asked. Probably Midoriya going to the sports festival. After all, he is in the League of Villains. Gyro said. I wonder if he going to write down quirks from the hero course. Sito said. Probably. I meet all for one want to know every quirks on the hero course, Mina said. But this is Deku-kun we're talking about. He will write down a note on every quirks he sees. Achako stated. That is correct. Midoriya-kun is the type of person that will do that. Tenya agreed. The portal opened as Devil appeared in the room, stretching his arms out as he let out a sigh. Are we ready for the next event? Devil asked. Indeed we are, Nezu said as everyone nodded in agreement, wanting to know what happens next. They took their seats and grabbed some snacks, causing the screen to turn on for the next event. Izuku walked along slowly to the sports festival. He had plenty of time before it started. He wore a black hoodie, trousers, and combat boots. He also wore a black scarf to try and cover his face and red contact lenses so he wouldn't be recognized by anyone. Sometimes when he went out he would see his mother out searching for him. Izuku felt his heart shatter seeing his mother desperately searching for him. Mom, Izuku said with a sad expression on his face as his friend went over to comfort him. Don't worry, Midoriya-kun. I'm sure your mother will be all right, Tenya said, cheering up his friend. He's right, Midoriya. You shouldn't worry about your mother, Momo said. Your mom will be okay. Deku-kun, Achako said, cheering him up. Thank guys, Izuku said with a smile. It seemed that despite all the time that had passed she believed he was still alive. Whenever he did see her he always felt guilty for leaving her without an explanation. He also occasionally felt the urge to walk over to her and come back home, but he always held it back. He remembered why he left. That home of his was part of the very society that rejected him. He didn't belong there, not anymore. Besides, Inko was safer without him in her life, though he figured she was very lonely since his father went off to work in some other country shortly after he was born and hadn't been heard from since. Okay, seriously. What the fuck? Why isn't your dad back in Japan? Kirishima shouted in anger. Maybe he's busy. Izuku said. I doubt it. I know an asshole father when I see it. Dabai said, causing Shoto to nod in agreement. They have memories of their asshole's father, and Endeavor abused them when they were little. Since then, they hold resent for what he did to them and what he did to their mother. But he should have at least know about your disappearance, Mina stated. All of you will learn about his father in this world soon. Devil said. Pull yourself together. You've got a mission to do, he thought. 2 nights ago he was given a mission by Sensei to go to the sports festival and analyze the quirks of the students participating. According to Sensei, they were likely to become future enemies of the league, so it was best to have knowledge on their abilities beforehand. Although, Izuku got the feeling they were looking for potential members, or at least worthy quirks for Sensei to steal. Izuku was surprised when he learned what Sensei's quirk was. He had never heard of someone being able to give others quirks before. He was only told about it because he needed to explain about All Might's quirk, which came from him. He didn't go into much detail about it though. He didn't want to explain his past, or so it seemed. Izuku continued to the festival with his backpack full of notebooks. He was going to be recording like crazy. UA staff room. All Might was sitting alone getting ready for the festival. He would be expected to make an appearance towards the end to present the medals to the victors. This would also be a good chance to look for a successor. This was more necessary than before since his allotted time to use one for all had been reduced to 50 minutes from his battle with Namo. However, his mind was focused on another matter. He had spoken to Naomasa about seeing the list of quirkless people who had promised that he would be able to see it. Surprisingly enough, the government didn't place much security around or care who looked at it, which All Might found strange. Why the government didn't put security on the quirkless? Momo asked. They probably think that no one will look upon quirkless due to them of not having a quirks, Tamura replied. Just to show you how the government cares more about people with quirk than quirkless, Dabai said. Bunch of dumbasses if you ask me. Devil said. Naomasa would be coming next week to talk with him as he still had a lot of work to do. All Might didn't mind though. He knew how busy his job was. While he didn't want to believe it, he had to consider the possibility that the boy he'd met nearly a year ago was Deku. They seemed so similar. If he was, then it was most likely his fault for the boy's transformation. That meant he had to be the one to fix it. However, despite his assault on Bakugo, Deku had displayed certain qualities of a hero from what he had seen and heard of him. That meant that there was still hope. I will find out the truth, he swore. If you are Deku, then I will stop you, and I will save you. Save him? Aren't you the one that put him on this path? All for one taunt with a smirk, causing All Might to glare at him. My other self made a mistake. I'm sure he will save Midoriya Shounen from your evil hand. All Might said. We shall see. All Might. All for one said. UA Sports Festival stands several hours later. Izuku had been recording what he saw like mad. Throughout the first and second rounds, he watched each of the competitors use their quirks and analyzed them, which wasn't very difficult. He was also able to keep up thanks to the monitors. It was the rounds of combat that he watched intently. The competitors that had made it that far were the most skilled and dangerous. Most of the 1A group had made it to this round. Izuku knew each of them, of course. He had looked at the list from the unforeseen simulation joint enough to remember their faces. Some, however, stood out more than others. Shoto Todoroki was the son of the infamous hero Endeavor and possessed a quirk that allowed him to manipulate ice. Although from what Izuku had seen, he clearly had inherited his father's quirk as well, though he appeared reluctant, more like repulsed, to use it, though he didn't know why. The other was Tenya Ida. Izuku recognized his family name as the one who embodied the Turbo Hero Ingenium. His quirk only added further proof. As the battles began, Izuku recorded everything he saw, how people used their quirks and their battle styles. He watched Bakugo's first fight with Ochako Uraraka, who he recognized as the girl he'd rescued. Kaken's as violent as ever I see, he thought. When he isn't, Bakugo is always violent. Denki said, it just to show him that he is a whining little brat. Devil said, ignoring Katsuki's shouting. He watched as the girl tried to fight back with her anti-gravity quirk but was ultimately defeated. Seeing the state she was in, Izuku couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. It was the same state he'd been in many times. The battles went on and on until it was Bakugo versus Todoroki. At first, Todoroki seemed to have the upper hand with his ice quirk, but Bakugo managed to utilize his in a way to win him the match. For some reason, though, Bakugo wasn't happy with the way he had won and looked like was about to attack Todoroki until he was stopped by midnight. Izuku was going to leave at the presentation of medals when he noticed the state Bakugo was in. He was chained to the champion's podium where he was struggling violently to get himself free. In Izuku's mind, he looked like he was about to go on a murderous rampage. Amused, Izuku couldn't help but laugh at his former tormentor's situation. He also took note that Ada wasn't there despite having qualified for third place also. It was then that All Might arrived with a big entrance and catching the audience's attention and awe. Izuku, however, felt contempt towards the symbol of peace. This had all stemmed from when he learned about his quirk. Flashback. Passed on. What do you mean by that? Izuku asked, confused. Do you mean by bloodline? That one way to put it. Sito laughed. I would have thought the same thing when I hear about one for all, Minda said. It does sound logical, Momo said. That would be the logical idea, Sensei replied. But no, I mean it's passed on from person to person through DNA. Izuku was very surprised at this. He had never heard of anything like this before. The quirk originally came from me when I gave it to someone. That person, however, stood against me and passed it on to a successor to fight against me. The process has continued for several generations. As to why it came from me, well, my quirk allows me to take and give quirks to and from others, Sensei explained. That is all for one's brother, Mizo said. That's right. He's the one that passes his quirk down to his successor before he die, Mina said. Why are you telling me this? And several generations? Izuku asked, more confused. He couldn't understand why Sensei would just trust him with this sort of information. Sensei, why are you trusting him with that kind of info? Tamura asked. It would be his service for what he did to the League. It is reasonable enough to know about one for all origin. All for one said, considering everything you've done for the League, I think you've earned the right to know. Besides, the others know as well, so there's no reason to keep it from you, he told the boy. And as for the generations part, well, I simply stole a quirk that prevented me from aging. As Izuku processed all this information, he decided to accept what he was hearing as the truth. Knowing Sensei, he wouldn't joke about something like this. Then another thought came to mind. What is All Might's quirk exactly? You called it one for all, Izuku questioned. It's a quirk that stockpiles power, granting the user large boosts in strength, speed, and agility, the older man explained. Shortcut power. Devil coughed, causing them to look at him. What? It true. If he inherited that quirk, then what happened to his old one? Izuku asked curiously. He hadn't heard of All Might doing anything other than what Sensei described, so it was either he'd lost it or just hadn't shown it yet. All for one stared at the boy. Nothing, he stated. A quirk wouldn't be affected by getting a new one. You see, Izuku, he used to be like you. He was quirkless. Flashback end. Izuku had been rather angry when he found that out. That bastard, he thought, looking down on me for being quirkless when he used to be just the same. Karma a bitch, isn't it? Devil said, glaring at All Might, who looked down in shame. A former quirkless telling a quirkless that he can't become a hero. You're a fucking hypocrite, All Might. He's right, All Might. Quite a horrible thing to do to your biggest fan. All for one muck. He couldn't believe his childhood idol had the nerve say those things to him when he used to be in the same position. Having decided he'd seen enough, he took his notebooks and left the stadium. At the bar, I wonder if Razor's back, he thought. I wonder how Razor would react to Midoriya's fight with Bakugo. Tetsu asked. I just hope no, too bad. Izuku thought as he shivers what kind of punishment for letting his guard down. This caused his friend to notice as they went over to comfort him. Don't worry, Deku-kun. I'm sure she won't punish you that hard. Ochako said. She's right, Midoriya-kun. She will be quite pleased that you have defeated Bakugo thanks to her training. Tenya stated. Thank guys, Izuku said with a smile. But now at least I get to know her now. Oh yeah, Razor and that other Midoriya made a deal with each other. Denki remembered. I wonder what is her backstory considering that she is working with the League. Gyro asked. She had been away ever since the UA fight on a job for Sensei and he hadn't seen her since. It had been confirmed by Kirigiri though that she had seen the fight via recording. He had also been told that she would keep her part of the bargain, something which pleased him. He had learned a lot from her, and not just martial arts. Through her training he had become quite fluent in French and English from her verbally teaching him. He had also improved his computer skills and had learned how to hack. He was quite grateful. There is always room for improvement, Nezu said. Right you are, Nezu. There is something you can learn every day. Devil agrees. She did a great job of teaching the problem child, Aizawa said. Not to mention teaching him French and English, Present Mike added. But his ability to hack is going to be a problem in the future. Power Loader said as the rest of the hero nod. My other self made the right choice of having Razor training Izuku. All for one said with a smile. To his surprise, Razor was at the bar, along with an armored assailant on top of Tamura and stabbing him in the shoulders. Razor and Kirigiri were standing there like it meant nothing. Razor was no surprise, but Kirigiri, Izuku would have expected him to intervene. Holy shit, is that Stain? Denki shouted, pointing his finger at the screen. It is. He's so cool, Spinner shouted, going into his fanboy phase. Tamura growled as he remembers their first meet each other when he going to recruit the hero killer into the League, but he rejected it, saying that he is the worst kind of person and committed bloodshed without a cause. Tenya on the other hand glare at Stain as he's one that ended his brother's hero career when they first encounter each other. He about to take his revenge on Stain if it wouldn't for Izuku and Shoto, who open his eyes and realize his mistake. Since then, he makes sure that his fellow classmate or anyone won't follow that path that he was on. The assailant leaped back with a destroyed knife. He didn't seem to notice Izuku's presence, however. Tamura was complaining about his wounds. The other two seemed to notice Izuku. Welcome back, Deku, Kirigiri greeted him. I trust your mission went well. Izuku nodded in confirmation. The assailant turned to face Izuku, having finally become aware of his presence. The assailant had bandanas covering his face, a red scarf, and wore a surprised and intimidating expression. What the hell, Razor? He snarled. You kids join this psycho group. He and Razor know each other, Izuku asked. He and Razor know each other, Izuku thought. Echo, Devil said, causing some of the audience to laugh as Izuku blushed and sank into his chair. But seriously, how did they know each other? Gyro asked. He's my student, she replied simply. A runaway the League took in. I told you about him, Stain. Stain stared at Izuku for a moment before turning to Tamura. We are opposites, yet we seem to have the same goal. I have seen it in your eyes. They say those at death's door reveal their true colors. Even you have a creed you follow within you. Like me, you are working to destroy the current society, Stain explained. Tamura looked at Stain like he was a madman. Before he could say anything, Razor intervened. Tamura, Kirigiri, he isn't going to join. His and your ideals just don't mix, so let it go. Izuku stared at Razor. Something wasn't right. Normally she would have full-on attacked this guy, yet here she was being reasonable. She was smiling also, genuinely. Izuku couldn't ever remember her smiling except with sadism. Okay, who is she and what did she do to the real Razor? Denki asked. She the real Razor. The only reason she like this is, well, I'll let her explain it. Devil said. Since you're here though, I have a favor to ask if you'll follow me. She asked politely. The villain grunted and followed her out of the bar. Okay, would someone tell me what the hell is going on? He asked as he took out one of his regeneration drugs. It's always good to be prepared, Devil said. Expectantly, when you have regeneration drugs, Aizawa said. Really wish we have that, Present Mike said. He then injected Tamura with it, causing the villain to heal quickly. Kirigiri quickly briefed him on the situation. Stain was the notorious hero killer who had been eliminating various heroes he came across. Due to his combat experience, they had wanted him to join the league, but Stain took an instant disliking to Tamura, saying he's the type he despises most and tried to kill him. Tamura was still pissed about what Stain had said and stormed out for a walk. While Izuku understood the situation, there was something still bothering him. "Kurogiri, what's up with Razor?" he asked. She was acting odd. By that I mean she wasn't being violent, wasn't swearing, and was smiling in an unsadistic manner. "I actually don't know. She has some sort of history with Stain, she says," he replied honestly. Their conversation was interrupted by the two villains' return. "Well, now that that's settled, Deku, tonight you'll be going out with Stain. And then you'll be spending the entire week with him. This will be a sort of educational experience for you, as there's a few things you can learn from him," Razor explained. "Also, you could use a small break from the league. You're going to learn something from Stain." "I'm so jealous," Spinner shouted, causing Izuku to nervously chuckle. Tenya shaking in anger as Stain going to train Izuku his method and ideas. This caused Shoto and Izuku to stare at their friends, worry as the event is going to be different. "Huh," Izuku and Kurogiri shouted in unison. "But Razor, he started. "Don't worry, there will be no killing. Stain has agreed to put his crusade on hold for a week," she told him. "She did what?" Minta shouted as they are surprised that Razor got Stain to hold of his killing for a week. "How did she that?" Sato asked. No one said anything for a minute. "Razor, just what kind of relationship do you have with this guy that he would just agree to it?" "A few minutes ago he was ready to kill Tamura," Kurogiri asked curiously. "Stain here's a friend of mine, something I have very few of," she stated simply. "What?" The audience is in quite a shock as Stain and Razor are friends with each other. "She's a friend with the hero killer," Spinner shouted in shock. "When did this happen?" Mina asked. They couldn't believe what they'd just heard. Razor had friends. There was barely anyone she could stand to be around. "You're both wondering how this is possible, right? While it's true there are very few people I can stand, there are fewer I call friend. Now Stain and me, we tried to kill each other a lot in the past, but eventually came to respect each other's skill and became friends through fighting," she explained. "That's how she makes friends. Through death matches," Izuku and Kurogiri thought in unison. "Who the hell become friends when they training to kill each other?" Mount Lady asked. "A few crazy people that I know," Devil said as the one person come in mind, yelling, "Kuryu-chan." Then they reminded themselves that this was Razor. "I've already gotten permission from Sensei, so it's all right, Deku," she told him. "She got Sensei to approve of this," Tamura said, shocked. "She must have done a great job to the league if she has gotten that," Kurogiri said. "But it would be interesting to see how much he will improve," All for One said with interest. Izuku stared at Stain again, who looked at him intimidatingly. "Don't worry, kid. Everything's as Razor put it," he grunted. "I'll see you tonight at 8. Knowing he was in no position to refuse, Izuku nodded begrudgingly. "May I know what your quirk is first, though? If I'm going to work with you, I'd like to know what you can do." "Razor, you too. You promised you'd tell me everything," Izuku stated. This caused Class 1A and Enko to chuckle, as Izuku always asked people about their quirks. "Still the same," Ochako said with a smile. "That one problem that you need to work on that, kid. Something people won't tell you about your quirks," Devil said. "I will. However, you just reminded me of something," she said, walking over to him. Before he could react, Razor flipped and connected a kick with his head. Izuku fell to his knees. "During your fight you turned your back on the enemy. In doing so you almost died. Make sure it won't happen again, you little shit," she scolded. "And she's back," Izuku thought. "As for my quirk," she said while facing Izuku. Multiple blades of different sizes and shapes emerged from her body, not tearing her clothes. "I can manifest blades from any part of my body, one of which is sharp and strong enough to cut all might," she explained. "Mine is Blood Curdle, which lets me paralyze my enemy by tasting their blood. It varies with blood type though," Stain piped in. "There, are you happy?" Razor stopped. Izuku was rambling like an insane person at an asylum. She, and even Stain, found it weird. "Okay, that weird," Dabai said as the League and some pro heroes nodded in agreement. "Is he always like this?" Kamui Wood asked. "You have no idea." Class 1A, Inko, and the UA staff said. "Deku, what the fuck are you doing?" she asked. "Oh, that's right, you've never seen Deku in his state," Kurogiri said. "Whenever he sees a quirk he starts thinking of its uses, weaknesses, and ways to improve it. Well, whatever. When he snaps out of this, tell him to get some rest for tonight, and send Stain to where he needs to go," Razor told the mist villain before leaving. By the time Izuku had finished, Razor and Stain were gone and Kurogiri was staring at him patiently. The screen ended as everyone got off from their seats. This have gotten everyone interesting, as Izuku is going to be trained by the hero killer, Stain. "So Midoriya is going to learn something from the hero killer," Denki said. "I wonder what he going to teach him." Toga wonder. "Probably his cool move," Spinner said with excitement. "Now before I leave, there's going to be someone joining us," Devil said, causing everyone to be confused. "Who is it, Devil-san?" Nezu said, causing Devil to smile. "You already know the answer," Devil said as a flash of light appeared in the room and dropped the person. This got everyone to widen their eyes in shock and fear as the one person is in the room with them. "Where am I?" Stain asked. Stain is a little confused about why he is here. One moment he was in his cell and the next thing he knew a bright light appeared and transported him into this room, with the world's greatest hero in the same room with him. They explained to him that he is transported to a theater to watch an alternate version of Izuku, who instead of becoming a hero, becomes a villain. He was saved by the League of Villains when about to commit suicide by jumping off a building where Izuku and All Might first met. Needless to say, this shocked Stain completely as the boy who holds the essence of what a true hero stands have to turn into a villain. What even more shocking is the fact that his alternate self have befriended a girl named Razor, who his alternate self fight to the death battle with. Once more, Razor have requested his alternate self to hold off his crusade of purging of false heroes and train Izuku in his fighting style and techniques. This is too much information to process, Stain said. The fact is that we are watching another world, or that Midoriya is a villain? Denki asked, feeling scared of being in the same room with him. Both. I would never imagine that the boy would become a villain, Stain said, looking at Izuku. He believes that Izuku is one of the true heroes, just like All Might and other people that he knew during his vigilante days and his hero killer days. But to hear him that he have become a villain is quite a surprise to him. It's surprising to us too, Stain-san. That is why Devil is showing us this, to make us see that there are more to hero and villain. Nezu said as a portal opened up to reveal Devil walking into the room. Is he caught up with everything? Devil asked. He's know everything, All Might said. Even one for all? Devil asked, causing the heroes to flinch. All for one smile as he know what Devil about to do. We are going to tell him eventually, Izuku said, causing Devil to narrow his eyes at them. He needs to know. Now, Devil stated, causing Stain to look around confused. Know what? What is one for all? Stain asked, causing Devil to look at him. One for all. Wait, Devil is a special quirk that passed down to people through generation. Even All Might have it before he gives it to Izuku. Devil replied as he glared at All Might. In fact, when Izuku asked All Might if the quirkless can become a hero, he told him that they couldn't, despite him being a former quirkless himself. Stain widened his eyes in shock and disbelief as he turned his head toward All Might. He couldn't believe what he just heard. All Might, one of the true heroes that he saw, was used to be quirkless. Furthermore, he said that quirkless couldn't become heroes, which make him a hypocrite. This caused any respect and admiration toward him to disappear as he sees him now as one of the false heroes. Devil let out a smile under his hood as he senses the heroes glaring at him. What? Devil asked. Why did you do that? Izuku shouted. I just living up my namesake. Devil said so causally, by telling him that All Might was quirkless, telling Stain about one for all. Tenya exclaimed. It was necessary for Stain to understand about this world. He needs to learn about All Might's past actions toward Izuku when he first met, including when he used to be quirkless. Devil said as the screen turned on. Now shall we continue with the show? They all took a seat as they got their food and drink, waiting for the show to start. While Razor had told him to rest, Izuku started getting ready for tonight, and the week that came with it. His villain suit and mask had been repaired so he would be able to go out without anyone recognizing him. He was still nervous though. He had heard about Stain's deeds as the hero killer. He had killed at least 17, and his most recent attack, which was during the festival, was on Ingenium. The turbo hero wasn't dead. He'd been found before that happened, however he was in critical condition. That's what Izuku learned from the news reports. What was strange, however, were the effects of Stain's murders, in which crime rates actually decreased. What? The heroes in training and a few pro heroes shouted as they look at Stain. Stain noticed everyone is looking at him as he let out a sigh. The reason why crime have been decreased is that I killed the heroes who abused their power. Stain replied, causing them to be even more shocked. That impossible. There's no way that a hero would do something like that. Denki shouted in denial. He's right. You're nothing more than a liar, hero killer. Minda shouted. How dare you call Stain a liar, you fakers? Spinner shouted as he and people that respected Stain stood up. If you dare try to insult him again, I'll kill you. Dabai said in a cold and dark tone. I'll kill you for insulting him. Toga shouted, pulling out her knife. Enough. Devil shouted as he releases a powerful pressure, causing the people to fall onto their knees as they have trouble breathing. I will not have everyone picking a fight in this room. I've gathered you all here to watch and learn about this world, not to tear each other throat off. Now sit down and shut up. They nodded, making Devil hold back his power, causing them to breathe again. They know better not to anger him when they are in a room with him. On a side note, he was angry that Razor wasn't available to tell him about herself. Apparently, she'd gone on another job for Sensei, or so Kurogiri said. It was either that or she was purposely avoiding him, though he somehow doubted it. It didn't seem like Razor to run from her problems. Izuku packed his taser, grappling hook, some knives, some ice grenades, and several doses of his regeneration drug. He also had a bit of cash on him from Kurogiri to last him the week and a phone. He didn't know what he would be up against this week, so it was best to be prepared. Damn, Midoriya, you sure come to prepare. Denki said, causing Izuku to laugh sheepishly. It's good to be prepared once in a while. Plus, I am quite thankful for that world Kirigiri to give me money and a phone. Izuku said, knowing myself, it wants you to keep you safe, Midoriya. Kirigiri said, do you think that this have to do with that Laura girl? Dabai asked. It could be, Kirigiri said, still wonder who is Laura from that world. Well, it's nearly 8. I'd better go and see Kirigiri, he said to himself before exiting the room. Hasu City, so you're here? The hero killer greeted him. Good, then we can get started. Before we do, I'd like to know exactly what we'll be doing, Izuku replied. If that's all right. I also wondering about that, Tetsu said. He would probably teach him his fighting style, Ajiro said. You were right about that. After hearing what Stain have done to those heroes, it should obviously teach Midoriya to fight like him. Huryu said. It's more to it than that, Stain said, causing everyone to look at him. What do you mean? Izuku asked. When that woman Razor asked my other self to train him, he would not only training him my fighting style, but how to use your senses and using the environment to his advantage. I wouldn't be surprised if my other self trained him how to use killer intent. Stain explains. Killer intent. Setsuna said. Some of the audience are confused as her. Killer intent is abilities that increase the fear into your opponent's body. Letting it affect will come drastic effect like you is to not fight as well as you should or frozen in fear. Devil explained. So it's not a quirk? Mount Lady asked, causing Devil to facepalm himself. For fuck's sake. You and your damn society rely on quirks way too much. No, it's not a quirk. Everyone can use it, Devil said. Stain frowned. Well, to put it simply, I'll be going through knife skills and working on your senses and mobility. I will also be attempting to teach you how to channel your killing intent, Stain explained. Izuku was slightly surprised. Those were things that Razor could have taught him herself, so why would she want him to learn from this man? Maybe it really was just a way to give him a break from the league. However, he was curious about this killing intent. From the look in your eyes, I can tell you're wondering why Razor isn't going to teach you these things herself, Stain piped in. I must be really easy to read, Izuku cursed. Cause I swear, everyone has always been able to guess my thoughts. Yeah, you really need to work on that, Devil said, looking at Izuku. You are so easy to read even without you muttering a lot. He does have a point, Izuku. Inko agrees and looks at her son. Even I can figure out with you muttering. Izuku blushes in embarrassment, causing some people to chuckle. Stain ignored him. When she said this was an educational experience, it wasn't a joke. While you are with me, I shall be teaching you my way of life. The way I see the world, Stain told him. He then started jumping from wall to wall until he was at the top of a building. Follow me, he called out to Izuku. Seeing no reason to disobey, Izuku started to do the same thing but used his grappling hook to bring him the rest of the way. As soon as he'd reached the top, Stain motioned him to come over and sit with him on the edge. Before we start, I think it would be best if we get to know each other a little first. So go on, tell me a bit about yourself, Stain told Izuku. Well, this is interesting, Nezu said, sipping his tea. Indeed, we finally get to know the hero killer origin. Aizawa agreed as he and others are curious about his origin. Izuku hesitated for a moment. Then he decided that if he was going to work with this man, he was going to have to get along with him. Well, I'm 15. I lived with my mother until I joined the league. My hobbies are quirk analysis, science, and reading. My work for the league involves the first 2 hobbies. Also, I don't know if Razor told you, but I happen to be quirkless, Izuku told the hero killer. Stain didn't appear fazed by this, however. I'm 31. My parents died a long time. Up until about a year ago, I worked as a vigilante called Stental and eliminated criminals until a certain incident changed all of that. My hobbies include martial arts, listening to music, and killing the false heroes that plague this society. By the way, Razor did tell me you were quirkless, but I couldn't care less about that. The fact that you do not possess the quirk doesn't mean that you are weak, Stain told him. Some of the audience is surprised by not only he was a former vigilante Stental, but he didn't think quirkless are weak. They look at Stain, who notices them staring at him again. I have nothing against quirkless. They have the potential of becoming heroes just everyone else, Stain said. He's right. Aizawa agreed to cause everyone to look at him. As we have seen with that world Midoriya and Bakugo, he's able to defeat him by using Razor's training and his wit. That is why he can defeat him without a quirk. Let's this be a lesson to you all. Not many people think quirkless are weak, Devil said, causing some to lower their head. Still, I can't believe that the hero killer used to be a vigilante, Denki said. I know what you mean. I always thought that the Stain started as a villain, Gyro said. Izuku was slightly surprised at this. Most generally saw people like him as weak and worthless, though there were exceptions in the case of Razor, Kirigiri, and his mother. However, something Stain had just said caught his attention. When you say false heroes, what do you mean? Izuku asked. Stain's face contorted into one of anger. What I mean is everyone, with the exception of All Might, who bear the title hero are not heroes at all. All they care about is fame and money and nothing else. Female heroes parade around like sluts to increase their popularity, and male heroes display their quirks like they're the most impressive thing in the world, garnering attention. The only true hero in this society is All Might, who doesn't care about any of those things. As such, it is my duty to free this society of all its pretenders and make it a place of true heroes. Stain preached. Well said, Stain, Spinner shouted as the people that follow Stain's idea nodded. What society needs are true heroes, not pretender that seek fame and glory, Dabai said with a small smile on his face. Tenya growled as he heard the villains agreeing with Stain's idea, which makes his blood boil in rage, as being in the same room with him is bad enough. He felt a hand on him as he turned to see Izuku and Ochako comforting him. Calm down, Ida-kun. I'm sure that his ideas are wrong, Izuku said. Deku-kun is right. There's no need to get angry, Ochako said as they and the rest of want to comfort him, causing him to smile. Thank you, everyone, Tenya said with a smile. Thinking on what Stain just said, Izuku couldn't help but agree with him. Most of the heroes were as he said. In fact, it was the reason so many of his classmates, Bakugo included, wanted to become heroes. And, despite how he felt about the symbol of peace now, he was adamant enough to acknowledge him as a true hero. If your goal is to eliminate all false heroes, then why is Ingenium still alive? You don't seem like the sort of person that would leave things to chance, Izuku said. This caused Tenya's rage to disappear as he stares at the screen in shock. He's right. Usually, the Stain never leave hero alive, Tenya thought as he and the rest of the audience waiting for an answer. A vigilante by the name of the Crawler stopped me before I could. He told me that Ingenium was willing to help him master his quirk and even offer him a place at his agency as a sidekick, despite not having a hero license. It was also from him I learned that Ingenium was more interested in saving people. It was the reason why he was interested in taking the man as sidekick, Stain explained. Had I known any of this, I wouldn't have attacked him the way I did. He attacked me first though. However, there isn't anything I can do about it now. The rest of the audience is stunned as Ingenium was not only saved by a vigilante, but Stain regretted to attack him like this. They turned their head to Stain as he let out a sigh. It's just like my other self said. Although the events are different, I have heard from my informant that Ingenium cared about saving lives rather than being famous. If I I would never attack him the way I did. Stain said regretted his action toward Ingenium as he was one of the true heroes. Izuku was stunned at the information he'd just acquired. From the sound of things, Ingenium seemed more like All Might as a hero rather than just the self-absorbed, greedy heroes that lived in society. If you are so hung up on heroes, then why didn't you ever try to become one? Izuku asked curiously. I did want to at one point. I was inspired by All Might when he debuted and worked hard to become one. However, when I entered a hero school, I started to see how the world truly was, and that's what made me begin my crusade today, Stain told him. Izuku was starting to see the similarities between him and Stain. He had been the same once until shit happened and everything went to hell for him. I get what you mean. I used to look up to All Might as well, and at one point I wanted to be a hero as well. I wanted to do it because I wanted to help people, not for the usual reasons most people, Izuku replied. Stain stared at him in surprise. What changed? Stain asked curiously. Razor didn't tell me about your past or why you were really in the league. Stain really was intrigued by this boy. From the way he spoke about himself, Deku seemed like another version of All Might. Strangely enough, Stain could see a bit of himself in the boy, someone who had dreams and aspirations, only to have them shattered by the deeds of others. Not really seeing a reason to keep it from him, Izuku decided to tell him. Since you're curious, I may as well tell you. It all started when I discovered I was quirkless, Izuku started, and so he told him how he'd been bullied for not having a quirk, how he had so badly wanted to be a hero but was put down every time, his encounter with All Might, how he tried to commit suicide at Bakugo's suggestion, which was also how he joined the league. He even talked about his training with Razor and how he had gotten revenge on Bakugo. While he was listening, Stain couldn't help but feel sympathy for Deku. At the same time, he was also furious, assaulting someone without power just to boost their own ego. Great, now I have another reason to hate this society, Stain thought. I swear some of these false heroes and those who would become heroes are even bigger villains than most of the villains I've encountered. I couldn't agree more, Stain thought as he growls hearing what that world Izuku have gone through. Hearing people with quirks attack people without power really makes his blood boil. He wasn't the only one, as some people are angry that Izuku's previous school would allow this to happen, including Dabai and Shoto as they remember the time that their bastard father put them through. He was slightly interested by the encounter with All Might. Despite what he said, Stain figured there must have been a specific reason All Might acted the way he did. The symbol of peace wasn't type who looked down on others. Stain himself had nothing against quirkless people. He also didn't see a reason why they couldn't become heroes. He may have relied on his quirk, but most of the time he needed to use hand-to-hand combat to defeat his enemies. Quirkless people could have done the same. Society's view of them was pathetic. To make matters worse, they were openly discriminated against in that they weren't accepted into most hero schools and had a hard time finding employment. From Deku's description, it seemed that even in schools they were made a mockery of and excluded from most activity. Your reasoning for becoming a villain is understandable. As for All Might, he may have had a specific reason for acting that way towards you. From everything I have seen of him, he isn't the type of person to just look down on someone. He is a true hero that tries to instill those with hope, not despair, Stain told the boy sitting next to him. The rest of the audience stares at the screen in shock as they are sure that World Stain would defend All Might's action, including Stain himself, as he was sure his other self would be disgusted by All Might's action. I thought that World Stain would hate All Might for this, Spinner shouted in shock. I know what you mean. To think that this World Stain would act differently from what our World Stain would have done, Dabai said with wide eyes. It's caused Devil to chuckle, causing everyone to look at him. Interesting, isn't it? That Stain from that world would defend All Might's action, Devil said. Why is that? Denki asked. That World Stain is a little open-minded. Who's know? Maybe Stain will change his opinion when he saw the next episode, Devil said. Izuku pondered over what Stain had just said. All Might had been quirkless. Maybe he had gone through something similar to him. That would explain why he seemed so hesitant when answering him. Stain was right. All Might wasn't the type to look down on someone. It didn't matter now, though. He was a villain and nothing would change that. Having decided that, Izuku leapt to his feet. Whatever the case, let's get started. This is a learning experience, an internship if you want to call, he said. Stain couldn't help but grin at the boy. He was enthusiastic he'd give him that. He leapt to his feet. All right, first I'm going to teach you how to channel killing intent. This might sound like a bad thing, but it can be pretty damn useful, Stain explained. It is useful to learn killing intent. Stain agreed to make everyone look at him. What do you mean? Kurogiri asked. It's like Devil just said. Using killing intent make your opponent not fight as well or frozen them in fear. Stain said. Sometimes force them into submission. Devil said. At the bar, it had been an hour since Deku had gone out with Stain. Razor was currently drinking some red wine served by Kurogiri. Tamura was still out. Apparently he was still pissed off at Stain. Why did you ensure that Stain doesn't kill while he's out with Deku? Kurogiri asked her. Razor took a sip of her drink and spoke up. You know very well that he doesn't kill. Furthermore, he's already a member of the league that attacks students and teachers at UA. There's no reason to make him an accomplice to murder as well, she explained. Believe me, once you cross that line there's no going back. When you kill, your soul becomes stained in a way that never cleans. I know better than anyone. What she said is true, Stain said, causing everyone to look at him. Killing is never easy, but once you cross that line, you can never go back. You can never wash away the blood off your hand. This caused the villains to nod in agreement as they have already crossed that line. Some of them even lower their heads as they knew they can never go back to their loved ones. Kurogiri was slightly, but not entirely, surprised at this. He wouldn't say it. Razor wouldn't admit it, but she had grown to respect and slightly care about Izuku. Kurogiri, what do you think of Izuku? Razor asked him. The Black Mist villain was taken slightly back at this. I think he's an intelligent, loyal and boy. He's passionate about what he does and he's one of the nicer members of the league, he responded. Yes, he is a nice person, Razor said, and he doesn't belong with the league. This caused the audience to agree with her as seeing Izuku as a villain doesn't sit right with them. I agree. Midoriya-kun should be a hero, Tenya said. Midoriya doesn't belong with the league at all, Kurogiri said. But would they accept him? I mean, from what our society have done to him. I doubt that Midoriya would go back to the world that brought him so much pain, Momo said with a sad look. Now Kurogiri was definitely surprised. It seemed that she was showing was the closest to her soft side. Is this because of what you saw in the video? He asked. A little, she responded. She and Kurogiri watched the video of Izuku's battle with that explosive little bastard. She watched with pride as her student stood his ground and fought using everything she'd taught him. She was even more proud when he actually defeated the little shit. However, when it came to the part where he saved that girl, she suggested that they edit it out. Neither of them were mad with Izuku. They didn't care what he did, but they knew others would. It was then that Razor saw that despite how much he had changed with the league, deep down he was still a good person. He still possessed morality. Not that she cared. She had a certain degree of morality too. A certain line she wouldn't cross. You know, aside from the video, part of me thinks he would be better off as a hero, Razor told him. He'd be one of the few that are actually in it to help people rather than the usual bullshit reasons. I agree with her. He had proven himself to be one of the true heroes, Stain said. But knowing how fuck up our society, they wouldn't accept someone as quirkless, Dabai stated. Kurogiri said nothing. He knew this wasn't the place to be saying those things, yet part of him wanted to agree with her. At one point in his life he had wanted to become a hero like most. However, that event happened and he became a villain. I can understand where you're coming from. However, at the same time it isn't possible. That shithole of a society will never allow that. They would never accept someone like him as one of them. I know from experience, he explained to her. Razor said nothing. She knew where this was coming from but said nothing. It was just a thought. Thanks for the drink, she said before walking off. She had purposely avoided Izuku so that he could prepare for his week with Stain. She would still keep her promise though. She thought a bit more about the type of person Izuku was and who he had been. An idiot that was more interested in helping others than himself. Razor sighed as it made her think of another person she knew all too well. He's just like Tashinori. Why couldn't you have seen that? The scene ended as the rest of the audience are shocked at this revelation, including All Might, as he have no idea that Razor knew his alternate self. What the fuck? Katsuki shouted in shock. Okay, seriously, how does Razor know about All Might? Gyro asked. I don't know, but this is mind-blowing. Denki shouted. All will be explained in due time. But for now, we more people joining us, Devil said, causing everyone to look at him confused. More people? What do you mean? Who are they? Izuku asked, causing Devil to smile. A group of people that Stain know. Devil replied, causing everyone to be confused. However, Stain realizes who he's talking about as he widens his eyes. Are you talking about? A flash of light appears in the room and 3 people drop to the ground. Though, what in the world? My back. The people look and saw who these 3 people are. One is a man wearing an All Might hoodie, a black mask, black pants, and wear motorcycle protective gear along with gloves and boots. He also have a pair of tinted shades on top of his head. The other one is a woman with paints a black mask, ties her hair in pigtails, and dresses in a devilish-themed one-piece black leotard with a heart-shaped opening in the center of the chest and a smaller one in the back, where it is located just below 2 bat wings. In addition to it, she also wears a reddish-pink bow tie, a pair of silver pearl earrings, black elbow-length gloves, a black super miniskirt with 3 hearts on the belt, and black knee-high boots. The last one is a man wearing a simple wraparound mask tied over the top of his head, a tight-fitting dark shirt, jeans, boots, and a long trench coat. On his hands, he wears a pair of gloves topped with a pair of brass knuckles. The heroes in training don't know who they are, but the pro heroes and some villains knew exactly who they are. However, the more shocked one is Stain, as he never thought he would meet them again. The Naruhata Vigilantes, the Crawler, Popstar, and their former leader, Knuckleduster. The heroes and villains are in complete shock. Seeing the Naruhata Vigilantes summoned here is quite a surprise to them. Even Stain is surprised, as he never thought he would see them again. The Naruhata Vigilantes are also shocked that not only they are summoned to the room filled with the greatest heroes and dangerous villains, they explain to them that they are summoned here to watch an alternate universe where Izuku have become a villain and joined the League of Villain for his observation skill for taking notes on heroes and villains. Not only that, his chemistry skill able to produce enhancement drugs to increase their quirk and regeneration drugs. All Might all told them about All for One and One for All origins, with him telling them that he used to be quirkless. So we are here to watch an alternate version of this kid, Knuckleduster said, pointing his finger at Izuku. Become a villain instead of a hero due to All Might telling him that quirkless can't be a hero and taking this brat advice of jumping off a roof to get a quirk. That is correct, Stain said, causing Knuckleduster to let out a tired sigh. Still, it's hard to believe that someone as powerful as Devil wants us to watch alternate universe about some kid, Knuckleduster said. I can't believe that All Might used to be quirkless and this kid is his successor, Crawler said, looking at Izuku. I know it is hard to believe, but please keep this a secret. If the world learns that All Might used to be quirkless, the world will question one of all and villains will go after his power, Nezu said. The portal opens up as Devil steps out of it, glancing at everyone in the room. Is everyone ready? Devil asked. We are ready, Aizawa said, causing Devil to nod. Good. Now let something came through the wall, causing everyone to jump in surprise from the sudden action. Goddammit, are you serious? Caboose, Devil shouted, looking at the open wall. Tucker did it, Caboose said, blaming the aquacolor soldier. No, I didn't, Tucker shouted. Can someone explain to me what the hell is going on? Devil demanded as a soldier wearing black advance armor with a yellow trimmed walk into the room. Sorry about that, Devil. The other was experimenting with something and I just wanted to see how it goes, Washington said, causing Devil to let out a tired sigh. Fine, but don't let it happen again, Devil said. I'll try my best to keep them under control, Washington said. Good. In the meanwhile, take that yellow guy, Griff, with you, Devil said, pointing his thumb at him. My armor is orange, Griff shouted. As Washington takes Griff back through the hole, Devil uses his power to repair the wall. He turned his head toward the audience, looking at him with confused and shock expression on their faces. What? Devil said confusingly. Excuse me, Devil-san. Who are those people you were talking to? Nezu asked. They are the Reds and Blues. Despite them being idiots, their achievement is something not to be overlooked, Devil replied as everyone to look at him with doubt. Really? Mina asked with a blank stare. If you don't want to believe me, that's your choice. Now let's get back to the show, Devil said, causing everyone to nod. They took their seats as the screen turned on. Haha, so that brat Tamura is planning on taking some Namu to Hasu City, the voice said. Brat, Tamura growled as this person is calling him a brat. Calm yourself, Shigaraki. Whoever this person is clearly underestimating you. Kurogiri said. Kurogiri is right. I train you very well at a young age, Shigaraki. Mold you to become my successor. All for one said with a little hint of pride. Sensei, Tamura said, looking at his teacher like a child that impresses his parent. Yes, Viper replied. He has become jealous of the hero killer and seeks to remove his name from the news. To do that he intends to create chaos using these creatures. That your reason, because you are jealous of the hero killer. Momo asked, looking at Tamura. Hearing that Stain get more popular than the League, I want to know the world that we more dangerous than the hero killer. Tamura said. You attack Hasu out of jealousy, Denki said in shock. The voice giggled. And just how many is all for one giving him? Asked the voice. 3 at the most, Viper informed. They must be talking the 3 Namu that going to attack Hasu. Momo said, remembering the event. I wonder what going to happen now. Midoriya is a villain. Siro wonder. I'm just hoping he's going to be alright. Ochako said in a worried tone. Perfect. 3 is rather small, so give him that one as well. This will be the perfect opportunity to do it. Accidents do happen after all, the voice replied sinisterly. Viper shifted uncomfortably. This man was one of few that could actually scare her. Sir, is this really necessary? Viper asked carefully. He has contributed a lot to the League and has even created the enhancement drug as well as others. Is it really necessary to kill him? He's going to kill Deku-kun. Ochako shouted, causing everyone to worry. But why? After what he has done for the League, there is no reason to kill him. Momo shouted in shock as she never suspected someone in the League would kill him after what he has done for them. It's no surprise. All for one said, causing everyone to look at him. Not everyone in the League would want a quirkless among them. They would even try and kill them and make it look like an accident. As soon as she had said that, Viper felt a massive pain in her head and dropped to her knees. Gasping for air, she stared up at the screen. What is happening to Viper? Nina shouted in shock as they saw Viper in total pain. He must have done something to force her to obey his order, Aizawa said. I guess that he must have implanted something in her head, Nezu said, sipping his tea. Have you already forgotten who you serve, Viper, or do I have to remind you? Why are you even questioning my orders anyway? The voice demanded. All for one seems rather fond of him. I just want to avoid starting an all-out war with him over the death of something you despise, she explained. She is correct. After what that boy has done for the League, killing him will be a grave mistake. All for one said, glaring at the screen. It's no surprise that there will be always someone who goes against his rule, trying to take him out so they can take over the League for their own selfish desire, killing those that they don't like when they are in the League. He always makes sure to set an example for them so they won't go against his rule. It was the best explanation she could give, rather the only one he would accept. Personally, she had nothing against Deku. She didn't even care that he was quirkless. When she had hacked his school system, she had to admit she'd been impressed with his intelligence. Even more so when she saw his quirk analysis abilities. Working alongside him as S1 had moved some of the League's projects faster. Honestly, she found it hard to believe his school had treated him like dirt when he was this gifted. This caused everyone to frown at Izuku's previous school. They only care who powerful a person's quirk is rather than the people's abilities. This caused Izuku to lower his head as memories when he was quirkless coming back to him, causing his entire class to comfort him. Katsuki also lowered his head as he remembers when he uses his quirk to hurt Izuku and the teacher did nothing except to increase his ego. He curses them in his head for having his ego increase as they don't know what would happen if Izuku committed suicide. The staff of UA is disappointed by their action as they more to a hero than how powerful your quirk is. When they return to their world, they are going to have a serious discussion about their behavior neglecting their duty as teachers. Don't worry about him. As long as you complete that, it should be no problem. Besides, with what I've got planned, well, even he won't expect it. The voice laughed. Anyways, you've set the Nama the way I wanted it, right? Of course. When it's deployed, it will seek out its target and eliminate it. In this case, Deku, Viper explained. Good. And Viper, because you want to avoid suspicion so much you can have it kill that quirkless shit quickly. Pretty nice of me, don't you think? The voice said with glee. Bastard, Hiroshima muttered as he dislikes anyone that talk about their friend. I'm hoping he gets his ass kicked. Tetsutesu growled as he hates him more than Katsuki. Viper nodded. Compared to what he usually did to quirkless people, a quick death was rather nice. Nothing more was said between the pair, so she logged off to continue her work. The man who had been talking to her walked over to the sink to wash his face. When he stared in the mirror, he saw a man with a figure similar to All Might's, hair and eyes as red as blood. Wearing a crimson armored suit, he grinned with malice. This caused the audience to widen their eyes when they saw this man's appearance. What they saw was a villain version of All Might, which caused some of the heroes to look in fear and discomfort when they saw this man's appearance. No way, Denki muttered in fear. He looks almost like All Might. Izuku whispered in shock. Devil-san, is that? Nezu asked, causing Devil to let out a sigh. Yes, Nezu. That man you all looking at on screen is atrocity. The one of that world All For One hate as much as All Might. Devil replied. Now I can see why. All For One said. Facing your arch enemy many of time have caused you to develop deep hatred to him. But having a member of the League look like him and even goes against him is even worse. All For One, your day is coming. The same can be said for all those brats who work for you. And as for that quirkless filth you brought to the League, well, his death will be the first stepping stone to achieving my goal. One more atrocity to add to my list. This caused everyone to narrow their eyes at him. Hearing him not only insult Izuku for being nothing more than quirkless, which really got some people to be pissed off, but hearing him committed a crime like it's nothing new to him, only to commit a crime for his sick enjoyment. For All For One, he stares at atrocity on screen in deep hatred as he plans to kill him and his subordinates so he can take over the League. Bastard, Tamura said, scratching his neck. If I'll ever meet people like him, I'm going to end them. Stain said, gritted his teeth. With that, atrocity walked out. Hasu City, you've definitely gotten the hang of all this, Stain applauded Deku. It had only been 5 days since he and Deku's internship began, but things had moved forward so quickly. In a short amount of time, Deku had learned to focus his senses so they would be even sharper than before and mastered the knife skills he was taught. As for killing intent, that had been a little harder to work with as he had no desire to kill. To help, Stain told him to think about that bastard that made him suffer so much and what he wanted to do to him. He told him to channel his anger and rage to attribute it as some form of bloodlust. It took a while, but he was finally able to produce some form of it, though not very powerful. To add to it all, his mobility and balance had increased drastically from climbing, jumping from and leaping off buildings. Everyone is impressed by this. For a short amount of time, Izuku managed to sharpen his senses and mastered his knife skill from Stain's training. Even though he didn't master his bloodlust, it's still impressive to learn it at a young age. Even Stain is impressed by Izuku's quick learning, as this is the first he's seeing himself teaching someone his skill. Midoriya-kun's abilities to learn quickly is astonishing, Tenya said in amazement, causing everyone to know. Deku-kun is incredible, isn't he? Ochako shouted with a big smile on her face. He sure is. All Might agreed with a smile. Even though this version of Izuku is a villain, he couldn't help but feel proud of his successor. I'm surprised, Stain. I didn't know you were so good at teaching people, Knuckleduster said. I'm surprised as well, Stain said, looking at the screen with a bit of shock and pride in him. Either my other self is a good teacher or that the true hero is a good student. Maybe both, Devil said. You've done enough for today, so take a break, Stain told him. You sure? Izuku asked. Midoriya, you need to know when to take a break. If you don't, then it will some negative effect on your body, Mashirao said. He have a point, Sonny. You shouldn't overtrain yourself, Recovery Girl said. Stain nodded as a reply. Their conversation was cut short, however, by an assailant kick him at high speed. He was wearing All Might-themed clothes, a black mask to cover his face, gloves, and goggles. Stain staggered slightly but regained his balance and readied his sword until he stopped to see who it was. You have gotten better, Crawler. To be able to land a hit on me is quite impressive, Stain complimented, causing Crawler to glare at him. Don't try and flatter me, Stain, after what you did to Tensei. The last thing I want to hear is a compliment from you, Crawler said, causing Tenya to look at him in shock. Wait, you know my brother? Tenya asked that Crawler know his brother personally. This caused Crawler to nod and look at him with a smile. Your brother and I used to work together from time to time. We even hang out when we are off duty, Crawler said, causing Tenya to be surprised. He never thought that his brother will hang out with the vigilante. Managing to land a hit on me. You've gotten stronger, Stain complimented the assailant. Still though, I never expected to see you here. Shouldn't you be out with Knuckleduster and Popstep patrolling your own area? Don't try and flatter me, the man snarled. I was just passing by. As for my friends, they should be able to handle things just fine without me. It's good to know that you have faith in us, Koichi, Popstep said with a smile. You guys are my friends and teammates. We have been fighting villains together for a long time, and I know you guys are capable even without me, Crawler said, causing his two teammates to let out a smile. Izuku had no idea what was going on. Stain clearly knew this man, yet he didn't seem annoyed by the assault. Also, he wasn't irritated by his appearance, which meant he couldn't have been one of the false heroes Stain hated. As Izuku inspected him further, he noticed how he was crouched down in a crawling position. Given this information, Izuku guessed that this must be that vigilante Stain told him about. Excuse me, he started while attracting the man's attention. Would you be the Crawler by any chance? Yes, thank you. Finally, somebody got my name right, Crawler shouted with tears of joy. This caused the other to look at him in confusion as they turned their attention to Naruhata vigilantes and Stain, who just shrugged while Popstep let out a small chuckle and Knuckleduster let out a sigh and shake his head with a small smile. For some odd reason, people always called him the Holler or Cruller whenever he does his vigilante work. Knuckleduster replied, getting an awe from the crowd. I know that feeling. Tamura muttered as he heard that about his so-called name from the people. Needless to say, it pissed him off. Suddenly the man moved toward him with such speed and grabbed his hands. It looked as though he were about to cry tears of joy. "You're absolutely right," he said with joy. "Finally someone gets my name right. Thank you so much," Crawler said as he places his hand on Izuku, who is surprised at his sudden appearance. "You don't know how much it means to me when someone gets my vigilante name right. It's all right. I'm sure people will get your name right, eventually," Izuku said, trying to calm Crawler. Izuku looked at Stain, who simply shrugged. The Crawler changed to a serious expression. "Wait, hold on. If you're with him, is he trying to kill you?" he asked. "Does it look like I'm trying to kill him?" Stain asked, looking at Crawler, who let out a nervous chuckle. "I guess not," Crawler said, rubbing the back of his head. "No, I'm on an internship with him for the week, learning new fighting skills and how the world works," Izuku explained. The Crawler was stunned. However, he soon became angry. "What the hell, Stain?" he yelled. "I thought you said you didn't involve children in your so-called crusade." "I agree with my other self. You did say that you are not going to involve children in your so-called crusade," Crawler said, glaring at him. "I didn't. It was Razor that asked me," Stain replied. "Razor?" Popstep asked to title her head. "His teacher, apparently. Razor and my alternate self tried to kill each other in the past but came to respect each other's skill and become friends," Stain explained, causing the Naruhata vigilante to look at him in shock. "Who becomes friends when they are trying to kill each other?" Crawler shouted, causing Stain to shrug. The hero killer sighed and said, "I'm doing this as a favor to a friend of mine. I'm not involving him or anything, I'm just teaching some new things, one of which isn't how to kill. I even put my crusade on hold because I was asked to, which I am still shocked. How does Razor get him to stop killing just to train Midoriya?" Denki asked. "Well, she did become friend with Stain after their death battle and respect each other's skill, so she earns the right to ask favor from him," Gyro said. What he didn't mention was that Razor had made him swear not to kill anyone while he was out with Deku. It seemed that of all the things he was, she did not want him to become an accomplice to murder. He understood, though. Once you crossed that line, there was no going back. Not ever. This caused some of the villains to nod in agreement as they remember the time where they have killed people before. It still haunted them to that day, but there is nothing they can do. What is done and they need to keep going no matter what. Well, it's nice for Razor to get him to stop killing, even if it for a week. All Might said, feeling grateful for Razor. "Wait, so is he a vigilante then? Someone training to be a hero wouldn't work with you," Crawler said suspiciously. "No, he's a villain. Not your usual one, though. He's mainly an analysis and support one. Kid's actually a member of the League," Stain explained. "Though let me explain now, he's one of the nicer members." "You got that right. Even as a villain, Deku-kun is the nicest person you know," Ochako said with a smile. This caused Katsuki to lower his head in shame. He knew that Izuku is the nicest person since, yet he still bullied him. If only he wasn't an arrogant asshole, things could have been different. The Crawler slowly digested the information he was given. He had heard of the League even before the attack on Yue. Being a vigilante meant you hear about things you wouldn't normally hear about if you were a hero. Also, he knew Stain well enough to know that he wouldn't just work with villains. The man absolutely despised them. However, if he did have a friend who he was willing to do this for, then it was possible. "So wait, does that mean you don't kill?" Crawler asked Izuku. He just wanted to be sure. The boy in black nodded in response. With this, he relaxed. However, he moved towards Stain and punched across the face. Izuku was surprised that Stain was just letting this happen. He could have easily dodged. The audience is surprised by Stain's action as they look at him with wide eyes. Stain noticed them staring at him as he let out a sigh. "Why didn't you dodge?" Dabai asked, looking at Stain in shock. "It's because of Ingenium," Stain replied, lowering his head in shame and regret. "I deserve it after what I have done to him. If I would have known, then he wouldn't be like that." "I'm guessing this is about Ingenium," he mentioned. "You're damn well right. The guy's never gonna be able to walk again thanks to you. His life as a hero is over," Crawler yelled. "You put a good man out of commission. He wasn't even one of those false heroes you hate so much, he was genuine." Crawler lowers his head as he tried to hide his tears. When he heard that his friend had been hospitalized after his encounter with Stain, it's devastated him. He wasn't the only one, as Tenya is doing the same thing, trying to not let his friends see him like this. When they felt a hand touch their shoulder, they turned their head to see their friends giving them a comforting smile, telling them that they are all right. There were tears in his eyes now. Izuku felt bad for the man. He remembered how Stain had described Ingenium, rather the Crawler's description. Izuku could tell he looked up to the man a lot. It was same way he had looked at All Might. Stain wore the same stoic expression, however. He was about to speak when they all heard an explosion. Stain instantly started climbing towards the roof. "Nothing to say to yourself?" Crawler asked. "No, after what I did to Ingenium. I deserve it," Stain said, feeling ashamed of his action. The Crawler was about to protest when Izuku grabbed him and used his grappling hook to bring them both to the roof. When they arrived, Izuku could see fire coming from another part of the city. A figure flew out from the smoke. One Izuku recognized. "Namu," he whispered. The other two turned to him. "You know that thing?" Crawler inquired. It was someone the League had that was supposed to defeat All Might. But something isn't right. The one for that was defeated. Also, it didn't have wings or gray skin. Must be a different one, Izuku explained. "I bet it's that brat from before," Stain snarled. "I should have just killed him when I had the chance. I'm sorry to say this, Stain, but I can't allow you to kill him. He is more important to the League than you realize," All for One said. "Do you truly believe so?" Stain asked, questioning All for One. "I am. I'd place so much faith in him as I realize his potential. He doesn't want to disappoint me," All for One replied. Izuku was guessing he meant Tamura. Given the man's personality, it did seem likely. He also did have a grudge against Stain. "You got that right," Tamura growled as he remembers the time when Stain tries to kill him. "Maybe we should all get off the roof first so we can decide on our next move," Crawler suggested. Stain leaped to the alley below. Izuku grabbed Crawler and used his grappling hook to bring them both down. Stain ordered them both to wait while he checked things out. "So if you know what that thing is, do you know how to defeat it?" Crawler asked. "No, sorry. The first time I even saw Namu was during the USJ incident. And even then I didn't know about any of his powers. I was only there to get revenge on someone," Izuku told him. "By revenge, you mean kicking Bakugo's ass?" Tetsu shouted. "I really love it when he got his ass kicked by a quirkless." Tagaru laughed. "Serve him right," Juzo said. Katsuki growled as he heard the insult about him getting his ass kicked by a quirkless villain Izuku from another world. He deserves it for what he did to him in the past and hopes that his version of Izuku won't commit suicide. The Crawler's eyes narrowed at this. "Revenge?" he questioned. "The person I fought against. And one was my childhood bully. He used to beat the crap out of me every day for being quirkless, until that one incident when I finally put him in his place," Izuku said with a bit of pride. "What about you though? Stain said you were a vigilante." "Well, yeah. I work with 2 others to keep my area safe from threats most heroes and police wouldn't see or deal with. We're considered villains, but technically we're heroes," Crawler replied. "Do you guys really do that?" Momo asked, looking at them. "Of course we do. No matter how dangerous the situation is, it's our job as heroes to protect them," Crawler said with pride and conviction. This caused his friends to nod in agreement, as felt the same way as Crawler does. "He's right. We can't just stand by and do nothing while people are in danger right in front of us. Even it means breaking the law," Knuckleduster said. "You do realize that makes you villains, right?" Suyu asked. "Doesn't matter to us. We are still going to save them even if they treated us as villains," Popstep said. For a moment they said nothing. "You don't seem like a bad person. Just how did you end up becoming a villain?" he asked. "I told you I was bullied for being quirkless. I was pushed to a certain point where I could no longer take it and tried to end it all. The League saved me. They saw something in me no one else did. They gave me hope and reason to live again," Izuku told him. This caused the Naruhata vigilante to nod in sympathy, as they saw this when they are not doing their vigilante work. They saw how quirkless people and those whose with quirk that seems villains or weak being are treated horribly. The Crawler said nothing. He knew quirkless people didn't have it easy in this society. His colleague and master Knuckleduster was quirkless, but that never stopped him. He would always fight any villains that came his way. He had even defeated Stain once. He had taught him how to fight. Strangely enough, Koichi had never once asked the older man about his daily life. There had never been much reason to. "What's your name?" he asked the villain. "You don't have to tell me your real one. I'd just like something to call you." "It's Deku," Izuku replied. "By the way, does it seem weird that we're just having a casual conversation while a crisis is going on?" "Yeah, it is weird to see you guys having a conversation when the city is under attack," Mina said. "You two need to learn that there is a time and place to have a conversation," Aizawa said. Look at the two, who laugh in embarrassment. "Sorry," they said, rubbing the back of their head. "Probably, but fortunately, there's no one here to judge us," the Crawler said. They both laughed. They stopped, however, when they heard yelling a few feet away. They immediately ran to the source, only to find it was Stain standing over a defeated teenager wearing an ingenium-like costume. Stain's sword was covered in blood. He must have used his quirk. The audience is in complete shock when they saw Tenya there, laying on the ground, while the rest who know about it kept silent. "Ida-kun, why are you doing there?" Ochako asked in shock. "Why are you facing the hero killer, Ida?" Minda asked in fear and shock. "Yeah, why are you facing the hero killer, Tenya?" Devil asked. Does he know the answer? Izuku inspected the teenager's face, who was glaring hatefully at Stain. He recognized him as Tenya Ida from Class 1A. "He gave me a dream. He was a splendid hero." Tenya yelled at Stain, who returned with a glare. Tenya is crying as they going to learn about the truth about the Hasu incident and the fact that he has tried to kill Stain. Izuku and Shoto look at him with a concerned look on their faces as he fears what his friend's going to think about him. Izuku and Koichi were confused as to what was going on. Why was Tenya here? Was he looking for Stain? I'll kill you, he roared. The pair froze at Tenya's words. He had come here to kill Stain. The whole audience is in shock as they look at Tenya, who lowers his head in shame. Dude, Kirishima muttered. Ida-san, were you seriously going to kill him? Denki asked, looking at him in shock. Tenya couldn't look at his friends as he lowers his head and nod. Tenya, you idiot, Crawler shouted as he's standing up from his seat. Stain is on a completely different level from what you guys have a face. Do you really believe that you have a chance against him? I know, but I just can't let him get away, Tenya said, becoming consumed by vengeance for the sake of satisfying your own selfish desires. That is the furthest act from being a hero, Stain scolded. Not able to stand this any longer, Koichi spoke up. Stain, what the hell is going on? He's just a kid, he asked. I agree. Why would you try to kill a kid, Stain? Crawler demanded. He tried to kill me out of revenge, which it's something a true hero shouldn't do. So I'm doing a world a favor by killing him, Stain said with no shame. But he is still just a kid, Stain. Crawler shouted. Enough, you guys can deal with this later, Devil said as Crawler started to calm down. Tenya looked up to see the new arrivals. One was dressed up kinda like All Might, the other dressed in black. There was something familiar about him though. He attacked me. What was I supposed to do? Just let him kill me? Stain retorted. He came after me with full intent of attaining revenge for my assault on his brother, Ingenium. Ingenium, Crawler responded, surprised. You're Tensei's little brother. Tenya, along with Izuku, were surprised. Stain made no change in expression. You know my brother? Tenya asked, stunned. Koichi nodded and said, yeah, I do. He helped me master my quirk even though I didn't have a hero license. He was a good man and a great hero. I truly am sorry about what happened to him though. Yes, he is a good man, Tenya said in sadness as Izuku patted him on the back. It's all right, Ida-kun, Izuku said, comforting him. Tenya didn't speak. Izuku was going over all this in his head. It seemed Crawler was closer to Ingenium than he thought. He must have been if he knew his identity. You should be grateful, Stain piped in. Crawler here stopped me when I was about to kill your brother. He even gave me the same rant you were giving me. Only difference was that I actually let him hit me. Well, the second time, they said as they look at Stain, who noticed them staring at him. I'll explain later, Stain said as they turned their attention back to the screen. Tenya glared at Stain again. Stain, would you please leave? I'd like to talk with him. Deku, you can stay. I need you to help me treat his wounds, Koichi said. Stain nodded and informed them he would just be in the next alley and took off. Crawler placed Tenya sitting up and motioned for Izuku to come closer to help. He then took out a first aid kit in his pocket. Is it just your right arm he got? Izuku asked. Tenya nodded as a reply, which was all he needed to hear. He took out one of his regeneration drugs and injected it into his arm. Tenya yelped in pain. Relax, it'll go away in a minute. This'll be faster than treating you, Izuku explained. True to his word, the wound cleared up as though it had never happened. Tenya and Koichi were both stunned at this. This caused the audience to be shocked as the regeneration drug can heal Tenya's wound in the minute. Damn, really wish we have that in our world, Denki said as the other agrees. Devil-san, if you don't mind, Recovery Girl said, but Devil already know what she about to ask. I can't do that. Anything that is outside of your world is forbidden. The only reason I'm showing you guys that they are more to being a hero and villain than you think, Devil said. Well, now that that's taken care of, we can talk, Koichi said as he sat across from the boy. Tenya, he started. You complete idiot. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The two boys were taken back slightly at this. Crawler didn't stop, however. I understand you're upset about your brother, but what the hell? Stain has killed multiple pro heroes all by himself and you thought you could actually beat him. What would Tensei say if he could see you now? He scolded. Tenya became angry upon hearing this. I inherited my brother's name. I'm the one who has to do it, he angrily retorted. So don't you dare tell me I shouldn't. If you did save my brother, then you should know the state he's in. You should understand. I do understand. However, Tensei happens to be my friend, so I know about the type of person he is. Believe when I say he wouldn't want you to get revenge, Crawler told him. He loves you more than anything, and one thing he truly wishes for is for you to become a hero. Can you even imagine the state he would be in? You just died or actually killed someone yourself. Are you that selfish? He's right. I was selfish, Tenya said in shame as he remembers when he tried to kill the hero killer. Yes, you were, Crawler said in a soft tone as he smiles at him. But like my other self said, I know Tensei personally and I know really want. He doesn't want you to get revenge for him by killing Stain. He wants you to stop him from killing any more heroes that tried to live an honest life. I'm glad to hear him that you and your friends able to stop him. Tenya looked away. Izuku couldn't tell if he was ashamed of his actions or not, but he had decided it was finally time to speak up. I don't know anything about Ingenium, but from what I've heard from Crawler and Stain, I can tell it's as Crawler says it is, he said. Tenya turned to look at him. This caused the audience to be silent as they wanted to hear what Izuku have to say to him. What he about to say to him when he tried to kill Stain. You desire to follow the path of a hero. However, revenge isn't the solution. Revenge is something a villain like me pursues. Also, killing heroes don't kill. If you actually did kill Stain, which I seriously doubt is possible, what do you think would happen? Do you think you'd be praised? No, you'd be thrown in prison for murder. You'd be considered a villain. So let me tell you, no, stop before you can't. This won't end well for you either way if you do. This caused Tenya to widen their eyes in realization killing him would only make him a murderer. He thought about it when Shoto said to him when he and Izuku show up and save him from Stain. But this version of Izuku, who is a villain in that world, said something more than he realizes when he was fighting against the hero killer. He tried to hold back his tears when he felt a hand place on his shoulder. He turned around to see Crawler giving him a comforting smile. It's all right, Tenya. You don't need to hold it, Crawler said, causing Tenya to cry. Tenya stared at him in shock. Tears were beginning to form. Izuku saw a variety of emotions in his face. Shame, regret, anger, and sadness. Crawler pulled him into a hug. It's all right. You don't have to hold it in, Koichi assured the boy. With that, Tenya began to cry hysterically. They were right. He knew they were right. What kind of person was he to just simply decide on something like this? He wasn't a hero. He was a fraud. He had no right to call himself Ingenium. Brother, I'm sorry, he whispered while still crying. No one said anything. Izuku and Koichi acknowledged that Tenya had a lot going on and needed to sort it out himself. After a few minutes, Tenya stopped crying and stood up and faced the two. Thank you and I'm sorry, he said. You've got nothing to apologize for, Koichi told him. I would like to thank you as well, Tenya said, wiping his tears. For saving my brother. No thanks are necessary. I'm going what I think it's right, Crawler said with a smile. No, you were right. I shouldn't have acted the way I did. It was foolish of me, he admitted and then turned to Deku. Thank you also. And, out of curiosity, were you involved at the USJ incident? It's just that you look familiar, and I haven't encountered that many villains. Izuku nodded. Koichi tensed slightly at this, fearing how Tenya would react. Tenya surprisingly grinned. So you were the one who defeated Bakugo, Tenya realized. How did he know that? Denki asked. Knowing him, he will probably be shouting about the guy that defeats him. Monoma said. You got that right, Class 1 said with a deadpan expression. How do you know about that? He asked curiously. He seriously doubted Bakugo would brag about a loss to anyone. I heard a report about it. Also, he's swearing when I find that bastard in black I'm gonna kill him. He's really pissed off at you, Tenya explained. Yeah, that's what Bakugo would have said, Mina said. I wouldn't be surprising considering his attitude, Satsuna said. Well, that makes sense, Izuku thought. His thoughts were interrupted by a loud impact. The trio turned to see it was the Namu from before. This thing, Tenya said. What's it doing here? And why's it different? The Namu was staring at Izuku. Recognizing its target, it moved with great speed and swung its arm at him. Izuku just barely dodged as the creature destroyed a wall. He had Stain and Razor's training to thank for that. Namu moved to attack him again. Only this time he was pushed out of the way by Crawler using his quirk. It's one of the Namu that Atrocity sends to kill Deku-kun. Ochako shouted. He made a mistake of trying to kill him, Aizawa said, causing everyone to look at him. What do you mean by that, Sensei? Mina asked. Midoriya was trained by Stain during these 5 days, so his combative abilities have been increased that he may go toe-to-toe with some of the pro heroes. Aizawa answered, causing everyone to be shocked. You got that right. Stain agreed to cause everyone to look at him. Knowing how much effort that my other self have to train him, Atrocity would think twice to underestimate him. Why is it attacking me? Izuku wondered. Aren't we on the same side? Izuku figured it must be using the enhancement drug. However, from the damage it was doing he could tell it wasn't as powerful as the first one. It moved to attack him again only to have its leg chopped off by a familiar katana. Stain stood next to Izuku ready to strike again. The leg regenerated. You okay, Deku? He asked concerned. Yeah, that thing's trying to kill me for some reason though, Deku replied. It's Atrocity doing. All Might said, seeing how Atrocity trying to kill Izuku caused his blood to boil. Seeing how he wanted to kill him so bad. I wouldn't be surprised if Sensei found out about this, Tamura said. You are correct, Tamura. If my other self learns about this, he would keep a close eye on him. All for one said, already hating Atrocity. Well then we had better finish it now then. All of you get ready. That includes you, Ingenium, Stain exclaimed. Tenya glared at him. Just once I'll do this, after that we're back to being enemies, he explained. Wait, are they? Twice said as he realizes what's going to happen. Yep, they are going to work together, Devil said, causing them to be shocked. I can't believe it, Momo muttered. The hero killer, a vigilante, a villain, and a hero working together, Satsuna muttered. If he is using the drug then it should wear off in 10 minutes. It has been at least 20 since this all started, Izuku thought. Standing beside each other, the vigilantes, the student, and the villain began their fight against the monster before them. The screen turned off as everyone is quite shocked about it. They never thought that a hero, villains, and a vigilante would be working together. That kind of thing is unheard of back in their world. Devil let out a smile on his face as he got up from his seat and looked at them. Interesting, isn't it? To see them working together despite being on different sides. Devil said, Indeed, I never thought we would be able to see it, Nezu said. To think they have to work together to defeat a Namu. It's unreal, Gyro said. You better believe it, kid. No matter what the situation is, rather if you are a hero, villain, vigilante, or whatever, you need to work together if you want to survive. Devil said, everyone is talking among themselves about what they just witnessed. Something they never thought was possible. Hero, villain, and vigilante working together. I can't believe what we just saw, Denki said with a shocked expression on his face. I still couldn't believe it, Gyro said, still in disbelief. I'm shocked that those guys are willing to work together. But I am more shocked that Ida wants to kill Stain. Everyone turns their head toward Tenya, who is still shocked at what happened in the last video. Ida-kun, are you alright? Izuku asked, but Tenya didn't say anything. Ida-kun. Tenya said, snapping out of his thought. What is it, Midoriya-kun? Deku-kun has been asking you if you are alright. Ochako said, Oh, I'm fine, Midoriya-kun, Tenya said with a smile. But the others didn't buy it as they knew something was wrong with him. Is this about your alternate self fighting alongside Stain? Momo asked, causing Tenya to be silent. This answers their question as everyone gives him a sympathetic look. Tenya felt someone place their hand on their shoulder as he saw Izuku standing beside him. It will be okay, Ida-kun. We're here to help you. No matter what, Izuku said with a comforting smile as Tenya was shocked about it, but quickly faded away and let out a small smile on his face. Thank you, everyone, Tenya said, feeling glad that he had friends to be there for him. With Class 1B, this is getting to be crazy, Setsuna said with a shocked expression. We know. I could hardly believe it myself if I hadn't seen it, Nyaranjiki said, looking surprised as well. The fact that a hero, villain, and vigilante working together is something I thought impossible, Sen said. Well, they have to work together, Itsuka stated, looking at her fellow classmates. We all knew how powerful these Namu are. We barely survived during the training camp when they attack us. Kendo-san is right, Huryu agreed with his classmate. If they don't work together to defeat that Namu, they will die. All because Atrocity wants Midoriya dead because he is quirkless, Ibara said, looking at Izuku. I can't believe that bastard would do something just because he is quirkless. Tetsu growled, clutching his fist. If I have ever met someone back in our world, they're going to get a punch in the face. I can hardly believe someone from the hero course would actually want to kill someone, Kanoko said, turning her head to look at Class 1A. I heard that Stain has ended his brother's career, but for him to actually try to kill him is just. I understand how you all feel right now. But I don't think that world Ida-san will continue with his revenge, Itsuka stated, causing her classmate to look at her. That world Midoriya-san's and Crawler's words are enough to stop Ida-san from taking revenge. Kendo is right, Monoma agreed. I highly doubt that Class 1 a class representative will go back to revenge. After what they said to him in the last video, I think that world Ida is going to change. With the pro heroes, I can't believe that our students would work together with the hero killer and a vigilante, Present Mike said with a shocked look on his face. Well, they have to. If they don't, they will die, Aizawa stated. They never thought they would see a hero, villain, and vigilante would work together to defeat a Namu. I can't believe that Atrocity killed Midoriya just because he is quirkless, Midnight said as she and the rest of the pro heroes hated Atrocity's reason for attacking Izuku. From the fight they saw with that world Izuku and Katsuki, they now learn that just because a person is quirkless doesn't mean they can't defend themselves. However, Aizawa and All Might are more pissed off at Atrocity's action than everyone in the room. Aizawa doesn't believe that just because a person is quirkless doesn't mean they are truly weak. All Might, being a former quirkless himself, is angry at Atrocity because Izuku is quirkless. They knew that world Izuku could defend himself, even with people with powerful quirks, but against a Namu, it would be nearly impossible, even with the help that world's Izuku have. There's nothing to worry about, Nezu said, causing everyone to look at him as he sipped his tea. With Stain's training, I'm sure that Midoriya-sen will be alright. With Stain and the vigilantes, it seems like we are working together again. Crawler, Stain said, looking at Crawler, who had his arms crossed. Well, I'm not actually thrilled about seeing myself working with you, but considering that our alternate selves are facing a Namu and are trying to kill the kid, I think it's a good thing they are working together, Crawler said. Still, I can't believe that villain only wanted to kill that kid because he is quirkless, Knuckleduster said, crossing his arm. Just because a person is quirkless doesn't mean that they are useless. You're right about that, Popstep said, looking at her friend and leader. Despite you being quirkless and your reckless behavior, you prove that quirk isn't always everything. Let's hope that kids are going to be alright, Crawler said, worrying about their kids in that world. You do not need to worry, Stain said, getting their attention. I'm sure that my counterpart will protect him. With the League of Villains. Well, this is interesting. All for One said with a smile. A hero, villains, and a vigilante working together. I agree, sensei. Something like that wouldn't have happened in our world, Kurogiri said. Indeed, Kurogiri, All for One said with a smile on his face. Though, I am quite displeased with atrocity of trying to kill that boy. Do you think that they will defeat that Namu, sensei? Tamura asked. I know they will, Shigaraki, All for One replied. It's not every day you see villains, heroes, and vigilantes working together. The portal appears in the room as Exile walks out of it with his hands behind his back. Is everyone ready? Exile asked. Everyone to nod. Then let's get started. Everyone grabbed their food and drink and took their seats, causing the screen to turn on. Stain threw 2 knives at Namu and jumped. Tenya and Crawler used their quirks to move to opposite sides to flank Namu. Deku charged forward with great speed and his grappling hook out at the same time. If this thing is after me, then it's probably only gonna focus on me, he informed everyone. Probably a good thing, Exile said, causing everyone to look at him. What do you mean that's a good thing? Midoriya Shonen is going to get killed, All Might shouted. He knew that World's Izuku could handle himself when facing those with powerful quirks, but against a Namu, even with help, they are still at a disadvantage. If I have to tell you, All Might, Exile said, turning his head and glaring at him. While the Namu solely focuses on the kid, the other may use this to their advantage and find a weakness. True to his word, the creature flew up, avoiding his grounded opponents and straight towards him with both fists held out straight. Deku flipped sideways to avoid it. There was a loud impact that sent everyone but Stain flying. The hero killer came to the ground and attempted to slash Namu, only for it to recover quickly and dodge. It then directed a kick at Stain, who moved gracefully to the side and directly next to Namu. He then impaled the creature straight through the heart with his katana. Namu wasn't even remotely phased as it punched Stain away and moved quickly to grab him, fly up and throw him to the ground, where he created a small crater. Stain grunted in pain and tried to get up. Namu launched itself down to try and finish off Stain. However, Crawler was faster as he managed to move Stain out of the way. Thanks for saving me, Crawler, Stain said, causing Crawler to look at him. Even though we are on opposite sides, Stain, that doesn't mean I'm going to let you get killed, Crawler said. It's strong. We should have about 9 minutes until the drug wears off, Deku thought. Namu removed the sword from its stomach and threw it away. Deku watched in horror as the wound regenerated as it had never happened. Everyone be careful. This thing has multiple quirks. Regeneration and flight are 2, but it may have others, he announced. It's good that he's being cautious. Who knows what kind of quirks that atrocity guy put in, Present Mike said. I'm surprised that atrocity is willing to do this behind All for One, Dabai said. If my other self had already learned about this, then atrocity will learn what happens to those who step out of line, All for One said. He hates someone that steps out of line in his organization and has to make an example out of them so others won't follow. Having spotted Deku, Namu moved to attack him with his arm. Deku threw an ice grenade at the ground and moved to the side. Namu tried to turn, but it tripped and skidded across the ice and crashed into a wall. Deku, let's aim for the head, Tenya called as he rushed forward using his quirk. It's weird to hear Ida called Midoriya. Deku, Denki said. Yeah, usually, he called him Midoriya-kun when they hung out. But since that world, Midoriya didn't go to UA. It's understandable this is their first time meeting, Itsuka said. Right, he agreed while running towards Namu. The 2 boys jumped and spun in opposite directions. Deku put all his strength into his left leg. Tenya used his special move Recipro Burst to give him extra speed and power. The 2 kicks collided with Namu's head simultaneously. The impact was so powerful it caused blood to burst from Namu's head. For a minute it didn't move. Tenya and Deku thought it may have been unconscious. Wanting to be sure they hadn't killed it, Deku raised one of its arms and let it drop. There was no reaction. However, Namu grabbed Deku and slammed him into Tenya and sent them flying back. Ooh, that gonna hurt, Mina said. The Namu was probably unconscious for a few seconds, or was pretending to be unconscious to lower their guard down a bit, Knuckleduster theorized. Whatever quirks that atrocity have put in that Namu, he wants to make sure that boy is dead, Kurogiri said. Namu stood up. It began to regenerate its body again, but at a slower rate. If this thing has multiple quirks, then maybe it's possible that shock absorption is one of them, Crawler stated. Good observation, Crawler, Aizawa said, causing Crawler to rub the back of his head in embarrassment. Thank you for the compliment, Ezerhead. When you are working as a vigilante, you have to be smart, Crawler said. When did you get so smart? Stain asked. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Crawler shouted, glaring at Stain. Well, before I became the hero killer. You always rush into danger without a second thought, Stain replied, causing Knuckduster and Popstar to nod their head in agreement. It's true, Crawler. Ever since you start to become a vigilante, you become quite reckless when you try to save people, Knuckleduster said. We have to be there to make sure that you don't do anything crazy, Popstep said as Crawler had a depressed aura surrounding him. Oh well, Crawler started. Hey, Deku wondered how they could bicker at a time like this. That wasn't what concerned him though. What concerned him was that Namu was healing at a slower rate than before. Why? The drug couldn't have worn off yet, as there should be at least 5 minutes left. I was wondering about that too. Midoriya-san's healing drug should last about 5 minutes, Momo said, also noticing the Namu was healing at a slower rate. It's because of the Namu's brain, All For One replied. The brain is one of the main functions of the body. A hard hit will cause the brain to function at a slower pace. He examined Namu further. The head part of it had a brain-like pattern and gas mask. Deku had not given it much thought before, but what if that brain pattern was its actual brain? Since it had been damaged, that was why it was taking so long to recover. Quirks were part of the body, and like every body part, they were controlled by the brain. This was no different. It was surprising that such weakness was made so obvious. Then again, it was also smart, since no one would anticipate it. Everyone, the brain part of it is its actual brain. That's why the quirks are running slower, Deku announced. Seem like your theory is correct. All for one, Nezu said, sipping his tea. Well, one of my scientists did make the nomas for the league. It would be foolish not to know how to make. All for one said. As everyone processed this information, Namu fully recovered. Once it did, Stain threw 2 knives which struck its head perfectly. Rather than attacking Stain, it removed the knives first so it could heal. Guess that proves your theory, Stain told Deku. We'd better finish this quickly then. Crawler, get me my sword or one of those knives. I want to try something. What are you intend to do? Crawler asked. We're about to find out, Stain said, as he already knew what his counterpart was doing. Crawler didn't question Stain. Dashing forward, he grabbed his katana. Stain then licked the blood off it. At this, Namu froze completely. Stain grinned maliciously. It isn't immune to my quirk, he stated. Let's end this now. Stain and Crawler moved to attack while Izuku and Tenya recovered. Unfortunately, Namu flew up to dodge them. Stain couldn't believe his eyes. His quirk had only lasted for 10 seconds. Regardless of blood type, it should have lasted much longer. Namu attacked Stain again, but the latter dodged by jumping backward side to side against the walls. That's strange. Stain's quirk should have lasted longer than 10 seconds, Knuckleduster said. Did Atrocity order Viper to change the Namu's blood type since Stain is training Midoriya? It's a good question. That could be. But even if you change a person's blood type, Stain's blood curdle lasted more than 10 seconds regardless of blood type, Crawler stated. But couldn't he have ordered her to experiment the Namu's blood type? Momo questioned. That could be possible, All for One said as his hatred for Atrocity grew. Crawler was not so lucky. Namu managed to successfully smash into him and pinned him to the ground. Crawler coughed up blood. Namu was about to finish the man off when Stain threw 2 daggers at it. Namu blocked them with its arms and threw them on the ground next to Crawler. Its attention had changed to the larger threat. That regeneration must be shortening the time my quirk works for, Stain growled in anger. However, if given the right moment, it may be just what we need to win. Deku, get ready. You and I are going to do that move. That move? Do you know what's he talking about? Denki asked, looking at Izuku as some of them are confused as he was. I'm not sure, since that world's timeline is different from our own. It's hard to tell what kind of moves my counterpart had learned, Izuku said. Deku's eyes widened. He knew what move he was talking about. Stain only taught it to him recently, so he had practiced very little with it. Here we go, Stain yelled as he charged at Namu. Not having much choice, Deku charged at the monster. The latter did the same. Deku took out a knife and his taser. This is a sort of fake-out move that can only work when you've got at least 2 weapons. Though there is rarely ever a time when it's used. It can be pretty effective if you want to blind an opponent and then take them down. An impressive move, Aizawa said. Yeah, it's been rare to see it since we use our quirks all the time, Present Mike said. I wonder how he pulled off, Nezu said, sipping his tea. It had taken a while for Deku to get the hang of it, but eventually he managed. He first threw his knife at the monster's head. Namu instinctively brought up left its arm to protect itself, temporarily blinding it. It was then Deku moved at max speed so that he was directly in front of Namu. Using his taser, he jammed it straight in Namu's face and electrocuted him. The shock absorption was the only thing stopping its head from exploding. Namu staggered slightly and swung its arm. Deku, however, used his grappling hook to soar up. Impressive, Stain said as he was already impressed with Izuku's progress. The kid learns about that move very well, Knuckleduster said. Seem like Razor is right to have Stain training him, Popstub said. How do you like it? He shouted. Stain, who had gotten behind Namu, sliced off its legs, causing to fall flat on its stomach. Before it could react, Crawler had 2 of Stain's daggers move toward it at incredible speed. Improvised special move. Slip, slide, slice, he shouted as he slid over Namu and sliced off both its arms simultaneously. Good to know you're improvising, Crawler, Knuckleduster said, looking at Crawler with a smile. Crawler let out a chuckle and rubbed the back of his head. Well, you did tell me to improvise in every situation, Crawler said. Namu looked helpless. However, it still had its wings which it used to fly up. Unfortunately, Stain wasn't having it. licking the blood off his sword. Namu became paralyzed mid-air. As it started to fall, Deku released his grappling hook and dived straight toward it while pulling his fist back to punch it. Tenya, who had recovered from using his special move, had a similar idea and used his quirk to leap into the sky. Recipro extend, he shouted as the engines in his calves accelerated even more. Deku put every last ounce of strength he had into his right fist as Tenya did with his right knee. Their blows collided with Namu's head, causing even more blood to spill. Most of the audience flinched at the brutality that whirled Tenya and Izuku did to the Namu's head and the amount of blood spilling out of it. "I think I'm going to be sick," Denki said with his face turning green. "Same," Gyro agreed. "I know that I saw them when Ida and Midoriya hit Stain with the same attack in our world," Shoto said with wide eyes. "But this is more brutal than our fight with him." The impact though broke Deku's hand and he and Tenya fell to the ground along with Namu. Crawler pulled Tenya out of the way and Stain caught Deku. "Good job catching them." "You too," Knuckleduster said with a smile. "Yeah, if your counterpart were any slower due to their fight against that Namu, who knows what could happen to them," Pop Step said. "Well, I can't let Tensei's little brother get hurt any more than he has to," Crawler said with a smile. "And I'm not going to let him die since he has a quality of a true hero," Stain said. "Stain," Inko called, causing him to turn his head to see her bowing her head. "Thank you for saving my son." Stain was surprised by this as this was the first time someone had thanked him in person. "It's nothing, ma'am," Stain said, regaining his composure. "Your son embodies what it means to be a true hero." Once Namu crashed to the ground, Stain wasted no time in cutting off its wings. Namu lay motionless. It started to regenerate but stopped after a few seconds. The drug's after effects must have kicked in, Deku realized. When he realized this, he knew. It was over. They had won. Some of the audience let out a sigh of relief as they defeated the rogue Namu that Atrocity had upgraded. "Glad that's over," Denki said. "That fight was intense," Minda said. "Yeah, if they haven't worked together, they would have died," Suyu said. "They are amazing," Iri and Koda shouted, causing some of the audience to chuckle. "Still, I doubt that Atrocity would stop after one failed attempt," Dabai said, causing his fellow villains to nod. "Atrocity will continue to try and kill the boy while trying to usurp my position as leader of the league." All for one stated as the older audience nodded their head, knowing those types of people in their career. "Guys, we won," Deku announced. "Trust me, this thing is definitely down for the count." He left out the part of the drug as that was league business. He didn't even want to think about what would happen to him if he just casually told people about it. His past was fine as long as he didn't reveal too much. While the other two were convinced, Stain kept up his guard just in case. Deku couldn't blame him though. Even in a time of peace, there are people that play dead just to kill a person, Exile said. "Let this be a lesson to all of you," Aizawa said, looking at his students. "Just because someone looks dead or defeated, that doesn't mean they give up so easily. The same goes for you, too, Class 1B, Vlad King said, looking at his students as well. "You don't know if they have something up their sleeves. It's best to be on guard at all times. Take this advice as well." All for One said, looking at his league of villains. "People will do anything to win, especially using dirty tricks." On a side note, they each had different injuries. Tenya's leg was sprained and out of commission from using his quirk. Crawler's body was sore all over. He could have sworn some of his ribs and internal organs had been damaged. Stain's body was hurt from being thrown down but nothing more. Deku's right arm had problems also. The impact from Tenya's special move had broken his hand and burst several blood vessels in his arm, causing him to feel immense pain. "I'm terribly sorry for what my other self did to you, Midoriya-kun." Tenya apologized, bowing his head. "It's all right, Ida-kun," Izuku said, trying to calm his friend down. "My other self probably has regeneration drug on him, so there's no reason for you to apologize. Still, your other self needs to be more careful, Deku-kun," Achako said, looking at him in concern. "Since your counterpart doesn't have one for all, Atrocity will try to kill him due to being quirkless. Fortunately, he still had some regeneration drug left over. The only reason they hadn't gotten smashed during the battle was because of the container they were kept in." Taking out the medicine, Deku injected himself first. He felt a sharp pain in his arm as it fully regenerated. After he was healed, he moved to do the same to the others. After a few minutes, they all appeared as though they hadn't been hurt in the first place. "That is an impressive healing drug," Crawler said, impressed at the Izuku's counterpart's creation. "I wonder if the heroes are planning to create one." Pop Step questions while thinking about how useful to have those around. "And like I said before, anything your world is strictly forbidden." "Hey so what are we gonna do about that?" Crawler asked while pointing at Namu. "We should leave for the law enforcers," Stain stated. "If not, I will finish it off." "I don't think that will be necessary," Tenya interjected, who had his phone out. "I can notify the heroes. It seems their battle is over now. Someone has been broadcasting it live. Whether it's the news or some crazy fan, I don't know." It's a good thing that one of your students notified the authority about this, President Mike said, causing Aizawa to nod his head. Ada made the right choice of calling the other heroes to come here, Aizawa said. Yeah, something as dangerous as the Namu can't be allowed to roam free, Power Loader said. If that's the case, then the three of us should probably leave. We aren't heroes and Stain is a notorious serial killer, so things might get worse if we stick around. Crawler informed. By the way, Tenya, how are you going to explain your absence to your superiors? I mean, the fact that you're here all dressed must mean that you're on an internship with someone. There's no way your absence at UA would go unnoticed. Tenya said nothing. Ida, what are you going to do? Deku asked. What are you going to tell them? Yeah, man. I mean, you sure you want to tell them that you want to kill Stain? Hiroshima asked as the rest of the class 1 looked at Tenya in concern. Yes, Tenya said, looking at his classmates. They need to know. Tenya waited about a minute or so, speaking again. He decided to be honest with them. I'm going to tell them the truth about what happened, he stated. All of it. Are you really going to tell them everything? Mizo asked. I have to, Tenya said, looking at his hand. It is the responsible thing to do as a hero to inform the authority about this, including my desire to kill Stain. Won't you get in trouble for that? Deku asked. Oh, I will, a lot actually, he sighed. But there's something I need to say to Stain first. What do you guys think he is going to say to Stain? Naranjiki questioned his classmates. I'm not sure, but whatever it is, I hope that he kept his cool, Sen said. If he dares insult Stain, I'm going to end him, Spinner growled, ready to defend Stain's ideas. The hero killer shifted slightly in response. Tenya turned to face him. You attacked my brother and I despise you for it. Regardless of what happened here, that hasn't changed. However, you were right about me. What I attempted was the furthest act from being a hero. Crawler and Deku, you both helped me realize that and I am grateful. However, it's because of those things that I need to tell the truth, Tenya explained. That's why, until I become a true hero, one worthy of the name Ingenium, I will accept the consequences of my actions. This will be my first step. Everyone on the Heroes is surprised by this, as they never thought that Tenya admitted to Stain was right about him. They have never heard someone from a hero side agree with the villain's ideas, much least Stain's. The villains, on the other hand, are surprised as they have never witnessed a hero agreeing with the villain before. Ida-san is agreeing with Stain. Momo muttered with wide eyes. I don't believe it. Rikito whispered. No one said anything. Crawler was looking proud of Tenya. Deku was grinning beneath his mask. He's learning, willing to learn from his mistakes and try become a true hero, Stain thought. Maybe there's hope for this false society after all. Wait, what? Minda shouted as everyone looked at the screen with wide eyes. Did Stain just said that there's some hope in the false society? Spinner whispered as he and the others were shocked to hear that Stain World say something like that. Even Stain himself was surprised to hear that as he looked at the screen. Still, he couldn't help if they were some false heroes would learn from their mistakes. If some of those false heroes are willing to learn from their mistake, will they become true heroes? Stain thought to himself. I still intend to catch you one day, Tenya declared. I look forward to it, Stain replied. Stray from the path you are on, however, and I'll add you to my list. Okay guys, we just survived death. Let's not ruin it by threatening each other, Crawler intervened. Come on, this was supposed to be a wonderful moment, Crawler sighed. That doesn't mean I won't kill him if he strays away, Stain said. Tenya then turned to Deku. Thanks especially for the advice you gave me. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have realized my flaws, he told him. There's no need to thank me. Remember, I'm still a villain who attacked you and your classmates, Deku retorted. I have to agree with my counterpart, Izuku said, causing everyone to look at him. What do you mean, Deku-kun? Ochako asked. My counterpart is a villain, and he attacks the USJ. I just don't think people shouldn't thank a villain, Izuku answered. But your counterpart saved your Uraraka from being raped, Itsuka said. Yeah, but my counterparts still have moral and works in the league under a few conditions. Plus, I don't think anyone would thank a villain, Izuku said. Don't be too sure, Exile said, causing everyone to look at him. There's a saying, just because you a bad guy doesn't make you a bad guy. What kind of stupid quote is that? Katsuki shouted. Funny, coming from a guy with his stupid, aggressive mind, Exile said with a deadpan expression on his face. Now, where was I? Oh yeah, you are right that not everyone would thank a villain. But there are a few people that actually see a good person behind their villain statues. Still though, thanks, Tenya said. And it was just Bakugo, so don't worry about it. If anything, his defeat at your hands had some good impacts. Bakugo acting different, Satsuna questioned. Must be a miracle if he acts differently, Tagaru said, causing Katsuki to growl. Deku was surprised. He doesn't underestimate his opponents now, and he's willing to respect those who actually challenge him. Even remembering their names, Tenya explained. He's still foul-mouthed and looks down on others, but he's improving. So basically, what you are saying is that he's slightly less of a dick than he was before, Deku translated. Damn, Midoriya, Denki chuckled. Didn't think you have it in you to say something like that, Juzo said. Well, you got to admit, that guy does act like a dick, Dabai said, causing some people to nod their heads. Tenya nodded. When he did, Deku couldn't help but laugh at how direct and honest he was about this. Tenya and Crawler joined in, but Stain remained silent. Some people in the audience start to laugh as well at how honest and straightforward this world Tenya is to Izuku. Do you have to say it so directly to him? Denki asked with a laugh. That's so like you, Ida-kun. Izuku laughed. On top of a building, Tamura was pissed as hell. Not only had the Namus been defeated, but one had flown off left the scene. It completely ignored his orders and went off the moment he arrived. He heard sounds of impact a few streets away but couldn't see who it was fighting. So, are you satisfied, Tamura Shigaraki? Kurogiri asked. You'll know tomorrow when we see the news if we are on the front page, he stated furiously. What about that Namu though? Don't you think its behavior was odd? It's good to know that Tamura noticed one of the Namu's behavior, Kurogiri said, causing the others to nod their head. With Atrocity trying to kill the boy, my counterpart will keep a close eye on him, All for One said. Yes, actually, it looked as though it was searching for someone. Maybe there were a few flaws Viper didn't know about when it was conditioned. Kurogiri suggested as he opened up a warp to the hideout. Let's ask Sensei when we get back. Tamura grunted in annoyance and followed him. He wasn't the only one pissed off about what had happened. At the exact same time, a bee that had been observing the fight returned to its host, a girl who was a student and part-time villain at the same time. Everyone raises their eyebrows in confusion as they have no idea who this girl is. However, the Naruhata vigilantes, or rather, one of them, knew this girl, and their eyes widened in shock. Tamo, Knuckleduster shouted in shock, causing his two teammates to look at him with a surprised expression. Tamo, as in your, Crawler asked, causing his mentor to nod his head. No doubt about it. That's her, Knuckleduster muttered as everyone is confused by this. Excuse me, but do you know who she is? Momo asked. That's my daughter, Aguro Tamo, Knuckleduster replied, causing everyone to be shocked. Your daughter, Present Mike shouted as Knuckleduster nodded his head. Yes, however, that isn't my daughter, Knuckleduster stated, causing everyone to be confused. But you said. I know what I say, Knuckleduster said, cutting Izuku off. But my daughter wanted to be a musician, not a villain. Then why is she a villain? Mina asked. It was Kyuin's doing, Crawler replied, causing some of the audience to be confused. Excuse me for asking, but who is Kyuin? I bar a question. Kyuin is a parasitic bee that possesses my daughter and works under a group called Villain Factory, Knuckleduster answered as he turned his head toward All for One to glare at him. Which this bastard runs. Well, the Villain Factory is a part of the League. The main purpose of having that factory is to create a being that can match All Might, All for One said. That lead to the creation of Namu, Exile added, causing some of the heroes to shiver down their spine. Atrocity is gonna be pissed about this, she said. I didn't expect a student or that vigilante to be here. Seriously, first he stops the distribution of Trigger and now this. It's like he's stalking me. Well anyway, I'd better get back. May as well get this report over and done with. She working with Atrocity. Crawler shouted as fear started to grow in Knuckleduster's body. Seem like your daughter is going to be even more trouble, Exile said. Can you say it without being so blunt? Some of the audience asked, causing Exile to look at them with a deadpan expression underneath his hood. Nope, Exile said. And with that Kyuin Hachisuka headed off. Back with the others, Tenya said goodbye to the three and headed to where Manuel was. Boy, was he going to get it. Still, if he wanted to be a hero, being honest was the first step. Crawler had said he'd be checking in on his brother so he would see him soon. Stain and Deku left to continue their internship. Despite what he felt about Stain, he had to admit he liked Deku. If he wasn't a villain, there may have been a chance. They could be friends. Tenya, where were you? Manuel shouted while running towards him. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Tenya flinches as he sees how worried Manuel is about his counterpart. He felt a hand on his shoulder, causing him to turn his head to see Izuku and Ochako giving him a comforting smile on their faces. Tenya bowed his head in shame. I'm sorry, I betrayed your trust, he said. Manuel was taken off guard by this, though this was also because of the way Endeavor had been fighting. He was angrier and more brutal than normal. Tenya, what did you do? He asked despite already knowing the answer. He knew it was why Tenya had become an intern at his agency. This what happened, he started while still bowing his head. The next day, the aftermath of the attack on Hasu had been rather quiet. The situation was different for each person though. Koichi had stayed the night with Izuku and Stain in an abandoned apartment block, which surprisingly wasn't all that bad. He was getting ready to leave but still had something to do first. It was something he had to say with Deku. Hey Deku, I was just leaving but I wanted to give you something, he said while holding out a card. Are you actually planning to recruit him? Popstep asked, looking at her teammates. Well, seeing that this kid's counterpart isn't such a bad guy, I figured to have him as our team, Crawler said. It was his phone number and address. Deku took the card and stared at it. He then looked at Koichi. I know you're a villain right now, but if you ever want to stop and be a hero, Well, a vigilante really? Then why not join my team? It would be great to have you there. You'd be the youngest though, he said. He was surprised when he had seen the boy's face. He couldn't have been much older than 15. Additionally, he had seen what type of person Deku was. He wasn't a villain, he was good. And Koichi couldn't help but feel that he would be better off as a hero. He is better off as a hero rather than a villain, Popstep said. Yeah, someone like should a hero, Crawler said. It's too bad that your world's society relied on quirks way too much, Exile stated, causing Knuckleduster to nod his head. I agree. What makes a hero isn't the quirks itself, but rather the determination and resolves and to strive to do the right thing, Knuckleduster said. Stain, who was eavesdropping on their conversation, had been having similar thoughts throughout the week. In his mind, Izuku seemed like someone who could be a true hero. However, at the same time, he knew that he had been hurt by society one too many times to want it now. That league, regardless of how pathetic it was, had saved him from the depths of despair. There was no going back for him. No, there isn't, Dabai muttered as some of the villains remembered how their society did to them. There's no way a people want a quirkless heroes society, Kirigiri said. One more reason how I have our society work, Spinner said. Thanks for the offer, but I'm happy where I am, he said while accepting the card. I'll let you know if I change my mind though. Koichi was somewhat saddened by this but accepted his answer. He then said his goodbyes and left. He was going to have quite a story to tell his comrades when got back. Stain was still tired after last night's ordeal and told Izuku that they would train later. He needed to talk with Razor about this. Fortunately, Izuku made no complaints and went back to sleep. Tenya was in the hospital for a check on his health. Last night after he told his story, Manuel harshly berated him for acting out of revenge. However, after that, he hugged him tightly and told him he was relieved he was not harmed. An hour later, Tenya was questioned by the police about Stain and those with him. He told them everything he knew about their quirks and their battle with Namo. He felt like he was betraying them but knew he had to tell the truth. Following this, the police let him go. They released the story out to the public but excluded Tenya. Due to his information, he had been pardoned, however, would still be punished by Yue, who had been informed about the incident. The story was bigger than the Namus the heroes fought. Tenya was not looking forward to facing Aizawa but knew he had to face the consequences of his actions. Manuel would be here shortly also to pick him up to go out on patrol. However, he made it clear that he would be keeping a closer watch on Tenya this time. However, the information he had provided did catch the interest of Naomasa. Knowing that All Might was interested in Deku, he decided to take it to him. He had something he needed to talk about with him anyway, along with the list of quirkless people he requested to see. On a side note, Naomasa was curious as to why Namu was after Deku. He was a member of the League, wasn't he? If so, why was he suddenly a target? Had he betrayed them? Those were questions he needed to find the answers to. The screen turns off as Exile looks at everyone. So what does everyone think? Exile asked. It's completely different how Midoriya-kun and my situation happened than what our event in Hasu, Tenya stated, causing Izuku to nod his head. I never would have imagined that our counterpart would work together, Izuku said, looking at his host. I mean, Stain and my counterpart are villains, Crawler is a vigilante, and Ida-kun is a hero in training. Yeah, not to mention that Kyun is working with this atrocity guy, Crawler said, looking at his mentor in concern. Are you all right, sir? I'm fine. Just concerned about my daughter in that universe. Seeing that Kyun is working under atrocity makes me worry about her even more, Knuckleduster said, worrying about her alternate daughter. Hopefully, our counterparts will rescue her. Don't worry, sir. I'm sure that our counterpart will rescue her no matter what, Popstep said, comforting their leader. Knuckleduster smiled as he saw his two teammates giving him comfort and reassuring him that their counterparts would rescue his daughter. Now, I have somewhere I need to be, Exile said. Where are you going? Nezu asked. I'm sorry, Nezu. Everyone here is on a need-to-know basis. I can't explain everything that is going to happen in the future as the observer of that world is currently writing everything down, Exile said. I understand, Nezu said, causing everyone to nod as he left the room.